In a world where hunters, humans with special power given to them by sponsors, rule over normal humans and treat them as slaves, lives an orphan boy. However, due to some unfortunate reasons, he ends up getting stabbed by his mentor and gets sent back into time in the Age of Heroes. Determined to make the world a better place like the legendary Demon King, a stronger hunter to ever live, he begins his journey filled with hardships to change this corrupt world from its roots under the alias Lee Jong-young. What does this boy have in store in this timeline? Stay tuned to find out. The story begins in the year 2020 when dimensional doors connected to another dimension called gates started popping up all of a sudden. In this crisis, each country sent their soldiers inside to try and figure out what these gates are. But not a single person came back alive. Not only that, but in retaliation, monsters soon started to flood out of the gates as well. Using their superior physical and magical abilities, they were able to completely dominate the humans and began causing havoc, resulting in the loss of many lives. Just as the humans thought they had no power to resist these mythical beasts, hunters, blessed with the powers and abilities by the transcendent beings, called sponsors, were born. Unlike normal people, they possessed heightened abilities, and because of this, humanity started their counterattack. As the battles continued, these sponsors blessed the hunters with more powerful abilities. Amongst these warriors was someone special, a hunter with countless avatars, an immortal army, and the power to rule over fire appeared. He was called the Demon King, Sung Jinwoo. Thank you, bro. With the special trait of the player, he was leaps beyond others, however, fearing his potential. The 12 greatest heroes, who claim themselves as gods, decide to betray him. After killing the Demon King, they created an organization called Eun, appointed hunters as the new human race, and created those who couldn't become hunters into slaves. And just like that, the New World Order was put into action with the hunters ruling at the top. And so, 100 years have passed. One day, in a countryside town, a young man is seen running. Panting and sweating, he makes a distressed face before taking a small break to catch his breath. Just then, a figure appears above him on top of a tree. His figure is seen to be a bald man, who asks if the boy is already done. Quite visibly, the young boy states that he has already hit his limit and that he can't continue. But the bald man questions, how are you planning on becoming a hunter with such weak will? He announces that in order to get noticed by the transcendent beings named sponsors, one has to surpass their limit and prove their worth. Finally, the bald man's name is revealed to be Seong-gu as the boy asks if he also surpassed his limit when he was first sponsored. But to his surprise, that is not the case, and he makes an angered expression, announcing that's unfair. Nevertheless, Seong-gu claims that the world itself is unfair. Just like he is a hunter and the boy is but a slave, the world doesn't treat everyone the same. Despite this, he tries to cheer the boy up, stating that if can't run, then they just have to try out something else. With this, using a special inventory that the hunters are said to have, he pulls out a spear out of thin air and hands it to the boy, who is left watching in awe despite seeing the skills many times before. But Seong-gu tells him not to be too surprised, as he will be granted one as well as soon as he becomes a hunter. Hearing this statement, the boy finally shows his motivation behind his dreams and aspirations. In his youth, his parents were killed by a hunter. After their murder, the boy was left alone and decided to read the keepsake book his parents had left behind. Upon reading the book, he learned of the evil deeds done by the hunters. Wanting to change all the corruption listed in the book, he tried his best to become a hunter himself. However, the fact that I can't do it even after years of you helping me out, maybe I'm not meant to be, thinks the boy. As he looks up the sky, depressed at his situation, he recalls the saying in Eden, becoming a hunter is like the sky's will. But Seong-gu just smacks him on the face like he should be, announcing everything he has said so far is nonsense. He tells him not to worry, grunting that he will one day become a hunter. Moreover, he asks if the boy is keeping the book safe, learning that he is indeed, seeing as it is his parents' keepsake. Apparently, this book is about the Demon King, the forgotten hero killed by the 12 heroes. According to the boy, if he was still alive, the world would have been a much better place, as they share this sweet, wholesome moment up in the sky above them. A woman is seen floating in the air. As a purple hue surrounds her body, she announces that I found you and begins to charge up an attack. Seong-gu manages to detect the faint magic power in the air, but nonetheless is of no use. The woman has already unleashed her attack and hurls towards the unsuspecting Doa with high speeds. Understanding that there's nothing he can do, he pushes the boy out of the way and takes the attack head-on. As purple flames overwhelm the forest, the woman descends down and sees the boy looking towards her with extreme distress. She orders him to bow down and he immediately complies. Rather, his body moved on its own and he cannot resist it. What's more, several more hunters finally show up as well. Upon their arrival, they immediately bow towards this woman to show their respect. They proclaim her as the ruler of Eden, Athena. Hearing this, the boy, who is still bowing on all fours, becomes even more distressed. He reveals that Athena is the highest person that rules Eden and one of the 12 gods that founded Eden, questioning why such an esteemed person like herself is here. As the flames of her attack continue to roar and consume the forest, Athena orders the other hunters to capture Seonggu and bring him to her immediately, stating that he wouldn't have been able to get far. Hearing her orders, the hunters promptly head out to execute the orders, leaving her alone at the site. There, she thinks, what a letdown. I just barely got to him. Moreover, she then turns her attention towards the boy, wondering who he is and what he was talking to Seonggu about. Not only that, she cannot feel any magical power from the boy's body. In the meantime, the boy himself is freaking out. I have the autobiography of the Demon King with me, he thinks while trembling. He is in possession of the weakness that the 12 heroes wanted to hide from the masses and hopes that Athena just moves on without paying much attention to him. And thankfully, that is what happens. Athena deems him as nothing but an insignificant slave and turns her back on him, beginning to walk away. Hearing her footsteps, the boy takes a sigh of relief. Believing that she is gone and that he has survived this incident, he raises his head to see what on earth is going on. However, his delusions are all broken at that moment. He is quickly brought back to reality as he finds the figure of Athena looming over him. As her eye glows bright and an immense aura surrounds her, Athena states that she almost missed it. She can sense a faint magic power from this kid. I guess training really did screw him over, huh? Not only that, your heart is beating quickly and your berating is becoming shallow, she announces. Hearing this, the boy's expression shows what is on his heart. He is absolutely terrified in seeing his response. She deduces that it must be because he has something that shouldn't be found on his person. With this, she orders him to take out what you are in possession of and tell me what it is. Just like before, the boy's body then begins to move uncontrollably. His hands begin to reach into his jacket and he begins pulling out his parents' keepsake despite knowing that he will be killed after Athena learns what it really is. Although he tries his best to stop himself, the divine words spoken by one of the 12 gods force him to take action, and finally, he takes it out before beginning to reveal the contents of the book. He understands that I and everyone related to me will die, but he cannot stop himself. If things go wrong, she could even eliminate this whole town, deeming this as the way Eden deals with things. But suddenly, in a twist of events, the book bursts into flames and pounces on her. Nevertheless, Athena's barrier kicks in and protects her, but it outs the book from its truth. Seeing this, she understands that this is the autobiography of the Demon King. Unsure why a slave would have such a thing, she is still insistent on taking it and quickly moves to grab it. As she was about to, out of nowhere, someone shouts out her name and tackles her. This someone is none other than Seonggu himself, who looks to be almost unhurt. With his tackle, he sends her flying away and picks up the book. Seeing Seonggu here, the boy breaks down into tears, leading to Seonggu asking why is a grown man crying. Despite his current state, he tells the boy he is proud of him for holding out for so long. But the boy has several questions. Just who are you? He asks, wondering how Seonggu was able to do that to Athena, one of the 12 self-proclaimed gods. But Seonggu claims that there's no time to explain. He couldn't have imagined that Athena would get in his tracks so quickly and hands the book back to him. Moreover, he confirms if this boy wanted to change the world. He announces that he is betting on him and reveals that the hunters are killing the gods and ruling over humans. People with no power, like the boy, are living their existence as domesticated cattle. With this, he then points his words towards the boy. If you got the power to change the world, and the power to rival the 12 sovereigns, would you use that power to change the world like you said? Asks Seonggu. Suddenly, Athena comes back for round 2. Enraged at the humiliation, she rushes in full power to attack, screaming out loud for Heimdall, prompting Seonggu to claim that the boy has to make a choice quickly. He alone will not be able to fend off Athena for long. In the midst of this danger, the boy shows his true self. He proclaims, "Yes, I want to change the world if I have that kind of power." Hearing this, Seonggu gives off a faint smile and thrusts his sword into the boy's chest. As this happens, the boy is left shocked as Seonggu tells him, "If you meet me there, be nice to me." Why? Cause you stabbed him in the heart? This initiates a reaction as the sword, along with the boy, begins to glow brightly. Suddenly, he then begins to slowly disintegrate. blurting out the words Heimdall as he is teleported. All of a sudden, he begins seeing white and a message pops up. The contract will be executed. According to the contract, the Sky of Apocalypse will sponsor you. And so, the sudden scene shift. The boy is then brought to a rocky mountainside, completely unhurt. Seeing that there is no gashing wound in his chest, he thinks about how this could be even after he got stabbed. What's more, he can feel that his body is different from before. The new surge of power, the voice claiming it will sponsor him. This all leaves him to question, have I become a hunter? He also seems to be curious about his surroundings, stating that it has the same feeling as the magic power he can feel within him. This leads him to believe that he might be inside a gate dungeon when suddenly, he hears footsteps and decides to hide behind a rock and observe just what is going on. There, he finds that these footsteps belong to none other than a goblin, confirming in his mind that is indeed inside of a gate dungeon. Even though goblins are considered the most basic and lowest class monster, they are still a threat, resulting in people calling them beginner hunter-killers. This is because of their heightened sense of smell, herein the fact they hunt in groups. Using this, they are able to kill many beginner hunters due to their lack of experience. The boy knows he is no match for such a foe and decides to just hide, hoping that it doesn't notice him. But the world isn't all sunshine and rainbows. As expected, the monster gets on his trail and begins to follow. This leaves the boy in a dire situation. He has to either defend himself or die. As such, he begins to recall what Seong-gu taught him, wondering if the techniques he have learned works. Nevertheless, he has to act, and so he picks up a stone from the ground and throws it being the goblin, distracting the monster temporarily. At the crucial moment, he leaps forward, grabbing the goblin's hand with the weapon and using a swift correct chop to behead his opponent. Swords are overrated. Real gamers use their bare hands. As the goblin's head goes flying to the side, the boy is left perplexed. He just planned on striking the monster and stealing its weapon, leaving him to question his newfound strength and think, have I really become a hunter? Suddenly, an ominous message pops up. The Sky of Apocalypse pays attention to you. As soon as this message shows up, the boy is taken aback, recalling that the Sky of Apocalypse was the same transcendent being who sponsored the Demon King. All of a sudden, a horde of goblins, armed and armored, rushed towards him. With eyes crazed for blood, they all marched towards this newborn hunter, which seemed to be distressed at the mere sight of the incoming army. Not only that, the one at the very back is Goblin Chieftain, the boss of the Goblin Dungeons. Understanding his situation, he exclaims that it's over. Even though I'm just awakened as a hunter, there's no way I can win against. Just as he is about to utter these words, he remembers something. Back in the countryside town where he was attacked by Athena, he recalls the pact he had made with Seong-gu and how his mentor had entrusted the future to him. This helps him to determine himself to survive. Clenching his jaw, he announces that that's right. I can't die like this. I can't die before changing this rotten world. And so he begins to power up and gets into a stance. He claims that the Sky of Apocalypse is watching him, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to prove himself and show his worth to a sponsor. Suddenly, a message again pops up. The Sky of Apocalypse, your spirit. With this, the onslaught begins. With his resolve made up, he dashes into his numerous opponents and begins hacking away at them. In a matter of seconds, bodies begin dropping on the floor. Seeing him make his moves, the monster army doesn't hold back as well and begins to jump in, but they too are dealt with swiftly by the boy's expert swordsmanship. Eventually, he levels up. As he remembers a memory of trading with Seong-gu, where the bald old man complimented his prowess and called him a genius. In the meantime, the battle appears to be at its climax. After leveling up once again and killing uncountable enemies, despite being injured badly, he keeps on standing. The only one left is the Goblin Chieftain, he claims. However, his opponent won't give him any mercy or the time to rest. Before he can complete his sentence, the beast strikes at him in full force, but he barely manages to block the blow. Even though it's just a goblin, it's still a boss monster, he states, revealing that a hunter has to be at least a C rank in order to deal with a beast such as this one. However, a newborn hunter is only an F or E rank at most. This leaves him to wonder, can I really defeat him in my current state? Just as his determination is about to break, he spots something that catches his eye, a spear. Seeing this weapon, he grabs a hold of it, announcing that he's betting his life on this. Seeing his passion and resolve, another message pops up. The Sky of Apocalypse applauds. The Sky of Apocalypse supports your decision. The Sky of Apocalypse grants you authority to rule over fire. This powers him up even more. Not only is the spear the weapon of choice for the Demon King, but it is also the weapon the boy is most proficient at. What's more, Now that he has an authority, he has nothing to fear. As the tip of his spear sets ablaze, he leaps in with all his might towards his foe, and so does the goblin chieftain. However, the boy manages to deliver a good, clean strike, leaving a huge hole in the boss monster's body. This enables him to level up once again, but destroys his weapon in the meantime. Nevertheless, he has come out of this ordeal alive. Well, at least almost. I did it, he announces, but soon after collapsed onto the floor after being left exhausted. Later on, a group of hunters stumble on this place. There, they find the mountain of goblin corpses, left questioning who could have killed this many goblins. Not only that, there's even a goblin chieftain here, and as the men explore the gate dungeon, they happen upon the boy, who is barely breathing still. As they rush to aid him, another message shows up. The sky of apocalypse pays attention to you. This brings us back to the hospital, where the boy first opens his eyes after the incident. Hooked up to a ventilator and some healing potion IVs, his hospital room confirms to him that what he went through was everything but a dream. He was really attacked by Athena, the ruler of Eden, stabbed by Seongu, his mentor, and woke up inside of a gate dungeon where he was forced to face and overcome the goblin army and goblin boss. Suddenly, he gets back up, wondering if he was rescued by a hunter that came to stop the gate. All of a sudden, a nurse tells him that he should not be moving yet and inquires about his condition. According to her, the hunters that were dispatched by the Lee Guild discovered him and moved him here to this hospital. If it wasn't for them, he wouldn't have been able to live. While she explains the situation, she seems to be blushing a bit after seeing this stud of a man. But something is wrong. Lee Guild, the boy asks with a stumped expression on his face. Despite his expressions, the nurse confirms this, stating the injuries were quite severe. Moreover, she tells him to get some more rest as a member of the association will be here to visit him in some time. With this, she then begins to exit the room, thinking about how she has to tell the others that a hottie has appeared in the hospital. Give the poor guy a break. He just cheated death a few hours ago. But the boy is still not satisfied. Before the nurse leaves, he stops her and asks just one more question. What year is it right now? To this, the nurse thinks that maybe he is having confused memories and answers his question seemingly normally. The current year is 2022. This answer leaves the boy shell-shocked. 2022? He exclaims it's been 100 years before I was born. According to him, 2020 was the year the gates started to appear in this, whereas 2022 was the year when the special hunters were slowly starting to make their names known, the Age of Heroes. With this, he recalls his last conversation with Seongu, where he told him about how the hunters proclaimed themselves as gods and domesticated the non-hunter humans as cattle. He deems this as his opportunity, and all of a sudden, he rips apart the machinery attached to him and stands up, thinking that it's different from when I need to receive Eden's selection to become a hunter. This time period is when the sponsors were most active in giving birth to new players. Although the nurse advises him not to, he claims that he is feeling better now and asks where the bathroom is. The nurse, taken aback at how tall he is, tells him and he enters, only to find himself in another body. His muscles are more prominent and he has grown significantly taller than he was before. Although some of his facial features still remain, I look like a completely different person in what he thinks of himself. It's a good change if you ask me, but what do I know? Suddenly, a voice calls out to him from behind. This voice belongs to none other than Kim Soo-young, a member of the association who has come to visit him. They both sit down and have a talk where Kim explains that he is here to get the events of the incident into order. In action, he inquires about the boy's condition. It is revealed that after he was brought to the hospital, the association kept on trying to find any info on him, but of course, he's not a person from this timeline, and as such, no records of him exist in this world. What's more, he claims that his memory is fuzzy, which is easy to pass off as the nurse already told Kim about his memory's haziness, and he states that he cannot remember much of anything. The only thing he tells them is that he is 23 years old and that his name is Lee Jong-young. But this is not his real name. For some reason, the name of the Demon King came to mind. He states that I don't know why, but I combined my name with the Demon King's. There was no reason for it, but he still felt like he had to. Other than that, he announces that he cannot remember anything else. This leads to Kim asking what happened inside the gate. To this, Lee Jong-young states that I heard a voice, surprising Kim. I will sponsor you. That's what I heard, states Lee Jong-young. Hearing this, Kim claims that he has probably become a hunter, asking if Lee Jong-young knows anything about them. But he states that he knows they are just some special people chosen by transcendent beings. With this, Kim then thanks Lee Jong-young for speaking to him. He states that the association will come to find him again and bows down to him. It must be confusing, but you are now necessary. important person in this world, claims Kim. Moreover, he asks for his cooperation in the future if possible. And so, he then takes his leave while Lee Jong-young watches him from his hospital room, thinking what a good person. Nevertheless, now that he is alone, he opens his status window. He explains that this is one of the special traits of the Demon King. The reason the 12 heroes tried to keep the Demon King in contention and how the Demon King got so much stronger than the other hunters. It is this reason why they tried to erase every trace of him in Eden, because they were afraid of this trait's power. You see, the Demon King was special. He was not a hunter specifically. Rather, he was a player, a person who's able to grow with their own strength by the act of hunting. And now, I am a player, announces Lee Jong-young. Later on, the nurse from before congratulates Lee Jong-young for becoming a hunter. Although he shows his gratitude, he asks if this really is a big cause of celebration. But the nurse enthusiastically agrees. According to her, it's like winning the lottery. Even F-rank hunters, the lowest rank, are able to obtain a fortune that most normal people cannot even dream of. Not only that, there are many other things they can do other than fighting monsters. They can become blacksmiths crafting great weapons or become bodyguards for the rich. But Lee Jong-young is already aware of that. Thanks to that, people who were unable to be selected were robbed of even the tiniest bit of rights they had. He thinks. Regardless, he puts up a saddened expression asking that this call for celebration. Suddenly, the nurse pulls out a bag and hands it to him. She explains that Kim left this here as Lee Jong-young's clothes were too tattered. With this, she congratulates him on getting discharged and he leaves to see the city. After he leaves the hospital, he ventures into the city. So this is the age of heroes, he exclaims. Back in his time, he, a normal person with no power, was not even allowed to step foot here. This leaves him to remark that this age looks peaceful and lively. All of a sudden, as the city gazes, Kim Soo-young comes from behind and calls out. He asks Lee Jong-young to go to the association with him. He claims that since he has lost his memory, he should get registered with the association, and he will be able to have a lease assigned. Cases like yours are too uncommon, states Kim. What's more, he also congratulates Lee Jong-young. He announces that he has gotten the C rank, adding that there are only a handful of people in Korea who have started their hunting life at C rank. With this, he tells him to get into the car, telling him that he will explain everything else after he has completed his registration. And so Lee Jong-young complies. Yeah, sure. Why not just go into a stranger's car? Seems safe enough. Disclaimer, this is a joke. Kids, please stay safe. This guy has already defeated a monster boss and can more than handle a human. Anyway, this brings us to the Hunter Association. When you awaken as a hunter, most people are assigned rank E or F. However, those who are given a higher assessment are seen as promising and they are managed specially. This includes our boy Lee Jong-young, who is taken to his lodging after the formalities are dealt with. Kim takes him to his accommodation, and as soon as he opens the door, Lee Jong-young is left mesmerized by what he sees. A beautiful home with a gorgeous view from the window. As he watches this sight, Lee Jong-young breaks down into tears of joy. Kim asks if this is to his liking and Lee Jong-young announces that he loves it and thanks Kim. Today's a really special day. I was given a chance and I finally became a hunter. So this is how it feels like to own your first home, he thinks. All of a sudden, Kim interrupts. He tells him that there is a person who wants to meet Lee Jong-young. However, this sends a shiver down his spine. Just who on earth could be looking to meet him, a person with no ties to anyone? He grabs a hold of Kim and frantically asks who this person is. Surprised and taken aback at his reaction, Kim states that it is the person who saved him, the guild master of the Lee Guild. According to Kim, this man is interested in meeting Lee Jong-young, but he can say no if he is not comfortable. The Lee Guild questions Lee Jong-young and agrees immediately. And so, not long after, he meets with the guild master, who is revealed to be none other than Seo-gu himself. Who was still bald in his youth, this guy has a sad existence. Unintentionally, Lee Jong-young too starts to stare at his bald head. Not his fault, that thing is shining brighter than the sun. This sight leaves Lee Jong-young shocked. He never expected to meet the one who truly treasured him so early into his new life. Suddenly, Seo-gu asks if they have ever met before, remarking that his face looks somewhat familiar. However, in order to keep up his ruse, Lee Jong-young claims that he cannot remember as he has lost his memories while becoming a hunter. Moreover, he bows down towards Seo-gu, profusely thanking him for saving his life. What's more, it is revealed that Seo-gu is not just an ordinary man. He is the one destined to be a hero that will close countless gates and save people. A hero that was thought to be dead in his original timeline. Heimdall, Seo-gu, Later that night, Lee Jongyang is seen lying in bed, familiarizing himself with his new body. "So this is real?" he proclaims, but something is off. Although it has become noticeably different, this body has the same moles in the same place he used to have. Regardless, as he opens his status window and begins reading, the forgotten hero, the strongest and most unique hunter, the Demon King, a player. "How did I obtain this ability?" wonders Lee Jongyang. A player is an ability sponsored by the Sky of Apocalypse. However, now that he has become the chosen one, what will happen to the real Demon King? But Lee Jongyang doesn't know the answer. He has far too little information on this whole mess to figure out the answer. The only thing he knows is that he returned to the past and obtained a powerful trait. "I obtained power," he proclaims, "the power to change the world." A few days later, at the Hunter Association, a tutorial class is held for the newborn hunters. There, Lee Jongyang is also seen to be attending the class, though he is sleeping leisurely in the corner. All of a sudden, a man in a black suit walks into the room. He introduces himself as Bei Sang-soo, stating that he will be the one overseeing the tutorial. This sends the class into a state of crazed frenzy. Bei Sang-soo, the B-rank hunter? This leaves them all to wonder what one of the major figures of the association is doing by arriving here to supervise this tutorial for beginners. This makes some students speculate that there might be one hunter who has caught the association's attention, Lee Jongyang, that quite obviously being Lee Jongyang. However, everyone begins thinking that this special hunter might be them, for no reason whatsoever. Of course, they're wrong. They think that this might be the best way for them to show their power and get selected into a prominent guild or even the association itself. Anyway, Bei Sang-soo informs them of the events that will take place. A seminar will be held regarding the hunters, and later on, a physical combat exam will also take place where the beginner hunters will have to choose their own weapons. With this, he begins the seminar with the question of how hunters are created. One of the newbies replies that is when you receive the sponsorship of a transcendent being. Bei Sang-soo compliment him. What's more, he adds that a hunter's special trait is determined upon their awakening and cannot be changed. However, they can still grow stronger. He then asks if anyone knows how they get stronger. To this, one of the female hunters stands up to reply. She claims that one can obtain powerful items or skills from their respective sponsor, by closing gates or by gaining their sponsor's attention through favorable acts. Hearing this, Bei Sang-soo once again compliments the beginner. Everyone here seems quite knowledgeable, he claims. However, he then gets serious. What is the goal of the sponsors? He asks. But this time Mel wants to answer. As the entire classroom goes completely dead silent, Bei Sang-soo is not surprised. As I thought, he thinks. No one is answering. Every hunter is curious to know, but the answer still remains a mystery. Suddenly, he notices something. Even though every newbie is trying to get his attention, there is this one man in the corner who seems to be completely uninterested. This one man is no one but Lee Jongyang, who is blissfully gazing out the window and ignoring everything else. As such, he then directs the question to him, telling him to make a guess. He tells him to be free as there is no real answer and he only wants to hear his real thoughts. And so Lee Jongyang begins with his real thoughts. Wouldn't it be for entertainment? He announces. This surprises everyone in the class, even Bei Sang-soo, who tells him to elaborate. And so Lee Jongyang explains his thought process. Sponsors choose their character and make it hunt monsters. Then they watch it grow stronger for their entertainment, just like in video games. He went in too real. This stumps Bei Sang-soo, who thinks how unconventional this idea is. But this is not what Lee Jongyang thinks. This is the speculation of the Demon King himself. It might even be the sponsor's greatest secret, since he was killed despite obtaining incredible power. Despite this, the seminar continues and eventually, they get to the combat exam. And so, one of the female hunters comes on stage. Having chosen a sword as her weapon, she makes her way to the center where Bei Sang-soo is there waiting to see her performance. He announces that in a few moments, she will be facing a starved goblin, but tells her that it's fine even if she cannot defeat it, as it will be he who decides if she passes or not. With this, he then asks for her consent and she accepts, stating I do. However, Bei Sang-soo tells her not to worry too much as the monster has been brainwashed using magic to ensure he doesn't do any fatal damage and inflict serious injuries. And this marks the beginning of the battle. And so, as soon as the monster is let out, he starts going crazy and rushes to attack his foe. In a similar fashion, the girl also heads into the attack and unleashes a strong blow. Nevertheless, with its insane agility, the goblin is able to avoid the attack and delivers a counterattack. With this, it manages to damage his opponent, forcing her to take a knee. But doesn't stop there. He then jumps in from above to get a clean hit in. Even Bei Sang-soo becomes worried that it might become dangerous. However, the woman refuses to give up. Even from that position, she manages to solace her foe and wins the duel, still hurt and exhausted at the end. Seeing her performance, Bei Sang-soo compliments her efforts and announces that she has passed this round. And so, she is dismissed and sent to the next round. This brings us to the final participant of this exam, Lee Jong-young. Armed with his spear and shield, he walks in confident. Even Bei Sang-soo thinks that his weapon's choice is very interesting. Meanwhile, Lee Jong-young thinks to himself that he needs to pass this exam in order to take part in the graduation exam, held the very next day. Not only that, but if he shows results, his benefits will also increase. As such, he pumps himself up and prepares to begin. But Bei Sang-soo has some bad news. He claims that, unfortunately, all the goblins have been killed. Of course, they have. Therefore, the exam will need to be held with a different monster. Since the monster has changed, the rules will be as well. Once again, he announces that it is fine if he is unable to kill it, and that he will decide whether or not Lee Jong-young passes. In addition, the monster is brainwashed and will not inflict mortal wounds, and since he, a B-rank hunter, is there will be no problem. With this, he asks if Lee Jong-young is ready, and he, although a bit hesitant, agrees, thinking that it will be at most a kobold on a similar level to a goblin. However, that is not the case. This scheme, Igai begins the duel, telling Lee Jong-young that his opinion about the sponsors was quite thought-provoking. "I hope you won't disappoint," he claims, and so, the monster Lee Jong-young will be facing is revealed an orc, and out walks this giant green beast in all its glory. Apparently, one has to be at least a C-rank hunter or more in order to face this monster, who has double the physical strength of an adult male and has incredible vitality. As this beast makes its way to the arena, the other participants, who are watching the battle unfold from the back room, jump up in fear. There has never been an incident like this when an orc was brought out in a tutorial round. However, according to Bei Sang-soo, that is incorrect. There has been one ordeal similar to this. One hunter, who was awakened as a B-rank hunter on their first awakening, has already faced an orc in a tutorial stage. Not only that, he appeared like a comet and now is regarded as one of the strongest hunters in the entire world. Lee Jong-young is also a C-rank hunter who cleared a D-rank Gates Goblin Chieftain alone. For a newly awakened hunter to do something so big, the association can't let someone like him go, claims Bei Sang-soo, unable to wait for the battle to finally begin. Just then a message pops up. The Sky of Apocalypse pays attention to you. With this, Lee Jong-young becomes serious. As he powers up, the orc charges at him with full speed, but the hunter refuses to back off. Instead, he decides to attack and maneuvers his spear quickly and efficiently to stab his foe in the shoulder, seeing it make contact and do damage. Lee Jong-young starts getting a bit too cocky. He thinks that the orc is acting strangely due to the brainwashing and is rushing straight at him, which makes things way easier for him. Or so he thought. As he tries to pull his spear from the orc's body, the beast refuses to let him do so. Rather, he clenches the spear with all his might and using his free hand, begins to punch Lee Jong-young. Nonetheless, the hunter has his shield, which he is able to block the blows despite them sending a strong shockwave. This situation makes the other participants worried and thinks that the exam should be brought to an end, stating that maybe the instructor should intervene and stop this battle. The exact same thought rushes into Bei Sang-soo's head at the same time. Although Lee Jong-young's attack was a sharp stab without any unnecessary movements, the one he is facing now is a monster. He let his guard down, states Bei Sang-soo before preparing to intervene as things get too dangerous. However, just as he is about to chime in, he notices something. In this crucial moment, Lee Jong-young lets go of his spear and manages to stay clear of the orc's punches. Thanks to this, he gets into position to deliver a swift hook kick directly to the orc's head, sending him stumbling away. Because of this tactic, a few precious seconds are created and Lee Jong-young is able to use them to put his plan into action. Using his authority to rule over fire, he pounces on his enemy. With the shield he is using set ablaze, he launches an attack aimed at the orc's head and shatters his skull completely in a single strike. This leaves the participants watching in sheer awe. What was that? Is he really a new hunter? These thoughts rush their head as they contemplate just what on earth they have just witnessed with their own eyes. Having cleared an orc in the tutorial, Lee Jong-young has amassed the respect of his fellow peers already. In the arena, Bei Sang-soo is just as perplexed as the participants. Was that a skill? He questions himself. A hunter who has already learned a skill after just awakening is unheard of. What's more, Lee Jong-young didn't even use a chant, making Bei Sang-soo wonder if he knows a high-rank skill. A situation like this has never occurred ever. Meanwhile, the shield loses all its durability due to the authority, similar to how the spear did during the fight with the goblin chieftain. As he recovers his spear, messages begin popping up again. You have leveled up. Your skill, Rule Over Fire, has been upgraded to level 2. Seeing this display, Bei Sang-soo thinks to himself that he cannot let this guy go. He needs to take this person to the association. As such, he begins his move. He tells Lee Jong-young that he is amazing and that he has passed the test with flying colors. Lee Jong-young, on the other hand, simply thank him. In his mind, he is thinking about the authority he has. Rule Over Fire was the Demon King's base power along with the characteristic of the player trait. This power is not a skill, but an authority, he explains. Unlike skills that cannot be leveled up, authorities can be developed through the sponsor's sponsorship, and the players themselves can also further develop and hone these authorities. Nevertheless, it doesn't matter how strong the power is if the weapon cannot withstand its fury. As a result, he begins his quest to find a metal tool that will be able to do so. Good luck with that, dude. Later that night, after the exam has ended, Lee Jong-young meets with Seong-gu and Kim. It is seen that he has called over the only 2 associates he has in this world to his room for a housewarming party. There, Seong-gu feels a bit awkward, wondering if he can come here to the association's accommodation, but Lee Jong-young tells him that it's alright as they are having a party. And so, all 3 of them had a simple conversation while eating delivery food. They chat about the tutorial and the final exam. There, they even reveal to Lee Jong-young that Kim has been officially appointed as his agent for now. What's more, in a twist of events, Kim is also revealed to be a girl. As they all chat, Seong-gu asks Lee Jong-young to consider his offer once again, stating that for some reason, he feels like letting Lee Jong-young go would be a mistake. While Kim listens in, she explains that this is a great opportunity for Hunter Lee Jong-young. However, despite the upsides, Lee Jong-young declines. This makes Seong-gu a bit upset, and he asks for the reason, claiming that he cannot understand his reasoning. This leads to Lee Jong-young telling them that he doesn't want to be affiliated with a group at the moment, but he'll help out Seong-gu if the need ever arises. However, in reality, Lee Jong-young has other reasons. In order to complete his plans to better the world, he has to act accordingly. If I want to stick to the plan, getting close to Seong-gu now is dangerous, is what he thinks. With this, Seong-gu drops the topic, telling Lee Jong-young that he will remember what he said. And so, they both share a fun, wholesome moment with each other, showing off their newfound brotherhood while Kim watches them with confusion, wondering how a newly born hunter could help the famous A-rank guild master of the famous Lee Guild. This brings us to the current day of the tutorial graduation exam, where the participants who cleared the previous round will have to head into a gate dungeon. Before they begin, Bei Sang-soo takes the stage. He explains that he will be thinking about the tutorial graduation process. The exam will be conducted inside the gate, but there is no need to worry as the esteemed B-rank hunter will also venture inside with them. I will be entering with you, he claims. To put them at ease, he releases some of his aura, sending a chill down everyone's spine while also reassuring them that they are in the right hands. I mean, I would feel safe with a guy who could crush me at any given moment. Yeah, for sure. There, Lee Jong-young is taken aback by the aura. He announces that Bei Sang-soo's magic power overwhelms all the hunters here. Meanwhile, Bei Sang-soo states that they will begin the test as soon as the soldiers receive their supplies. And so, not long after, the beginners step foot into their first of many dangerous dungeons. At least, I hope so. You never know. As they enter, Lee Jong-young immediately feels something weird, remarking how the air feels icky. Bei Sang-soo addresses this, explaining that this happens because the air inside these dungeons is rich with highly dense magical particles. Nonetheless, since everyone has entered, he begins the test. He orders the beginner to follow his instructions if a monster is encountered, and they begin their journey forward. As they explore, they soon happen upon a horde of goblins, who quickly catch onto the human's presence. Bei Sang-soo then orders to begin the counterattack. He orders 2 of the beginners to attack first, and they manage to showcase their skills by killing the foes. Up next, he orders 2 more to step forth, and even they easily slice them in half. With this, he then calls out for Lee Jong-young, who leaps ahead with immense speed. Even his peers are left in awe, making them remark that he's fast. As such, Lee Jong-young then closely closes the distance and deals with multiple goblins at once, beginning to hack away at them with light speed. It is a repeat of the dungeon he cleared earlier, as the bodies begin dropping like flies. In mere seconds, he is able to overwhelm the entire horde, leaving everyone flabbergasted. The participants wonder if Lee Jongyang really is a newly awakened hunter and question why he is receiving a tutorial. On the other hand, Bei Sang-soo claims that Lee Jongyang's proficiency with the weapon is really amazing. It's enough to rival a B-rank hunter like myself. According to him, he not allow this opportunity to slip from his hands and wants to recruit him to his side no matter the cost. On the flip side, Lee Jongyang has leveled up once again. As the ordeal ends, the group goes even deeper. Eventually, they are led to the final boss room. Before they enter, Bei Sang-soo addresses the group, warning them about the dangers they will be facing in the near future. This will be way different from the goblins they have been hunting, so he tells them to be very cautious and act carefully. What's more, until the boss monster arrives, it will use this time to organize themselves, make sure they have drunk their potions, and confirm the status of their weapons and armor. And that is exactly what the group does. While the participants check out their weapons and fill up on their potions, Lee Jongyang is seen standing still. There, he is thinking about the Demon King and his special trait, the player. According to him, even before the Demon King was allowed to test out his powers, he was killed by the 12 heroes. He claims that if the Demon King would be able to grow faster than them, then there wouldn't have been such an incident like that. As these thoughts rush through his head, he makes his resolve even stronger. I will fully utilize every knowledge that I have and become stronger than Eden's 12 heroes, faster than anyone else. He announces. As he says such ominous things, he gazes at his rule over fire authority, but swiftly dismisses it before anyone can watch him. And so, not long after, the new hunters are finally prepared to go inside the boss room. About time, Bei Sang-soo leads them all, instructing them to follow him. However, as soon as they step foot on the other side and go deeper, they sense that something is wrong. They get hit by a wave of intense amount of magic, sending everyone into a state of immediate fear and panic. Realizing that their lives may be in jeopardy, Bei Sang-soo shouts aloud, "Everyone, retreat. Run towards the gate immediately." But the beast hiding in this place won't allow it. Still, in the shadows, he launches a trail of fireballs towards the escaping hunters, traveling at fast speeds. Unfortunately, Bei Sang-soo was caught in the middle of the attack and the newbies. The attacks get to him, and he has to dodge them. But there is a problem. If he does dodge it, it will hit the beginners. In this crucial moment, Bei Sang-soo shows why he is the top-ranked hunter in the association, and an absolute chad to add. He grounds his feet into the floor and unleashes a string attack, Viper's Fangs. Using this ability, he is able to deflect the attack, keeping himself safe as well as the hunters behind him. As the smoke screen caused by the explosion dies down, Bei Sang-soo is seen in the middle of the crisis with his daggers. "What a destructive force," he remarks, claiming that even he was not able to block out the entire blow. As such, he turns back to check up on the other hunters. However, he is glad to see that Lee Jongyang was there to block the rest of the attack he had been unable to block. Bei Sang-soo compliments him on this, but Lee Jongyang claims that it's all because Bei Sang-soo was able to block most of it. Suddenly, another message pops up. The Sky of Apocalypse requests you to eliminate the Goblin Archmage. With this, an image of a Goblin Sorcerer is seen, as it floats in the air effortlessly. His eyes glow a blood-red color, causing the newbies to immediately panic. That's an Archmage. They are said to rival a B-rank hunter, they announce. Understanding that there is no way this was supposed to happen and that the gate was probably wrongly evaluated, they decide that they have only one choice: run. And Bei Sang-soo agrees. Although he alone, even Bei Sang-soo, a B-rank hunter, will also not be able to easily defeat such a monster with ease, and as such, he tells the others to evacuate outside and contact the association. A good call for losers, that is. However, Lee Jongyang intervenes. He tells Bei Sang-soo that he would like to face the enemy himself, once again surprising everyone. Of course, this time, even Bei tries to stop him. He tells him, "Do not get full of yourself." He knows that we have managed to defeat a goblin group as well as an orc, but this time it's different. The Archmage is completely different from the monsters he has faced so far. It uses magical powers instead of physical abilities. Not only that, it is capable of summoning and using magical spells that rival even B-rank hunters. But Lee Jongyang already knows all of this. In addition, he knows everything there is to know about the monster, including its abilities, skills, and power level. And that is exactly why he also knows how to confront such a foe. Aren't monsters that appear inside the tutorial meant for the new hunters? He asks, wanting a chance to face this fearsome beast. Seeing him so confident, Bei Sang-soo is forced to agree, but is left wondering where on earth all this confidence came from. Regardless, Lee Jongyang moves in, and thus the mission starts. Immediately, the Archmage begins to attack and sends out a barrage of fireballs towards his opponent. However, they are of no use against Li Zhongyang, who easily deals with them. The onlookers comment on how this rookie could have nullified these attacks, but Bei Sang-soo explains that he didn't nullify anything. Instead, he absorbed them. This leaves him even more stumped as to how this could be. On the other hand, in the middle of the battlefield, Li Zhongyang rushes in to attack on his own. But the Archmage is not such an easy opponent. Before Li Zhongyang could close the distance, he creates a huge wall of fire in front of him, making it impossible for him to even get close. This makes the onlookers remark on how hopeless it is for Li Zhongyang to even get close to that thing. They claim that the goblin must be launching long-range attacks using its magical powers in order to maintain a safe distance. But it is the Archmage who has underestimated his foe. As the fearsome beast watches his enemy from afar with a sinister grin on his face, Li Zhongyang, utilizing his authority, rule over fire, dispels the wall of flames and commands it to split apart. As soon as he issues these commands, the wall creates a path for him to cross. Bei Sang-soo cannot believe his eyes when he sees this. Just what on earth is he witnessing right now? As the audience watches in awe, Li Zhongyang moves in for the kill. Complementing his incredible authority over fire, he finally closes the distance. But the Archmage won't go down without a fight. As a last-ditch effort, it tries to protect itself with a barrier but fails to do so. In front of Li Zhongyang's pure strength, the barrier cannot stand up and it shatters, completely annihilating the Archmage with multiple strikes. This brings the ordeal to an end as the onlookers watch while shell-shocked. Did he do it? They question before finally coming to terms with reality. With this, they then proclaim that he's a super rookie and this marks the end of the battle. Moments later, the message screen pops up. The Sky Apocalypse is impressed by your performance. For succeeding in the mission, the Sky Apocalypse sponsored you. This leaves Li Zhongyang surprised, but the message contains, you've been given the opportunity to summon an avatar. And so Li Zhongyang then takes a breath of relief. I finally got it, he exclaims. The other ability that let the Demon King get as strong as he did. Later on, at the Hunter Association, Bei Sang-soo meets with the president, an old man wearing an eye patch. There, the president asks if the reason Bei Sang-soo requested this meeting is because of a special incident he was involved in, and he confirms this. According to him, Li Zhongyang is even on a greater level than Chuwu, who I don't know as he wasn't mentioned until now, but hey, we'll learn together when the time comes. Hearing Bei compliment this rookie so much, the president thinks that he must be something quite special and asks Ba how high Li Zhongyang's potential will go. To this, the B rank replies that maybe the president will be able to achieve his goals, making the president delighted upon hearing it. With this, he gazes at the moon, proclaiming, I'd like to meet him soon. Earlier that same day, just as Li Zhongyang and the others exit the dungeon, he meets with Seong-gu and Kim. There, Kim claims that she had grown worried since the gate's rank was increased from E rank to B, but remarks how Li Zhongyang looks completely alright. What's more, Seong-gu asks him if he has received the association's recruitment offer. To this, Li Zhongyang just nods in compliance. In a flashback, it is shown that while they were all still inside the dungeon, Bei Sang-soo had invited him to join the association. Hearing this offer, the other rookies lost their minds. However, I'm sorry, replied Li Zhongyang. According to him, he has no thoughts on joining any group at the moment. Having heard his response, Bei Sang-soo is left confused but regardless, accepts his decision. In his mind, Li Zhongyang is seen justifying his choice. Although it is true that he will grow much stronger if he joins Bei and his group, he will not be able to continue hiding his secret. In addition, there is someone special in the association. I can't be involved with him, Li Zhongyang exclaims. I have to avoid meeting him at all costs. Suddenly, a figure of the president pops up in his head. Back in the present, Seong-gu asks him if there is any kind of food he likes, and unsure how to answer, Li Zhongyang blurts out cup ramen. However, Seong-gu one-ups him by asking if he likes meat. Who doesn't? Hearing these words, Li Zhongyang immediately begins to drool and confirms that he does. And so, he then grabs hold of him and takes him out to eat some meat. Later that night, after their celebration, Li Zhongyang heads back to his lodging and takes a long shower, where he organizes his thoughts. As the water hits his chiseled body, he recalls the events that transpired today and reaffirms in his mind that he is indeed getting stronger and doing better than he could have expected. With this, he then opens his stats window, where it is revealed that he has already reached level 11. Not only that, he has been allowed by the Sky of Apocalypse to sponsor one avatar. No ordinary hunter can summon an avatar. Even among the 12 heroes, only a few of them could do that. But thanks to the Demon King's ability, Li Jianyang will be able to summon monsters like the Bone Dragon, Balrog, and Cerberus. Furthermore, he wonders if he will receive the same summons as the former Demon King, as everything has been the same for him until now. Regardless, he decides to summon his avatar right then and there. The message once again confirms his action, claiming that the Sky of Apocalypse has given him a single opportunity and asks if he will seize it. There is no use asking. Li Jianyang has already made up his mind. Summon, he proclaims as his body is engulfed in a blue hue and his eyes glow bright red. The next day, early in the morning, someone comes to visit Li Jianyang. This someone is none other than Kim, who has come to congratulate him. She shows him the latest news article, which covers the story of the new super rookie who awakened as a C rank and went into a B rank gate, defeating the boss single-handedly. Seeing the article, Li Jianyang becomes a bit worried. Although the article does not reveal his identity, he is sure that the higher-ups of the guild and the association will probably know him. Suddenly, Kim asks why he didn't tell him or Seonggu about this achievement, stating that even though hunters are more popular than celebrities as of now, Li Jianyang fails to show any interest in them. And in a similarly uncaring fashion, Li Jianyang dismisses his question, announcing that he has a favor to ask of his agent. "I want to start doing dungeon raids," he claims. This brings us to a great scene, where Li Jianyang is once again seen slaughtering goblins left, right, and center. It almost seems like he is bullying now. Pick on someone your own size. Although boss goblins also show up, they are no match for the player, who easily kills them all and levels up significantly. Furthermore, he manages to clear the dungeon, but Li Jianyang doesn't seem too happy. There's no response even after killing the boss and clearing the dungeon. He yells out loud, "How am I supposed to use this?" Finally, the simple act of what this powerful new hunter had summoned is seen, a soul-collecting skeleton. However, as of now, it cannot be revitalized as it has no soul. According to Li Jianyang, avatars can use powerful abilities and unique abilities, but they have no soul. He thought that maybe the solution was easy, and that he would have to find a monster soul, but that is far from the truth. Having not completed his mission, he exits the gate, where Kim greets and congratulates him. He announces that with this, Li Jianyang has finished his 4th dungeon raid and asks if he wants to sell any drops or items. If so, he tells them to leave any such items with him. From his inventory, Li Jianyang then brings out a bunch of swords. Seeing them, Kim claims that she will give him the money once everything has been sold. There, Li Jianyang then asks if Kim has booked the next dungeon, but Kim reveals that there are no suitable dungeons available as of now. He explains that there is a certain guild that's been expanding its days. They have booked over 20 low-ranked dungeons at once, creating this sudden shortage. Hearing this statement, Li Jianyang is taken aback, whereas Kim continues on, expressing how normally the association wouldn't allow it, but they were given special permission as the gates were already cleared. Finally, Li Jianyang connects the dots in his brain. Frantically, he tackles Kim, asking if the guild master is Choi Yang-sung. Kim confirms this, stating that he runs the North Army Guild and before Li Jianyang was considered the super rookie and held that title. This sends a chill down Li Jianyang's spine. He knows what the future truly holds. He's going to become famous for being under the 12 heroes, and then he'll become a merciless murderer and a tyrant, the War King Gunther. As his eyes turn soulless, he can't wait to encounter this War King, proclaiming, "So we'll finally meet." In a flashback, on a rainy day, a scene of the War King is shown. As he stands on top of a cliff, looking down at the protesters protesting for their rights, he gets annoyed. One of his retainers claims that the protests are getting too violent, but Gunther cannot care less. According to him, all these non-hunter humans are nothing but ants. Ants that will simply find another place to live when he breaks into their homes. Why do we have to care about the lives of lowly ants? He asks. These lowly scum can't even show him gratitude for letting them live. Someone has a god complex if I have ever seen one. With this, he begins to power up for any attack, using his sword and his magical electric skills. He summons a lightning storm on the protesters, elevating them all. In the present, Li Jianyang recalls how this incident caused the population of his village to be reduced in half. Remembering how terrifying that incident was, he resumes his walk throughout the city when suddenly, he hears a cry for help. As such, he heads over to see just what on earth is going on, only to find 2 young guys picking on a poor old man. As the old man cries out for help, the thugs continue to harass him and kick his cart repeatedly. All of a sudden, Li Jianyang shows up and tries to interfere. Seeing him act cocky, the thugs tell him to get lost, eluding some of their aura to scare him away. Bad move if you ask me. But Li Jianyang doesn't back down. Being the super rookie, He also lets out some of his aura, informing the thugs that he too is a hunter. With this, he asks what happened, and the thing is, they claim that the old man hit him with the cart, and they are simply asking for compensation. However, the old man announces that's nonsense. These hooligans were the ones who kicked over his cart and began acting violently, harassing him. Lee Jong-young curiously asks why these two lowlifes have done such a thing, but the thugs also refuse to walk away. One of them answers back arrogantly, stating that as he is a hunter, he considers all those who attack him as enemies, and that is why he broke this innocent man's cart, claiming that you should be careful as well because I'm about to feel that I got attacked by you. Why the hell are you messing with this guy? Do you not want to leave or something? But Lee Jong-young doesn't take too kindly to threats. He asks if this isn't enough already and tells them to leave immediately. If they do so, I'll turn a blind eye to this since you haven't laid your hands on the elderly man yet, he proclaims. With a shrewd demeanor, he tries to intimidate these thugs, but it has the opposite effect. Unfazed by his words, one of the thugs moves in to attack, asking who on earth Lee Jong-young thinks he is to order them around. But Lee Jong-young easily deals with him in a swift motion. Seeing this, the other thing pulls out a dagger and attempts to stab his foe. Moreover, he announces that he is fundamentally different from Lee Jong-young, a piece of trash who hasn't even joined a guild yet, but nonetheless, he is no match for this super rookie. Furthermore, he tells the unconscious thugs that you act as if your guilt is your overprotective mommy. This marks an end to this ordeal. Later on, Lee Jong-young calls out to Kim and has the thugs arrested. There, Kim applauds Lee Jong-young for his righteousness, complimenting him on how he handled the situation well. But he replies that it is a given, as hurting or inflicting damage to a civilian is a felony for a hunter. In addition, Lee Jong-young seems to be quite concerned about the old man, thinking that maybe these lowlives and their organization will try and retaliate against the victim. But Kim reassures him that the association will keep a watch over him to ensure this doesn't happen. With this, Lee Jong-young then asks about the guild which accepts things such as these, learning that they are from the North Army Guild. Heartened by this, he once again begins to condemn the North Army. The protagonist suspects that the guild is somehow connected to the association, as they were able to reserve 20 dungeons at once. 2 days later, Lee Jong-young reveals that he was summoned to the association after being accused as the assailant in that situation, just as he had expected. A few days later, the grandpa that Lee Jong-young saved changed his testimony. With this, the perpetrator became the victim and Lee Jong-young, who helped the grandpa, became the perpetrator. As he, along with Kim, heads to the association, he understands why the old man changed his statement, but Kim tells him not to worry so much as the association is not so corrupt yet. However, being from the future, Lee Jong-young knows what he does not. He knows that the association has been corrupt since its birth. Regardless, they head to the headquarters, and there, Lee Jong-young meets with a man in an all-black suit. With this man, Lee Jong-young then begins to go over the facts of the events, and he asks if Lee Jong-young was the one who intimidated the elderly Lee Moon-soo to falsely testify that the North Army Guild's hunters were the first ones to attack. But Lee Jong-young claims that is incorrect. In fact, he was the one who defended the old man, but the questioner fails to believe him and announces that we will be conducting a cross-examination. As a result, they bring forth Lee Moon-soo himself. The old man Lee Jong-young helps. Upon his arrival, the man begins his question, but Gramps seems to be feeling guilty. He is unable to meet Lee Jong-young's gaze. Noting that he is uncomfortable, Lee Jong-young tells him to speak freely, and so, Grandpa finally speaks out. That is true. That young man intimidated me, state the old man. As he completes his statement and gets dismissed, he turns back to leave, but suddenly, Lee Jong-young notices that sadness engulfs the old man's face. His eyes are filled with tears as they rush down the face of this helpless man. He is so powerless in this situation that he was forced to put his savior in trouble. Nevertheless, the man in the suit then turns his attention to Lee Jong-young, asking what he has to say now. But Lee Jong-young has nothing to say. Instead, he pulls out his phone and throws it on the table. On his phone, he shows the suited man video evidence that what he is saying is the truth. During the confrontation, he managed to film the fight, announcing that this is what I have to say. Thanks to his smart thinking, he is soon released, but on the way out, he understands that this will only lead to the old man facing an even more severe punishment. He condemns himself, stating strength. I lack strength while grinding his teeth. As he walks out of the office, frustrated at these wrongdoers, he finds that Seong-gu and Kim are waiting for him. All of a sudden, the old man appears out of nowhere. Suddenly, he gets on his knees and apologizes to Lee Jong-young. He claims that those guys threatened his granddaughter, and in such a situation, he was powerless. Hearing this, Kim freaks out, asking why Gramps only came clean now. However, the old man states that his granddaughter's life is in danger and he couldn't help it. But he still feels guilty, and hence he is apologizing now. But Seong-gu tells him not to worry about such things and tells him to head home, ensuring that he will use his power as the guild master to assure his granddaughter's safety. Meanwhile, Lee Jong-young stands there, infuriated. The reason he recorded it as a video was because he has been through a lot of unreasonable and unfair things. So much so that he formed this habit naturally. Suddenly, he senses a strong magical power and turns around to see who it is. However, he finds someone special, the leader of the North Army Guild himself, Choi Yong-sung. As he walks over, he claims that he didn't know the Lee Guild's master was in a close relationship with the super rookie. Hearing this, Kim is taken aback. She didn't think that this would be public knowledge and wondered if the association told Choi about Lee Jong-young's personal information. As he extends his hand towards Seong-gu and greets him, Seong-gu greets him back with a smile. But suddenly, the atmosphere gets tense. Seong-gu then issues his warning. If you don't want to become Mai and the super rookie's enemy, try not to stand out too much. With this, he applies force in his handshake, breaking it immediately and forcing Choi to retract his hand. But Seong-gu is finished there. No. Let me correct myself, he announces. I can't even consider you an enemy, so watch your behavior unless you want to die. Man, Seong-gu is so cool, even though he is bald. A few days after the incident, Kim and Lee Jong-young meet at a coffee shop named Starkat's, a great way to avoid copyrights in my opinion. There, Kim looks to be enraged. How can this be allowed? She proclaims, how can a hunter harm a normal civilian and get away with just a fine? But to Lee Jong-young, this used to be an everyday normal sight. In the future, it is practically unheard of that hunters were ever prosecuted for their actions. Nevertheless, he asks about what happened to the old man. As such, Kim explains that it is a serious crime to falsely testify against a hunter. However, as Lee Jong-young was very forgiving, the old man was just let off with a lecture. Moreover, the North Army Guild has also accepted their wrongdoings because of the video footage Lee Jong-young brought in, helping to further reduce the old man's punishment. Hearing this, Lee Jong-young understands that Seong-gu must have pulled some strings in order to accomplish that, and he asks what the North Army Guild's reaction to this was, learning that they have been silent as of now. But there is no way it would end this easily. Lee Jong-young knows what the future holds. Gunther, who is fated to become the cold, underhanded slaughterer, the War King, has a creed of paying back what he gets, so he's bound to pull a move soon against Lee Jong-young. As a result, he asks Kim to continue observing the North Army's movements, and she complies. On the other hand, Lee Jong-young is not as calm as her. He seems to be enraged, announcing that paying back what you got happens to be my creed as well. Later on, Lee Jong-young decides to get some help from Seong-gu. He asks him to accompany him into a raid, making Seong-gu surprised at his request. However, Lee Jong-young explains that this particular gate is pretty high-ranked, stating that he is looking forward to them working together. As such, Seong-gu also returns the word of gratitude, just as the other team members also arrive. And what do you know? They happen to be someone Lee Jong-young knows. Seong-gu introduces them as Choi Cheol-young and Lee Hang-soo, the people who rescued him when he came into this timeline. Meeting them for the first time since that incident, Lee Jong-young introduces himself and exchanges pleasantries. With this, they begin to prepare to enter the gate, but Lee Jong-young notices how there is not a single face he can recognize in this crowd. But that's only natural, seeing as Heimdall and the Lee Guild were wiped away from history along with the Demon King. Regardless, Seong-gu soon announces that we are going to start the raid of the C-rank gate, and all the participants begin lining up. On the other hand, at the North Army Guild headquarters, Vice Guild Master Choi Yong-soo seems to be enraged. He questions Gunther if he is going to let the disrespect they had to face because of Seong-gu and Lee Jong-young's slide, claiming that they have just started to seriously expand and this will affect their image. But Jong-in Chang, the other Vice Guild Master, has a different opinion. He thinks that rather than worrying about more expansion, they should first get their internal affairs into order, remarking on how this happened again because they couldn't keep their guild members in line. But Choi Yong-soo isn't willing to listen. He argues that their members did nothing wrong. In his eyes, normal people are nothing but insects that extend their lifespan by latching onto the hunters like parasites. Why should we have to bow our heads and apologize to such lowly shits? He angrily asks. Someone needs to humble this guy. In Chang, will you please? Hearing his statement, In Chang is infuriated. What do you mean? He asks. Finally, a reasonable person appears in this nest of lunatics. Now that's a rare sight. But Yangsu refuses to listen again. In addition, he takes In Chang's words as fighting words, standing up to prepare for a fight. Seeing this, In Chang also prepares for a brawl, and they both look at each other fiercely, sizing each other up. But their fight is brought to an end before it even starts by Gunther, who orders them to stop. What's more, Gunther ends up siding with Yangsu. He needs to pay the price for getting in our guild's way, he announces, although he seems to be curious about Li Zhongyang himself. Moreover, he claims that he would prepare the stage soon, and as such, the North Army Guild should wait patiently and hone their skills as failure is not an option. Hearing all this, In Chang is perplexed and speechless. Maybe you picked the wrong guild to join, Mr. Knight. You should probably think about switching sides. On the other hand, back at the C-rank gate, Gu and his team begin clearing the traps that have been laid out, and soon, they all begin moving forward. Not long after, they encounter many monsters and the Li Guild begins their attack. Seeing them in action, Li Zhongyang is amazed at how much he is learning right now just by looking at the pros performing. Eventually, Gu brings the battle to an end with a fierce slash, making Li Zhongyang compliment his skills. There, he also thanks Gu for helping him out with his requests, but the latter already knows Li Zhongyang's true wish. He understands that his friend just wanted to see him and his guild members in action. But Choi Chil-yang intervenes. He states that he, and the rest of them, wish to see the super rookie's skills as well, and he obliges. Thinking that he doesn't need to hide his true powers from Gu, he powers up and prepares to face the incoming group of orcs. But just simply seeing Li Zhongyang use his authority, rule over fire, is enough to send Qil Yang and Hung Su to a state of utter shock. The super rookie has already attained a high-level skill and is able to activate it without saying the name out loud. They are left confused about what they are witnessing. Back towards the battle, Li Zhongyang is already fighting and is hacking away at his foes. Seeing his display of strength, Gu is immediately able to figure out his secret. A burning shield and spear. That's not a skill, that's an authority, he proclaims. With this, the boss is defeated and a message pops up. You have cleared the Goblin Mage Gate, but that's not all. Even more messages appear. A Sky of Apocalypse sponsors you. Your stats have increased slightly. And so, seeing as the raid is over, the members soon exit the gate. Outside, Qiu Yang and Hung Su both compliment the super rookie's skills, going as far as to say that he might already be on par with the guild leader. But that's not the end of it. Some of the members seem to be rather pissed off at Gu, asking him why he hasn't recruited this talented rookie until now. Don't rub salt in the bald guy's wounds, man. He already gotten rejected once. Hearing this, Gu begins to smirk, claiming that my offer still stands. He tells Li Zhongyang that, as he can see, his guild is pretty strong and can help Li Zhongyang get stronger from here on out. In addition, he gives him some advice. From his point of view, Li Zhongyang will be walking a dangerous and treacherous path going forwards, and teaming up with a powerful guild would prove to be very beneficial for him. Hearing this, Li Zhongyang thinks about how Gu has hit the bullseye. He wonders if his savior has somehow realized his goals or thought process, but according to his futuristic knowledge, the famed warrior Heimdall has no predictions abilities. Nevertheless, Gu continues. He claims that the North Army Guild will not stay still and will come after Li Zhongyang. However, if he joins the Li Guild, they will not be able to lay a hand on him whatsoever. But that isn't the end. Gu even sweetens the pot. He extends his hand towards him, telling Li Zhongyang to join the Li Guild. I shall appoint you as the Vice Guild Master. Good deal, man. You get to be number 2 by just joining. I take that in a heartbeat. Even the other members lose their shit hearing these words, especially Li Zhongyang, who is caught completely off guard by the offer. Regardless, despite him being thankful for the offer, he refuses. As he says this, he makes a defeated and apologetic expression, unable to meet Gu's gaze, but he tells Li Zhongyang to quit it. He knows that his friend has his sights already targeted towards something bigger and further away. All of a sudden, Li Zhongyang gets a message. As he pulls out his phone to check it, he learns that it is from the association, which is asking for assistance. Apparently, in the near future, they need 100 hunters outside the North Army Guild. Hearing this, Gu speculates that, seeing the scale of the mobilization, there must be guilds participating other than the North Army. This makes Li Zhongyang wonder if Yangsu has already made his way into the association and has begun to manipulate them. That same night, In Chang is at his guild headquarters, where he is seen to be frustrated. He slams his fist into the table, thinking about when and where it all went wrong. As he thinks about when his childhood friend, Choi Yang-su, and his brother Choi Yang-sung aka Gunther, started to change. He pinpoints the exact time. It was once they met that guy. Despite his aggressive nature, Yangsu was a warm-hearted guy. But now, he has now stopped looking at normal people as humans and thinks of them as cattle. In addition, Gunther is under the impression that everyone except for him is an inferior entity, be it a hunter or not. And now, they have resorted to murder, aiming to kill Li Zhongyang because he stood up against the North Army Guild's unreasonable actions. As per him, no sane person should act in such a way. Although, in his eyes, the North Army Guild is beyond saving and is in shambles. Despite this, he cannot abandon his friends. That is when he gets the mobilization alert, leading him to ask the question that would determine the future. Do I choose justice or friendship? And he already has his answer. Consequently, in an empty warehouse, he contacts and calls Li Zhongyang, asking to meet with him in private, who complies. There, while Li Zhongyang introduces himself, In-chang refrains from doing so. More importantly, he learns how bold this super rookie truly is, not sensing any other person and knowing that he came alone to confront him. And Li Zhongyang states the same. He is alone and there are no traps laid out. And so, In-chang decides to get straight to the point and tells Li Zhongyang to refuse the call to mobilization. This leads Li Zhongyang to ask why, making In-chang explain that his guild is also involved in the mobilization. Being a new hunter, Li Zhongyang might not know this, but hunters tend to be violent, aggressive, and cruel people. Gunther, his guild master, is especially well known not to be a virtuous man. So much so that it would be dangerous for Li Zhongyang to cross him on the street, let alone in a gate. Dude, if you know all the dark secrets, why the hell are you still a part of this terrible guild? Just quit, man. But Li Zhongyang doesn't take too lightly to threats. What? So you shouldn't participate in the raid because Gunther might try something? As Li Zhongyang reiterates what In-chang just proclaimed about Gunther, he asks if the North Army Guild is a chaos guild. It is explained that although most sponsors are good deities, there are some who are evil and cruel amongst them. The mission they assign usually includes murder or worse, large-scale manslaughter, and the guilds created by hunters sponsored by such evil beings is known as a chaos guild. Obviously, In-chang tries to refute this, but to no avail. Li Zhongyang already claims that if this was not the case, there would be no reason to warn him. Moreover, he is sure that In-chang will be unable to deny his guild being a chaos guild, seeing as Li Zhongyang's experience with them has been terribly unfair. Hearing his guild be ridiculed and bad-mouthed repeatedly, In-chang equips his weapon and, in a fit of rage, tells Li Zhongyang, do not insult our guild any further. But, as mentioned earlier, Li Zhongyang doesn't take too kindly to threats. Seeing his foe prepare, he too equips his weapon, announcing that In-chang knows all too well that the North Army Guild is rotten to the core. That has been the case ever since Choyang-su and Yang-sung, the leaders the North Army Guild trusts and follows, met with that man. Please tell me who this man is. I have to inform my viewers as well. Hearing this, In-chang is left perplexed and soon after is seen exiting the warehouse. On his way, he thinks about how fast Li Zhongyang's powers have developed, as he was just awakened a month ago, but his power is still able to rival his, the power of an A-rank hunter. He thought that he knew everything about Li Zhongyang, but it turns out that his opponent knew more than the Vice Guild Master. Moreover, he even knows about that man. This makes Zhang proclaim, Li Zhongyang, who on earth are you? You're probably going to learn that soon enough, my guy. Zhang In-chang, also known as the Dragon Slayer and Siegfried in the future. However, among all the names he is called, the most famous name is Immortal Siegfried. As per Li Zhongyang, he was the one who killed the Demon King's avatar as well as the infamous monster, the Bone Dragon. Because of his feat, he was granted an unprecedented, almost fraudulent authority from the sponsors, immortality. In the battle against the Demon King in the future, he was acting under the orders of Choi Yang-sung, aka Gunther, but was betrayed by his childhood friend Yangsu. Back in the present, Li Zhongyang is hell-bent on trying to bring In-chang to his side no matter what. Of course, this is because of his strength and abilities, but more than that, it is because of his heart. In the North Army Guild, which is slowly but surely rotting away from the inside out, he is the person who is able to keep the entire guild centered. Regardless, the next day, Li Zhongyang heads out for his usual raids and soon clears the land of the dead. But his spear also happens to lose its durability by the end of the fight, turning to dust in his hand. According to Li Zhongyang, this has kept happening more often ever since his authority leveled up. Basic weapons are not up to par with his skills and are unable to keep up. As such, he now has one more job to take care of before the mobilization order, announcing that I need a weapon. And so he makes his way to the city and ventures into a blacksmith's place. As he enters, he comments on how it feels like he has entered a medieval age metal worker. There, he meets with a red-haired young boy solely focused on his current work. This man tells Lee Jong-young to wait for a while until he has completed his piece. Seeing him strike the red-hot piece of metal, Lee Jong-young is left in awe. He never thought he would be able to meet this man in person. He is one of the people who became a dwarf as they became a hunter, the person who will become the best blacksmith in the future, and the hero of blacksmiths, Park Jae-yun. Finally, 4 hours later, the soon-to-be legendary blacksmith finishes. As he wipes the sweat off his chiseled body, how is everyone so freaking jacked in this world? He looks around to talk with the man who came to visit him and asks Lee Jong-young who he is. Although Lee Jong-young is taken aback by his question, he continues to reveal his intention for coming here. He claims that he came to request the production of a weapon and asks if Park is using the workshop by himself. But his request is a bit shady for Park. What's up with this guy? Why is he asking a no-name blacksmith like him? He wonders. Not only that, even though he wants to request a weapon, he is still asking if Park is the only one working here. To this, Lee Jong-young explains that he sees a different hammer hung on the wall, making him come to the conclusion that another blacksmith must work there. Hearing this, Park compliments this hunter's keen eye, telling him that there is another guy who uses this workshop alongside him, but there's nothing too special to know about him. This brings us to the main question. How did you think to even come to me? As he wonders about this question, Lee Jong-young tells him that my sponsor said to go find you. These words send Park into a state of shock. A sponsor is directly intervening with you, he asks, stating that he cannot believe such a claim. But Lee Jong-young already knows that he will not be able to do anything else other than believe him. As per the autobiography of the Demon King, Park is also feeling a direct intervention from his sponsor. In addition, he explains that Park Jae-yun was the one who crafted the weapons for the Demon King. But because of the 12 heroes picking sides, the relationship between the Demon King and Park became estranged, and Park soon began supplying weapons to the 12 heroes instead. But that's not all. In the Demon King's book, the strongest hunter also claimed that if Park Jae-yun helped me till the end, history would have been changed. Anyway, Park decides that there is no reason he shouldn't trust Lee Jong-young. The sponsors in themselves are a pretty weird existence, you know. However, he refuses his request. This confuses Lee Jong-young, who asks why that is. As a result, Park Jae-yun explains that it's not a big reason. It's just that he is not satisfied with the fire in this workshop. Because of this, he has also not taken any clients until now as well. Hearing this, Lee Jong-young smirks. I knew it, he proclaims. With this, he then extends his hand forward, telling Park that he can make the fire the blacksmith desires, showing him a glimpse of his authority. He explains that he has the ability to rule over fire. But Park is unconvinced. He has seen tricks like this plenty of times already. This hunter can rule over fire with just a small spark fluttering in his hand. Yeah, right. Park tells the man in front of him to stop joking, stating that even he is able to create such a small flame. But suddenly, he is left shell-shocked. Lee Jong-young kicks his power up a notch, creating a fire so hot it begins burning in blue. Seeing this, Park hastily asks how Lee Jong-young was able to accomplish this, leading him to answer that I have the ability to rule over fire. It's an absolute rule. And so, Park Jae-yun ends up happily accepting the request, and 1 week later, he delivers the weapon. Lee Jong-young comes back to find a large, almost ominous-looking spear prepared for him. I guess it's a weapon fit for a Demon King. Even Lee Jong-young is left in awe of the weapon's aura. Nonetheless, Park begins to speak. He states that he was not able to craft a shield like Lee Jong-young wanted, as he cannot do that job on his own. However, at least for the spear, he was able to craft and equip it with the desired fire-related abilities Lee Jong-young wanted to the best of his abilities. But, as per Park, this is his current limit with the abilities he possesses at this moment in time. But his limit is already more than what normal hunters are capable of. Lee Jong-young looks over at the weapon's status card, learning that it is a unique rank weapon. Even the monsters in the gates only drop weapons that are normal to rare rank, and even famous and well-renowned blacksmiths can only reach the super rare rank, making it almost impossible for anyone to reach the unique rank other than a sponsor directly giving you one. What's more, as per Lee Jong-young, this weapon also had the ability to grow, making it possible for him to never even look at another weapon ever again. This is all that he could ever need, but suddenly, Park announces that it's still incomplete. He states that compared to the flames Lee Jong-young created, the weapon is comparatively low level, and he doesn't have his guy working with him right now. As such, he tells him to come back at a later time. If he is to bring the weapon from time to time, Park can strengthen the spear. Hearing this, Lee Jongyang thanks Park and bows to him, looking forward to their joint cooperation in the future. There, Park also notices something else. He sees the soul-collecting avatar. Seeing this, he asks Lee Jongyang if this was given to him by his sponsor as well, claiming that his sponsor is not normal either. In addition, he announces that this avatar is giving him a bad feeling, stating that the way Lee Jongyang must be using it must be dog shit. This makes Lee Jongyang inspect his bracelet. He claims that he already suspected it, but if that's true, then... As he keeps thinking back to Park's words, Lee Jongyang claims that he probably won't be able to summon his avatar until the gate mobilization is over. Nevertheless, he has gotten his hands on something which has exceeded his expectation, his newly crafted unique weapon. As he brings it out of his inventory, he is seen wondering about his chances of coming out on top of this whole ordeal. He understands that if In Chong is to take his side, his chances will increase significantly, but that is not going to happen right away. But if the autobiography he read is correct, he will end up becoming his aide over time. And so, he begins powering up, claiming that there are still 2 weeks until the gate mobilization. The only thing left is for me to grow. Just then, in the distance, a horde of monsters rush at him with full force. However, Lee Jongyang jumps in as well. According to him, he can grow stronger by hunting monsters, but 2 weeks isn't nearly enough time. So much so that he can't even spare time to sleep. And just like that, 2 weeks go by in a flash. At the North Army Guild headquarters, Gunther seems to be addressing his members, as a message pops up, informing him that the ruler of Riverside pays attention to you. He begins to speak. He announces that all preparations are complete, and that after today, the North Army Guild will lift off. Using this as their stepping stone, they will make their name known throughout Korea, rather the whole world. In order to show his fighting spirit, Gunther then begins to elude his aura from his body. Sensing this, In Chong comments on how strong his magical power is, stating, so he finally became a peak A rank hunter. On the other hand, Choi Yong-soo is also impressed. He claims that everything is going according to that person's plan. Not only that, they have now also apparently met the conditions to become a hero. Meanwhile, after powering up, Gunther once again addresses the crowd. With his prowess on full display, he shouts aloud that today, the world will cower before the name of the North Army Guild. Hearing this, the onlookers go haywire. However, they seem to be covered in a bluish hue and look to be somewhat soulless. They begin cheering aloud for this esteemed leader. However, inside Gunther's mind, he reveals his true intentions to obtain the title of king. I don't like the guy, but you gotta admit, he makes a good villain. Meanwhile, Kim is seen driving Lee Jongyang to the designated spot. On the way, she asks Lee Jongyang if he is really going to go. She reminds him that he could die, stating that the North Army is much worse scum than he might think. What's more, in a recent incident, a guild that raided a gate with the North Army Guild was completely wiped out. Of course, with them all being inside the gate, there is no evidence that the North Army was behind their deaths, but anyone can probably guess what happened. Hearing this, Lee Jongyang remarks that I'm sure they did it. His statement makes Kim slam on the brakes and hastily bring the car to a stop. She then begins screaming at him. Despite knowing all of this, he is still going to go. She claims that the association regards Lee Jongyang as a very prized person, and due to this reason, he will be let off without any issues if he is to refuse. She announces that nothing is more important than your life, begging him to please not go. Seeing her in such a state, Lee Jongyang begins to smirk, quite the saddest move. He tells Kim that he already knows that nothing is more important than living and that he didn't just carelessly apply to participate in the mobilization. He has a plan, and a desire to teach those guys the value of a person's life. As their conversation ends, they eventually reach their destination, where the other hunters seem to be already prepared. In addition, the press is also there, probably trying to make a good headline for their channel. But that's not all. In addition to everything else, Seong-gu happens to be there as well. Seeing him, Lee Jongyang goes over and talks with him. There, he asks why Seong-gu is here despite the League Guild already being rejected from the raid. In response, Seong-gu states that as he has announced the North Army Guild as an enemy and the Super Rookie as his friend, he cannot sit this out. All of a sudden, he spots Gunther, who gives him an evil grin and walks off. Seeing him, Seong-gu tries to stop Lee Jongyang, but he too understands that even if he does, Lee Jongyang will not stop. He even tells Lee Jongyang that Gunther is much stronger than one would suspect. Although he is listed as a B rank on the official association records, in reality, he has ascended to the A rank category. But Lee Jongyang knows this already. As such, there is nothing much more that Seong-gu can do now. He just complimented Lee Jongyang's growth and takes a seat on the bench, stating that I want to continue watching you grow. I'll wait here until you come out. But to Lee Jongyang, this seems like a big hassle and a waste of time, leading him to question why he would do such a thing. Consequently, Seong-gu replies to his question, because if you don't come out, I'm not going to leave the North Army Guild alone. Give the bald guy some credit. He's badass. Hearing his reply, even Lee Jongyang is taken aback, commenting on how Seong-gu is literally crazy for claiming that you will completely eradicate a guild on his own. Soon, an announcement is made, informing everyone that the raid will soon commence so the participants should do their final round of checking and begin gathering. And just like that, Lee Jongyang parts way with Seong-gu and heads into the crowd to line up. As the participants begin entering the gate, Lee Jongyang recalls this moment as mentioned in the book. Lin River Gate, the place where Choi Yong-sung became the hero Gunther and countless hunters died. But history will not repeat itself. History will now change. As Lee Jongyang begins to enter with eyes filled with determination, he claims that the honor of this place will be all mine. And so, as everyone finally enters, something immediately begins to go wrong. A mysterious beam of light appears towards the gate, seeing which, Gunther begins to smile with the biggest and most evil smile I have ever seen. It's beginning, he exclaims. Suddenly, a message pops up. Due to the gate's special trait, the gate's magical value is changing. Seeing the message, all the hunters begin freaking out. Obviously, they were not told about this, and they all immediately panic. Meanwhile, a guy who has the device used to measure the gate's magical energy also starts screaming. He announces that the gate's difficulty has gone up from B class to B+ class. To me, someone who doesn't know the power ranking system so well, that doesn't seem to be too bad. But the hunters, who are very well versed in this topic, know what's in store. But Lee Jongyang seems to be calm, almost relaxed as if he already predicted this. All of a sudden, a barrage of messages begins appearing. The gate's special trait is activating. The gate's exit has been blocked, and just like the messages state, the exit switches color and gets blocked. Seeing this happen in real time, the hunters quickly become distressed, left to wonder if they are locked inside this dangerous gate. But that's not all. Messages once again address everyone. Countless incarnations have gathered in one location. The sponsor is paying attention to you. The magical density is increasing. With this, the hunters feel an immense surge in powers, remarking at how their bodies seem to be burning. But it doesn't stop there. Countless incarnations have entered the gate. The sponsor's interest has risen. The magical density is increasing. This results in the guy measuring the magical level to almost collapse onto the ground. He sees the number on the screen drastically increase in a blink of an eye. The gate's class is A class. He announces with a paralyzed and defeated look on his face. Hearing this, the others are left perplexed. Apparently, A-class gates cannot be conquered without the presence of a hero-class hunter. Because of this reason, many of them are thrown into the abyss known as despair due to their foreseeable demise. On the other hand, Lee Jongyang is still looking to be unconcerned. He claims that this is the normal reaction because this land is about to become their graveyard. Sounds harsh, but I guess that's true. But he also notices the reactions of Gunther, Yangsu, and In-chong. They too seem unfazed by this whole mess, leading Lee Jongyang to confirm his theory that they already knew about this. Well, it's not surprising considering this stage was created just for them. He thinks. At last, a message informs everyone that the wave will begin soon. This leads to Gunther addressing the hunters, telling everyone to calm down. He claims that he can understand their confusion and that his mind is also in a mess right now because of the sudden increase in difficulty. But of course, that is a big fat lie. Regardless, gates have always been unpredictable. According to him, gates are places where accidents can happen at any time, but what is most important is for them to not get engulfed in despair but rather survive. They must live through this. I, Choi Yong-sung of the North Army Guild, will clear this gate alongside you, he proclaims. Suddenly, an ominous message pops up. Ruler of the Riverside is attempting to dominate the Riverside. With this, the hunters, much like before in the guild headquarters, begin to glow with a bluish hue. In addition, their eyes once again seem to be drained of life, but still, they all begin rallying behind Gunther's empty words. They state that their survival comes first, and as such, they should begin the preparation for the incoming attack. This all is revealed to be the doing of Gunther's authority, rule over Riverside. Using this authority, his leadership and incitement triple in effectiveness in an area with a river. Moreover, his forces will also follow his orders with a certain probability of chance. However, something which Gunther didn't predict happens. The influence of the Sky of Apocalypse has resisted the forced incitement and leadership. Thanks to this, all the others get manipulated by this wannabe hero. Lee Jongyang is in the right state of mind. Despite this is his first time seeing this authority, remarking on how powerful it is to be able to incite all those people at the same time. Meanwhile, as Gunther and his closest retainers stand on top of their mount, Yangsu asks his brother if they should also prepare to dive into the battle as well, but Gunther tells him no. As per the words of this mysterious person who is helping Gunther achieve his malicious goals, the Gates Wave will continue for a very long period of time. As a result, they need to preserve the North Army Guild's forces as much as possible. His response makes even Yangsu vary as he is taken aback at the words uttered by his sibling. But Gunther doesn't stop there. He tells him that they will act accordingly to plan. They will preserve the guild's forces while sacrificing the morons who decided to join in on the raid. But this makes Yangsu a bit skeptical. Does his brother want to kill them all? Seems pretty straightforward to me. But that is not the case. In reality, he needs some of them to survive in order to spread the news when they eventually get outside. Furthermore, he once again reiterates his command: the entirety of the North Army Guild will preserve their forces as much as possible until I command otherwise. This guy is ruthless. I like it. But Yangsu still has his qualms. He claims that there is no way that this tactic would work. Even though the hunters are being inspired by Gunther for the time being, they aren't idiots and will realize something is wrong if the North Army Guild stays at the rear and doesn't head out into the front lines. But that is precisely why Gunther said as much as possible. He reveals that we will put the small fries at the front as our defense line to avoid arousing suspicions. But this is too much for Yangsu to take in. Suddenly, Gunther then notices Lee Jongyang staring at him directly. Meeting his gaze, he thinks that Lee Jongyang's eyes seem like he has already seen through Gunther's plans, and because of this, he needs to get rid of him as soon as possible. As such, he calls for Inchang, his loyal dog. It is revealed that the future War King hasn't told Inchang about all his plans and goals because of his good-hearted nature, but he is quite beneficial to keep around due to his loyalty and abilities. Therefore, he orders him to keep a close eye on Lee Jongyang, and if he gets the chance, kill him. This shocks Inchang, but Gunther continues, stating that this is for the betterment of the North Army Guild, finally persuading Inchang to comply. Soon, the wave begins and the hunters brace themselves for impact. Suddenly, fishy monsters known as mermen begin popping out of the river. Seeing them, the hunters feel relieved. Apparently, mermen aren't high-rank monsters, making them think that this will be a piece of cake if they are the foes. Consequently, they rush in to attack carelessly, but this shocks Lee Jongyang. He claims that even if they are low-class monsters, that's too reckless. They seem to have forgotten that they are by a riverside, which has an importance for some reason. All of a sudden, the monsters shoot out a high-pressure water cannon from their mouths, injuring the frontline fighters. Seeing this, Lee Jongyang orders the others to take the wounded to the rear and stay in formation. But this is not the right time for him to get involved personally. He still needs to get a better read on the situation. But, unexpectedly, he sees something he had not thought would happen. Gunther orders his troops to charge in and annihilate the enemy. As such, they rush forth, leaving Lee Jongyang perplexed that he is already using his guild members. Guess his book doesn't have all the answers, huh? And so, under the forced leadership, the North Army rushes in along with the rest of the hunters and begins rallying behind them. However, even though the opponents are low-level mermen, they begin getting dominated. Just a single attack is enough for the North Army hunters to get fatally injured and require treatment. Lee Jongyang observes the battle from a distance and not long after, realizes what Gunther is planning to do. According to him, Gunther has only sent out the lowest level combats from his guild to the fight in order to put the other hunters at ease and inspire them to fight. He is using them as sacrificial lambs, he proclaims. But for Lee Jongyang, this is a much better situation than he would have expected. Consequently, he equips his weapon and prepares to charge in. Inchang is watching Lee Jongyang begin to move and begin to recall his last conversation with him. He claims that Lee Jongyang is correct in saying that the North Army Guild is rotten. Not only that, he understands that if things keep going like they are now, many hunters and guild members will lose their lives in the process. All of a sudden, he remembers the order Gunther gave him, trusting his loyalty and honor, and this makes him reconsider his thought process. He thinks that the guild master must have his own plan, but suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by a commotion. On the battlefield, the other hunters are left watching with their mouths wide open when Lee Jongyang takes the stage and begins his killing frenzy. Using this authority, rule over fire, he begins slashing away at the mermen, and bodies start dropping on the floor like flies. In a matter of moments, he has already defeated countless enemies, making the onlookers feel extremely relieved that such a highly skilled hunter like him has decided to join the gate raid. No one knows who this hunter is, as he is not well renowned yet. Even In-chan, who is observing Lee Jong-young, is taken aback at what he is witnessing. He claims that I thought he was at my level only 10 days ago, but did he surpass his limits too? Quite obviously my guy. Eventually, messages once again pop up informing everyone that the wave has ended for now. A rest period is allotted and some of the sponsors bless their hunters while others aid the enemy. On the other hand, Lee Jong-young finds a different message screen. The Sky of Apocalypse is extremely pleased with your performance. With this, his stats increase 3 times and he levels up significantly. What's more, he unlocks the achievement of Merman Hunter. But that is not all. The exhausted Lee Jong-young also finds that many other sponsors are showing interest in him and his prowess. The Guardian of the Long Lance and the Symbol of the Spherical show their desire to aid him, while the King of the Drenched shows his hostility. This surprises him as he delightedly wonders, will I be able to get multiple sponsors like some of the strong heroes did? But the Sky of Apocalypse won't stand for it. It expresses displeasure at the fact others are trying to take away his toy, essentially telling the other sponsors to get lost, and they immediately disperse, leaving Lee Jong-young's dreams to be shattered. Tough luck. All of a sudden, the other hunters came running towards him. They ask who he is, curious as to which guild he belongs and where he is from. But Lee Jong-young decided to not reveal his identity yet. He announces that this isn't over. There are still a lot of waves left, and as such, everyone should get ready for the next battle. He reminds them all that this is an A-rank gate and they have to be cautious and vigilant at all times if they want to live. The other hunters seem to understand his words and decide to use this rest period to recuperate as much as they can. With this, they turn back and head towards their friends, while Lee Jong-young turns around to take a look at Gunther, who is staring daggers at him. As his eyes are engulfed in rage, Lee Jong-young gives off a slight grin, claiming that he already predicted this. Apparently, Gunther was trying to get the favor of the hunters by coming in at a crucial moment to highlight his efforts and win them over. But Lee Jong-young will not allow for that. He vows to thoroughly ruin all of his plans, and as time passes, the hunters will side with him instead of Gunther. Anyway, he then begins to check his status window, where he is delighted to see that he has already reached level 24. Even in these dangerous times, he is happy, stating that this gate will allow him to reach level 30 and become the foundation for his growth. In addition, if he plays his cards right, the hunters will follow him as well. And so, the waves soon begin once again, and eventually, the hunters clear the 4th wave. However, by the end of it, even Lee Jong-young isn't looking too hot. The other hunter looks somewhat defeated as well. It is revealed that this time around, 4 people died, making the hunters question whether or not they will come out of this ordeal alive. This upsets Lee Jong-young, who didn't want a single person to die. But of course that isn't going to happen. As such, he turns his fangs towards Gunther and his guild. He questions, why isn't the North Army Guild fighting properly? He announces that their main forces are just lounging in the backlines, only focusing on preserving tier energy. They are not fools, Lee Jong-young proclaims. Hearing him speak, the other hunters also chime in. They question the fact that as of yet, not a single North Army member has died and they don't have any injured men either. With this, Lee Jong-young tells Gunther to at least start fighting seriously now, or is going to just keep watching from afar while hunters sacrifice their lives. This all infuriates Gunther, whose all of his plans are falling apart. His plan to use the useless members to clear the waves has been foiled. Even the low-ranking members of his guild have already caught on that they have been cast out as bait and are getting restless, as his eyes fill with rage. That person created this opportunity for me, but this bastard is going to steal it, he exclaims. But still, he plans to keep things going as they have been, suggesting they see how things turn out. He figures that, on the basis of what he has seen, there is still a large gap between Lee Jong-young and him, and because of this, he can defeat him when the time comes. Moreover, he has been leading the entire battle and wearing himself out, making him even more prone to defeat. Not long after, the 5th wave begins, but unlike the previous waves, this time, a mid-boss also appears from the water. The monster reveals itself to be a water golem of incredible size, making the hunters perplexed as to how to deal with such a foe. All of a sudden, the water golem unleashes its first attack, blasting a strong water cannon toward his foes. Seeing this, Lee Jong-young orders everyone to dodge the incoming blow, and they barely manage to make it out of the trajectory. However, the attack leaves behind a crater in the ground. The hunters begin losing their minds after witnessing the destructive power this monster possesses with their own eyes. Nevertheless, in an attempt to come out on top. The warrior doesn't stop. The long-range attackers use their bows and arrows to shoot the water golem, but all their arrows seem to simply go through it without dealing damage. What's more, even the frontline fighters seem to be unable to injure the enemy as their attacks don't seem to be effective in the least. This makes the hunter question what the hell they are supposed to do against such a beast, which takes no physical damage. That is when Li Zhongyang decides to chime in. With his spear and authority ready to use, he leaps toward the water golem, smacking it straight in the face from above. Finally, his attack seems to work and the monster takes some damage. Seeing this, the hunters are startled at how this man is able to damage an opponent they cannot even touch, making them even more curious as to this guy's real identity. But Li Zhongyang remains calm and tells everyone the trick behind his attack. He claims that the gate is currently full of magic power, and so the hunters shouldn't try and hold back the increased power within them, but let it out instead. They should try and imbue their magic into their weapon to inflict damage. Hearing this, one of the archers recalls how this is supposed to be impossible for a low-rank hunter, but despite this, tries to give it a shot. But to her surprise, she is quickly able to get accustomed to the technique and launches an arrow toward the water golem. And so when it hits, her attacks also do damage, making the others feel more and more confident. Our attacks are working. We can do this, they think as they once again mobilize to rush in. Meanwhile, Li Zhongyang notices that the damage done to the water golem seems to be piling on. However, he understands that they cannot defeat a high-rank monster like the water golem with attacks of such caliber. Regardless, he still has an ace up his sleeve. Suddenly, his spear absorbs the flame Li Zhongyang controls and he begins to aim it towards the golem's chest. He announces that in order to defeat him, I have to destroy the core that contains his magic power. But now is not the right time. He has to wait patiently for now until he finds the perfect chance to throw his spear. And soon, his prayers are answered. The water golem once again prepares to unleash its water cannon, while the others try and frantically dodge the attack. For Li Zhongyang, this is the best possible opportunity. Now's my chance to defeat him because his core has been exposed, he thinks. That's what makes him the super rookie. With this, he launches his spear with full force and it reaches the water golem in a matter of seconds. Seeing the weapon come at him, the monster is caught by surprise and the spear pierces right into his chest and shatters his core. Finally, Li Zhongyang comes out of this ordeal on top. With this, a barrage of messages begins appearing. You have successfully defeated the mid-boss. Various sponsors pay attention to you. A few sponsors show their amazement. The sponsors are paying attention to a specific incarnation. Nevertheless, Li Zhongyang then summons his spear, which comes back into his hands like a boomerang. I didn't know bro was psychic. He explains that this is an ability called Return that his spear, the Muspel's spear, got when he was leveling up, commenting on how it's quite handy, as the rest of the hunters watch the battle come to an end in awe. One of them realizes something. In the recent news, he heard of a rumor about the weird hunter that uses a long spear and a shield to fight. This hunter was the monstrous newbie called the Super Rookie, and that is the same man standing right in front of them. This makes the crowd go haywire, and they claim that Li Zhongyang is at least an A rank, while others speculate that he might have already reached the hero class. Because of this, they all look like a boulder has been lifted off of their shoulders as they all believe that the Super Rookie will be able to lead them toward victory and help them make it out of this ordeal in one piece. On the other hand, Li Zhongyang is still dealing with the influx of messages. He learns that he has leveled up once again, has received the rewards for defeating the golem, a water gem, and has obtained the achievement, one who defeated the water golem. What's more, the Sky of Apocalypse smiles at him, impressed at his display, and hence, Li Zhongyang's stats are even further increased. But that's not all. Other sponsors also show their interest in Li Zhongyang, making him happy thinking that he too will be able to be multi-sponsored like many heroes. But of course, like the last time, the Sky of Apocalypse shows his discontentment at this, making the other sponsors retract their interest. Someone seems jealous if you ask me. This makes Li Zhongyang incredibly mad. So much so that he claims that he would have gotten rid of his current sponsor if not for the amazing abilities of the special player trait. But he remembers how the Demon King too didn't accept multi-sponsors until the end as well, making him think how truly strong the Demon King grew even with this restriction. Remarking how the Demon King seems even more amazing in his eyes now. Get a room. In the meantime, Gunther is seen to be at his limit as she watches over Li Zhongyang. He questions what the hell he did in order to get so strong in such a short matter of time. In his mind, Li Zhongyang was supposed to be at most a B-tier fighter, but judging from what he has seen so far, he is closer to an A rank. This enrages him, as Gunther angrily calls out Lee Jongyung's name, like that's going to do something. Suddenly, In Chang comes up to him from behind, telling Gunther that they have to move now. He knows that the event earlier was not in his plans and as such, claims that he can no longer just stand by and watch any longer while so many die. Hearing this, Gunther turns back to look at his dog who is defying his orders with an eye filled with rage. But In Chang refuses to back down. He claims that if your plans have gone awry, you need to set a new course of action and act on it. In addition, he tells Gunther to please give up. Of course, Gunther knows what he really meant. In Chang wants the future War King to give up on killing Lee Jongyung. This makes him turn red with rage. He announces that his claims are nonsense. He will not lose to a newbie. He proclaims that I created and grew the North Army and now I'm going to become a hunter that will be a pillar of the world. You think I'll lose so easily? With this, he then summons his weapon and issues an order to his guild, telling them all to use all their power to clear this gate. Under the influence of his authority, the unsuspecting members get pumped up to fight while Gunther exclaims that the pride of a king does not falter. You sure talk big for a guy using such a cheap tactic, not really a king move. However, as soon as he turns back, he sees something he could have never imagined. In Chang has left his side after discarding his helmet. In flashback, it is revealed that this helmet was given to In Chang by none other than Gunther. Back when he gave In Chang the position of Vice Guild leader, he thought that his meek face would prove to be a nuisance when dealing with the rougher members. As such, he prepared this helmet for him, and ever since then, this helmet has signified In Chang's loyalty to Gunther. So the dog is going to bite the owner now. He thinks before angrily crushing the helmet by stepping on it. Anyway, he returns to looking at the battlefield but sees his soldiers heading toward their own graves. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the North Army Guild hunters want to show off their strength. Finally, it's about time. They charge in, all guns blazing, and quickly get to defeat the mermen, proudly boasting their strength. However, in comparison to Lee Jongyung's skills, theirs failed to stand up. Seeing the super rookie go all out, the North Army's guns begin looking more like firecrackers. Even they can clearly sense that Lee Jongyung is completely on another level. On the other hand, the other hunters are glad that Lee Jongyung is on their side, remarking that with the super rookie on their side, this wave will be another cinch. Regardless, the battle continues and Lee Jongyung is still on his rampage. There, he gets a message informing him that he has leveled up yet again. Hearing this, he smiles a bit and explains that although it might look like he is wasting stamina, he is actually slowly regaining it while becoming stronger from the level ups in the process. All of a sudden, one of the mermen ambushes Lee Jongyung from behind, but someone calls out to him beforehand and enables Lee Jongyung to kill the vermin. As such, a white-haired girl walks up to him, telling him to keep a good watch on his back. Wait, this chick looks familiar. But Lee Jongyung replies sarcastically to this girl. What's more, he reveals that this girl is actually none other than the fearsome A-rank hunter Jung In Chang himself, or rather herself. Nevertheless, with this remark over, he distances himself from In Chang and hurries to resume the battle. This makes In Chang sad as she thinks Lee Jongyung is disappointed in her. But despite this, she can no longer remain standing around idly doing nothing. She announces that I'll do what I can, and rushes into the killing frenzy. She wants to show Lee Jongyung her resolve for quitting the North Army Guild and her desire to save people. And so, eventually, the 9th wave comes to an end. But at what cost? This time around, there have been several casualties and people are seen begging others for potions or asking for a healer with their friends in their arms. Even Lee Jongyung is taken aback by this tragic sight. It's a complete hellscape, he proclaims. Even though they entered with over 100 people, more than half of them lost their lives in the ordeal. From behind, In Chang asks him if he is okay, and he tells her he is fine. But suddenly, they are interrupted by some members of the North Army, who berate In Chang, calling her a traitor and scum. They even threaten her, claiming that they will see if she makes it until the end of the raid. Bold words for unnamed side characters. This makes In Chang put on a defeated look on her face. Seeing their behavior, Lee Jongyung is surprised at their treatment of In Chang. They act so harshly even though she used to be a vice guild master. But I guess that a guild with absolutely no moral boundaries, who often resort to murder, always thought In Chang and her sense of justice was nothing but an eyesore. As the real scum leave, Lee Jongyung asks In Chang if she regrets her decision to fight by his side, seeing as that he has effectively completely turned her back on the North Army and her childhood friends. But In Chang claims that this is exactly why she left. Because she is attached to them all, she can no longer watch them walk the incorrect path. As a result, Li Zhongyang reminds her that Gunther will go out of his way to do something, but In-chang has already resolved herself for such a situation. Suddenly, a message pops up informing everyone that the final wave will begin. In addition, the boss of Lin River Gate, the River Worm, has appeared. At last, a worthy opponent. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking and all the hunters look towards the river with distress. But that's just the beginning. There, they witness a huge object emerge out of the water. This object is so big that they think that maybe the river is turning upright, but that is not the case. This object is none other than the River Worm, a giant worm-like monster. As the beast looms over the feeble hunters with its immense aura and size, the humans are left paralyzed with fear, unable to even speak or move in the presence of this huge monster. They wonder how on earth they are supposed to defeat a foe such as this. As fear is seen scattered all over their faces, even Li Zhongyang is not left unfazed by the boss of this gate. Even he is left in awe after seeing the sheer size of this opponent, but In-chang, who is right beside him, reveals that the North Army Guild, or rather, the guild master Choi Yang-sung, probably has a way to kill the River Worm. This surprises Li Zhongyang, but In-chang continues to speak, stating that the mysterious person helping Gunther from the shadows has most likely given him something to aid this mission. And because of this, Gunther definitely has something to deal with this boss. However, before hunting the River Worm, the North Army Guild has another agenda. They are going to try and take care of the rest of the hunters first so that they do not get in the way of Gunther clearing the gate by himself. Consequently, they both turn back to find the North Army troops, led by Choi Yang-soo, and In-chang tells Li Zhongyang to get ready for the battle. Seeing these powerhouses confront each other, the rest of the hunters are left flabbergasted. They wonder as to what is going on at such a crucial moment in time, asking if the hunters are going to fight with each other. Hearing their concerns, In-chang announces that the North Army Guild use every single person here for their own benefit. They are trying to kill everyone except their own members so they can clear the gate themselves and get the credit. She proclaims that I, Zhang and Chang, the ex-Vice Guild Master of the North Army Guild, hereby testify they are going to attack us now. Moreover, she claims that if the others do not believe her, they can just stand by on the sidelines and watch, because once she and Li Zhongyang are dead, they will soon follow in their footsteps. Seeing her demeanor change in this time of difficulty, Li Zhongyang is impressed. As expected of the Dragon Slayer, she's a hunter that becomes stronger in the face of calamities. He thinks. With this, In-chang takes her stance and prepares to face her enemies. On the other hand, hearing her words, the rest of the hunters decide to aid her. They think that if they are dying anyway, they might as well go down fighting and resisting. As such, they too begin powering up, and Gunther is grinning after seeing this display, claiming it nothing but a futile resistance. He proclaims that nothing will change despite their meddling. The North Army Guild will proceed with their plan. All of a sudden, in a twist of events, Gunther uses his weapon and shouts the monster's name aloud. This seems to be a command of sorts, and the River Worm begins sucking up the water from the river. But that's not all. After sucking up enough, it then discharges the water into the sky, making it rain on the battlefield. A cool party trick, I suppose. Maybe Gunther would be better off working in a circus or something. This makes Li Zhongyang vary, as he speculates that Gunther just used the River Worm to change the battlefield to his advantage. Therefore, he begins to stare at Gunther intently. He states that Gunther is someone that will be born into a hero of this age when this gate raid is over, the War King Gunther. As he prepares to attack this fearsome foe, Li Zhongyang wonders whether, despite him powering up without resting today, will he still be able to win this bout. Meanwhile, Gunther stares right back at Li Zhongyang, remarking that his fire is very odd. Even with this amount of rain, it refuses to be extinguished. Nevertheless, Li Zhongyang finally makes up his mind to charge in. There is no choice rather than to confront this opponent in a head-on fight and at high speeds. He pounces on him to attack. But Gunther is no mere weakling. He parries Li Zhongyang's attack, but there seems to be something wrong. The effects of Li Zhongyang's authority, rule over fire, seems to be doing damage to Gunther without even making direct contact. Seeing this, Li Zhongyang begins to smile. He finally understands his weakness and hence begins unleashing a barrage of attacks. This leaves Gunther with the ability to only block the blow, and using this to his advantage, Li Zhongyang sends his foe flying back with a strong swing. As Gunther flies back, he begins to tremble. He questions what kind of trick this is. His face is covered with distress, and he announces that at this location, a riverside, his A-rank powers must have gone up by a significant amount. But still, this rookie is able to best him. To this, Li Zhongyang replies that when I first entered the gate, I was definitely weaker than you. Hearing this, Gunther goes insane. asking if in this short time span, a sponsor gave him a massive boost for his performance, but Lee Jongyang refuses. He announces that while Gunther was acting like a sissy baby, hiding at the back surrounded by his men, he was at the forefront of the battle and got way stronger by hunting the monsters. But this statement confuses Gunther even more, and he asks what Lee Jongyang means by that. As such, Lee Jongyang replies that even if he did explain, his foe wouldn't be able to comprehend it. In addition, there is no need for it, as it doesn't matter if he knows or not. He will be meeting his dumb eyes here. With this, he once again takes up his stance attack, but Gunther realizes that he doesn't stand a chance of winning if he continues to directly fight with his foe. As a result, he orders the river worm to come to his aid and protect him, and it swiftly comes in between them. This makes Gunther chuckle out loud. He tells Lee Jongyang that he is just getting full of himself because he got sponsored a bit. However, he too has received great power from that person, and it is much greater than one could imagine. He vows to teach Lee Jongyang a lesson for his actions and the greatness of that person. In a room, why don't you? The worm's attack takes Lee Jongyang by surprise. He notices how the monster is protecting Gunther in a similar fashion in which it does its offspring. I have no idea why he knows such information about worms, but he does. So think whatever you want to. Just as the worm comes up behind Gunther, Lee Jongyang finds the perfect chance for him to counter. Not wasting a single second, he jumps to attack with extreme speed, catching Gunther off guard. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in the midst of all the chaos, In Chong and Yang Su are seen battling it out as well. They both don't hold back, attacking each other with all their might with the intent to kill one another. As their attacks collide and kick up a dust cloud, Yang Su uses this chance to close the distance between him and his foe and comes running at her. He tells In Chong that you can still get on your knees and beg for forgiveness, stating that if she does so, he will let her live. He asks his former childhood friend if she really thinks that a guy like Lee Jongyang can beat Gunther, announcing that in this gate, the North Army Guild will for sure come out on top as the victors. But In Chong refuses. In response, she asks Yang Su what happened to him. Has he and his brother forgotten the oath they all took to protect mankind together with each other by their side? As they both lay out all their emotions in their attacks, they clash repeatedly, not giving their opponents any time to rest or to catch their breath. Back at the mount, the river worm is seen standing around idly as its eyes glow blue, whereas Lee Jongyang and Gunther cannot be seen anywhere. But that is because in his last and desperate attempt, Lee Jongyang decided to shove himself, along with the Gunther, into the worm's stomach. Seeing his tactic, Gunther proclaims that Lee Jongyang is crazy for even attempting such a thing, as he sweats profusely thinking about his next move. But Lee Jongyang stops him right there. He reveals that he was waiting for the river worm to eat Gunther. He reveals that whenever a river worm protects its offspring like it was doing to Gunther, it swallows them and shelters them within its body. And worms, regardless of their species, are always dry on the inside. Once again, I have no idea why this guy has so much knowledge about worms and their inside and whatnot. It was never mentioned that Lee Jongyang enjoyed researching worms. With this, he stabs his spear into the ground, which is the river worm's insides, and unleashes his flames. He explains that inside the worm's stomach, the strength given to Gunther by his sponsor, the ruler of the riverside, will be halved, whereas his ability to control flames will grow significantly stronger. With this, messages pop up. Muspel's spear has absorbed the flame. It will temporarily have increased resistance to fire. Attack power will rise temporarily. As a result, the river worm begins burning from the inside out, as it wriggles in pain, while flames erupt from its mouth and body. The hunters fighting on the surface are taken aback at what is happening. They decide to stop their fight and start paying attention to the monster instead. Back inside, Gunther Su becomes surrounded by flames. His current situation is dire. Having been pushed into this corner, he goes into despair. Impossible. I am a king. I was destined to be a king, he thinks. As panic paints his face, he realizes that all his plans, dreams, and hopes have been foiled because of one guy, Lee Jongyang. In a fit of rage, he jumps to attack Lee Jongyang, questioning just who on earth this guy is. But Lee Jongyang refuses to back down as well. Rather, he chooses to end things once and for all, and he pierces Gunther's body with his spear and sets him ablaze inside of this burning worm. With the battle now coming to a conclusion, Lee Jongyang finally gets the time to get his breath back. Or so he thought. All of a sudden, his avatar, the soul-collecting avatar, becomes active. A message explains that the avatar has taken in the hero's soul, referring to Gunther, and the bracelet begins to glow. Seeing this, one thing is confirmed in Lee Jongyang's mind. As he thought, the soul-collecting avatar doesn't require a monster soul. It needs human souls. On top of that, They need to be one of the humans who have become powerful and grown stronger numerous times, like the ones who become heroes. Suddenly, messages once again begin popping up. The ruler of Riverside has been felled. All support from the ruler of Riverside has been stopped. Seeing them, Lee Jongyang is taken aback by this. No way. Did a sponsor just die? And by the hands of the sky of Apocalypse, he questions. As the ruler of Riverside's sponsor smiles at him, he wonders if killing the hunter also results in the sponsor dying as well. However, in the Demon King's book, it was written that the sponsor never dies. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, a black portal opens up and out comes an ominous-looking crow with blood-red eyes. As Lee Jongyang notices this crow, the sinister-looking animal begins to speak. I didn't know crows could do that. The animal tells Lee Jongyang that he hasn't responded yet to Gunther's last question. This sends him into a bit of a thought. He reminds himself that this is the first time he has killed a hunter, not a monster. He knows that he is following the path of a demon king rather than that of a pacifist, but that alone will not be enough. That is when he finally makes his resolve. For the sake of changing this world, I'll take on any disgrace or sin. I'll even surpass the demon king. As a result, he finally replies to the crow, claiming that he is the demon god. Badass moment alert. Hearing his hunter utter these words, the sky of Apocalypses also supports his decision. In addition, the crow seems to be satisfied with this answer. It remarks on how interesting his answer was, telling him that they will meet again soon. And so, the crow takes its leave. Lee Jongyang tells it to report everything it saw and heard to its owner. Soon enough, the boss of Lin River Gate, the river worm, perishes as well. This once again sends a barge of messages. You have acquired the greatest contribution. You have acquired the essence of water. You have acquired the achievement, He Who Hunted the River Worm. You have acquired the achievement, He Who Conquered the River. You have leveled up as his body burns and collapses to the ground. All the hunters bring their fight to an end and watch the monster's corpses intently, curious as to who will emerge from the battle alive. There, from the mist, Lee Jongyang walks out as the victor, making the hunters go haywire and compliment him. However, not everyone is so happy with his victory. In Shang calls out his name from a distance. This is because Choi Yong-soo is heading toward him. Enraged that his brother was not the one who emerged victorious, he wants to take revenge for him and attacks Lee Jongyang recklessly from above. Now that's what I call brotherhood. With a strong blow and fierce emotions, Yong-soo attacks Lee Jongyang, asking him just what on earth he has done to his brother. He claims that Lee Jongyang has ruined everything, all their plans and efforts to achieve their goals. The force behind his attack is so strong that even Lee Jongyang begins to falter under the pressure. However, when Yong-soo tries to unleash another attack, Lee Jongyang manages to find an opening in the opponent's stance and uses it to counter. Using his shield, he smashes Yong-soo straight in the stomach, sending him flying backward. As a result, Yong-soo crashes into a nearby cliff wall, but still, he hasn't had enough yet. Once again, he gets up, despite the damage he has incurred, in order to continue the fight, but Lee Jongyang doesn't allow for that to happen. In a split second, he closes the distance between him and his foe and points his spear at his head. This results in Yong-soo finally understanding the dire situation he is in and clams down in the face of certain death. As such, Lee Jongyang begins to speak. He announces that the reason hunters have gotten their powers is to protect and save humanity from the crisis they face. Uncle Ben said it best, with great power comes great responsibility, but in Lee Jongyang's eyes, people like Yong-soo and his brother, who prey on the weak and innocent civilians, don't deserve to even be called hunters. Hearing these words, Yong-soo becomes enraged, but alas, he still cannot act with the flaming spear pointed at his neck. Nonetheless, for today, Lee Jongyang has seen enough bloodshed. He doesn't want to see any more blood be spilled for no reason, and so he turns his back on Yong-soo and begins walking away, telling him to go live a life of repentance. But of course, a tiger doesn't change its stripes. Seeing the image of Lee Jongyang's back, he thinks that this is the chance he was waiting for. As soon as Lee Jongyang turns around, Yong-soo raises his head. With a sinister glow in his eyes, he summons his weapon from his inventory and attempts to stab his foe in the back. This leaves Lee Jongyang completely wide open, without the ability to defend himself in such a state. However, as he looks back at death with distress, in the nick of time, In-chang shows up. Using her sword, she manages to get in between Lee Jongyang and her childhood friend, killing Yong-soo with a swift slash. At last, the evil brother duo gets their just desserts. Having been sliced open by the person he once considered to be a friend, Yong-soo asks her how she could do such a thing, but before he can complete his sentence, he collapses onto the ground and starts bleeding out. This allows the soul-collecting skeleton to absorb another hero's soul. Lee Jong-young, on the other hand, Lee Jong-young asks In-chang if she is alright, but she is clearly not. She blames herself for not stopping Gunther and Young-soo sooner, stating that if she had been able to do so, such a tragedy wouldn't have taken place. But Lee Jong-young refutes this. He claims that In-chang is different from those two scumbags, and because of this, there is no point in her blaming herself for their actions. But In-chang isn't willing to listen. She thinks that this is it for her. I shall never again wield a sword, and I shall live repenting for the mistakes of the North Army Guild, she vows. With this, she then turns back and walks off. This makes Lee Jong-young perplexed at her announcement. He wonders if the one that's supposed to become the great hero Siegfried has collapsed so early on. But, in his mind, there is no way she's down for the count. What's more, he proclaims that he will not allow for such a thing to occur. But, as for now, there is no other choice for him than to simply watch for the time being. And so, with the whole ordeal over with, the remaining hunters make their way to the exit of this demonic gate, where they are welcomed by an army of news reporters and cameras. As the association bodyguards make them maintain a respectable distance from the warriors, the reporters are left confused after seeing that neither Gunther nor Young-soo are present in the crowd of hunters. In addition, they notice that even the remaining members of the North Army Guild are standing in the back, making them realize that maybe the man standing in the forefront must be the key person behind this raid. What's more, this hunter's face and name are still unknown, making for a big scoop for them all. Consequently, everyone starts asking about the events that transpired inside the gate and the real identity of the one who led the survivors to victory. Our boy is finally getting some recognition. Just then, out of nowhere, Seong-gu comes up from behind Lee Jong-young and places a hand on his shoulder. He tells the reporters that this man standing in front of them is none other than the rumored C-rank super rookie. Hearing this, the reporters go haywire. Not only is this the debut of the super rookie to the world, but Seong-gu, the leader of the famous Lee Guild, seems to know him as well. Nevertheless, Seong-gu doesn't stop there. He claims the hunters have just returned after clearing this hellish gate, and as such, they should be given some time to recuperate from the situation. According to him, they should all applaud the hunters who have made it back alive while mourning the loss of the brave souls that the world has lost. His statement makes everyone clap aloud for the hunters, making them a bit happy. Soon, dare much, but there is nothing to be happy about. This is not a happy story. This is the tale of a gate where 110 people were mobilized, yet the number of people that survived the hell of a special gate was only 39. This is enough to paint Lee Jong-young's face with a sad expression. In the meantime, somewhere else, the black crow Lee Jong-young encountered inside the gate appears on Earth. As a result, it returns to its master's side, who is revealed to be an eye patch-wearing man who is happy to see his crow. Hyujin, come back. Pretty bad name to be honest. With this, the crow then tells its owner what it saw. It reveals the information it knows about Lee Jong-young, telling Mr. Eye Patch that he already knew that the river worm was controlled. In addition, Lee Jong-young was also aware of the plan to make Gunther a hero. But that's not all. Lee Jong-young also had the ability to get stronger after hunting monsters and proclaims himself as the demon god. Hearing all this, Mr. Eye Patch decides that he will have to meet with the survivors of Lin River Gate himself in order to learn all about the events, and tells his assistant to make arrangements for it. But that's not all. He also tells his assistant that the North Army Guild is no longer needed and it must be disposed of immediately. As such, the assistant complies with the order, stating that he will clean up the situation right away through the media. Later on, In-chang pays a visit to the North Army Guild headquarters, or at least it used to be. As she enters the building, she is hit by a wave of nostalgia. Recalling how the building used to be filled by people heeding Gunther's every word, she becomes visibly sad seeing that this is no longer the case, as she expresses how she is now sick and tired of being a hunter. All of a sudden, she is approached by some former members. They call out to her, claiming that she has done nothing wrong. Rather, Young-soo and Gunther only end up paying the price for their sins. But that's not all. They even bow in front of her, telling her to not give up. One of the members states that as a father, he wants to live an honest life, and as such, he is willing to pay for the crimes that they and their guild have committed in the past. However, In-chang tells them that this is not their burden to bear. As the sole remaining captain of the guild, it is now her responsibility to bear the punishment, and these guys have no obligation to pay for the crimes. But the members refute this. They announce that this is not the case, as there is a truth In-chang isn't aware of. "We are murderers," he proclaims, and upon hearing this, In-chang is left shell-shocked. Meanwhile, Somewhere else, Seong-gu meets up with Lee Jong-yeon. There, as they drink some soda, Seong-gu asks Lee Jong-yeon if he was out of line for exposing and revealing his identity to the reporters when the raid was over. But that is not the case. Lee Jong-yeon states that rather than being a problem, it has in fact helped him by making him famous. It is revealed that ever since that incident, Lee Jong-yeon has instantly become a superstar. But this is only natural. A rookie clearing a hellish gate that changed ranks from B to A is unheard of, making Lee Jong-yeon the top headline on today's paper and news channels. The news about this C-rank hunter having become an A rank begins spreading far and wide, ending up in the people now calling him an underdog. But in Seong-gu's opinion, this title is not fit for Lee Jong-yeon as it is supposed to be for the man of the people. Is that meant to be an insult? But Lee Jong-yeon is not offended like I am. He thinks that this isn't necessarily for a hunter like him who doesn't have his own faction. Nevertheless, Seong-gu is still glad that his interference didn't end up creating any problems for his friend. Suddenly, the mood gets tense. Lee Jong-yeon thinks that he should tell Seong-gu about his next step as it is necessary for his plans. As such, he asks how Seong-gu knew about it. This question leaves him a bit stumped, making him ask what his friend means by this. As a result, Lee Jong-yeon explains himself, asking how Seong-gu knew that he would use hero-making in his favor. Apparently, hero-making was a term that wasn't used in this age yet. The people of this age think that heroes are born from the will of the sponsors, luck, and the right timing. But of course, Lee Jong-yeon, being from the future, knows that this is not the case. Hearing this, Seong-gu cannot believe his ear. Are you saying you can make heroes? He asks. But his words fail to fool Lee Jong-yeon, who announces that Seong-gu already knows what he means since he is a member of Asgard. Hearing Lee Jong-yeon utter these words, Seong-gu grows enraged. His eyes begin to glow ominously as a gold hue surrounds his body. He pours out such an immense pressure that even the nearby swings begin to move, and ultimately, even Mr. Eyepatch gets a sense of it. This surprises Mr. Eyepatch, who is taken aback by the powerful aura emitted, making him think that something interesting is about to happen. Back towards Lee Jong-yeon, who is also left shocked at the true power that Seong-gu holds. Nonetheless, Seong-gu calms down, asking Lee Jong-yeon how he knows about this. He explains that ever since he met Seong-gu, he was already a part of Asgard. As a result, he asks why Seong-gu acted like he did, remarking at how it looked like Seong-gu was aware of his plans and was helping him nonetheless. But Seong-gu claims that he already suspected something. The speed of Lee Jong-yeon's growth defies all logic, and his thought process makes it seem like he knows something others don't. Nevertheless, Lee Jong-yeon was the one who purposefully let him get caught in his plan. He asks why Seong-gu thinks he did such a thing, but his friend has no answer, leading Lee Jong-yeon to reveal his true intentions, to become a member of the secret organization of powerful hunters named Asgard. This leaves Seong-gu speechless, whereas Lee Jong-yeon stands there with a smile on his face, thinking that the real war starts now. Later that night, Lee Jong-yeon decides to call out In-cheon to have a conversation with her. Of course, she complies, and there asks why he wanted to meet her. Consequently, Lee Jong-yeon decides to quit the small talk and get right to the chase, asking her to join his side. But In-cheon seems hesitant at first. She claims that her usefulness has ended at the Lin River Gate. As of now, she has lost the North Army Guild, which she used to consider her family and her usefulness. But that's not all. She also states that she is not someone who's competent enough to accomplish anything great. But Lee Jong-yeon stops here right there. He tells her that she has plenty of worth, knowing what the future has in store for her. But In-cheon refuses to listen. Annoyed at this comment, she begins to tremble with rage. She announces that Lee Jong-yeon acts so confident as if he knows everything already. This leads to her admitting that he was right in the past. The North Army Guild was nothing but trash and garbage, and she was just a component mixed up in the huge pile of human waste. That's being a bit too harsh on yourself, though it is kind of true. What all this does is make Lee Jong-yeon wonder about what happened to her in this short span of time to change her attitude so much. He asks her about what happened, making her finally reveal what she has learned recently. She tells Lee Jong-yeon that there were even crueler things going on in the depths of the guild, things far more sinister than she was led to believe. The guild members, following the orders of their leader, have been murdering countless people, including powerless civilians. This is enough to send a chill down Lee Jong-yeon's spine, while In-cheon takes a seat on the ground, looking as if her entire worldview has been brought into question. She recalls the experience Lee Jong-yeon had with the North Army Guild, where they threatened an innocent civilian to falsely testify against him. Well, apparently, they have been going around secretly assassinating the ordinary people involved in such conflicts, making her comment on how the guild master Choi Yong-sun really thought of ordinary people as nothing more than bugs. Well, you knew that already. Meanwhile, Lee Jong-young claims that the situation has taken a dangerous turn. For a person as righteous and good-hearted as In-chan, this kind of information is much too cruel for her to handle. He thinks that if things keep going on like this, at this rate, Lee Jong-young will end up losing the future Dragon Slayer and she will begin mentally crumbling into the ground. He has to think of a way to get her back onto her feet, and with his quick thinking, he conjures up a plan. And so, he asks her, what will you do if something like this happens again? He carries on, stating that gates appeared out of nowhere and awakened hunters were born to combat the monsters inside of them. In front of such people, who have been blessed with superior physical abilities, the normal people cannot do anything and become completely powerless even to resist. If such injustices occur in a small guild, such as the North Army, Lee Jong-young claims that it is sure to be the case in other guilds as well. Incidents like these must occur everywhere at all times, making him question if In-chan plans on ignoring the rest of these atrocities. Hearing these words, the depressed In-chan opens her eyes and stands up. But Lee Jong-young doesn't stop there. He claims that he wants to try and stop all these things from happening and correct what's wrong in this world. He wants to stop anyone else from feeling what In-chan has to go through after witnessing these events and feeling like she is. But still, In-chan is not convinced. She asks if Lee Jong-young thinks he will be able to truly stop all this, even though she has witnessed his strength and amazing character firsthand. She announces that Lee Jong-young knows nothing about the hidden power in this world. She remarks on how much power that person holds, referring to Mr. Eyepatch, adding that in front of a monster like him. The other hunters are all nothing but insignificant insects. But that's not all. She adds that she is not strong enough to go face to face against that person, asking Lee Jong-young if he really thinks he knows a way to go against him and change the world. This brings us to this crucial moment. Lee Jong-young thinks that the situation is do or die now and tells In-chan his deepest secret. He tells her that I'm from the future, leaving her perplexed at this statement. Nevertheless, Lee Jong-young continues on, like he hasn't said something crazy just now. He states that something massive will happen soon. A cataclysm will arrive where many people will die and many things will be destroyed. When the time comes, the power of the North Army Guild's former vice guild leader will be necessary. And so, he reminds her that the association will be calling them together soon, telling In-chan to meet him there and think over what they have discussed until then. With this, he takes his leave and the both of them return to their homes. The next morning, Lee Jong-young is seen watching the news where he finds out that all of the North Army Guild's crimes have been brought to light. But what is surprising is how detailed the report presented is. This makes him think about whether or not the report was prepared ahead of time in order to throw away their useful pawns if and when they become useless and are nothing but an annoyance. As he sits in his home watching the news intently, something strange begins to happen. His soul-collecting skeleton begins to glow. It is seen that the avatar has finally been activated and will now be born as a true avatar. Aw yeah, boy. Things are about to get good. Seeing this, Lee Jong-young gets pumped up. Finally, the bracelet has absorbed the souls of Gunther and Young-soo in action with the Water Golem's gem and the River Worm's water essence. Regardless, a message pops up, telling Lee Jong-young to call upon the avatar's name to summon it. And so, with high expectations, he calls forth his avatar named Yunmu, and lo and behold, a floating skull takes form in front of his eyes. This skull is the avatar itself, which asked its master if he called for him. On the other hand, Lee Jong-young is not too pumped up after seeing this. Rather, he is left a bit disappointed, wondering if this is really it. He thinks about where on earth his bone dragon is, whereas Yunmu begins to wonder if something is wrong. Anyway, as the day continues, Lee Jong-young is seen honing his abilities. As per the autobiography of the Demon King, it is explained that magic power is like the atmosphere. However, countless heroes like him have wondered if they are fully utilizing the true potential of this magic power. They thought about ways they could fully draw out the true power of magic, the mana stream. But for Lee Jong-young, this is something he is still incapable of doing. According to him, the method the Demon King devised to draw out the maximum amount of power is hard to reproduce because the instructions aren't very detailed. Nevertheless, a cataclysm he cannot stop is coming his way. When that happens, all the current A-rank hunters will be left as mere C+ rank. But in order to face this calamity, Lee Jong-young has to get stronger, something which is proving to be quite difficult for him. Suddenly, he gets a text from Kim, telling him that she is waiting outside to take him to the association. As a result, Lee Jong-young makes a JoJo face, thinking that they will finally be able to meet. And just like that, he gets dressed and heads down, where Kim gives him a ride to the association headquarters. On the way, Kim remarks on how she has never seen Lee Jongyung so nervous before in her life, not even while entering the Lin River Gate, where he was likely to die. Has Lee Jongyung ever made such a face? Leading her to think that maybe he wasn't even human, but seeing Lee Jongyung like this has swayed her opinion. But of course, meeting the president of the renowned Korean Association is an event worthy of being nervous about. But Kim tells him to stay calm. She claims that the president is surely calling out to him and the other survivors of the Lin River Gate in order to talk about their accomplishments and not because Lee Jongyung did something wrong. But to Lee Jongyung, that is quite obviously not the case. Over 50 people died in the Lin River Gate incident, including the heads of the North Army Guild. He is sure that this is not just a meeting to congratulate and reward the survivors, and hence, there must be some other intentions behind the president's actions. He announces that, in essence, it is an untraditional interrogation. Understanding what Lee Jongyung means, Kim apologizes for being short-sighted, and they continue their ride. On the way, Lee Jongyung recalls his last talk with Seong-gu, where the bald guy told him that Lee Jongyung joining Asgard is not a decision he can make. Apparently, Heimdall, aka Seong-gu's alias as one of the 12 heroes, was dissatisfied with the current state of Asgard. Although the organization was originally made for the betterment of the world and for humanity, it has quickly fallen and deteriorated. What's more, when the Demon King met with Seong-gu originally, he was already against Asgard but had no way out. As a result, the Demon King also joined Asgard momentarily but left with Heimdall. Therefore, Lee Jongyung's plan is to join the secret organization earlier than the Demon King and grow significantly stronger using their resources until they are no longer useful to him. Eventually, they reach their destination, and Lee Jongyung ventures inside the president's office. And holy shit, the president is Mr. Eyepatch. Who knew? This is the same person the North Army Guild followed, the same man who ordered them all to wreak havoc, and the same person mentioned in the diary of the Demon King multiple times, Jang Hyojin. This man is a powerful figure that Lee Jongyung has no choice but to acknowledge. He is in fact so strong that in his current state, Lee Jongyung is not sure he could win against him. There, they exchange pleasantries, and the president introduces himself as Jang Hyojin and extends his hand. Seeing this, Lee Jongyung shakes his hand and also introduces himself. But soon enough, the president shows his true intentions, asking Lee Jongyung, "Who are you really?" with an evil expression on his face. Jang Hyojin announces that Lee Jongyung already knows everything, and as such, there is no need for them to waste time playing dumb in front of each other. He straight up tells Lee Jongyung that he was the one who gave such power to the North Army Guild. But suddenly, Lee Jongyung remembers something from his book. Do not trust anything about Odin. Everything about him is a lie. Nevertheless, he already knows that Jang Hyojin was the one responsible, and as a result, has a very tame reaction. Seeing this, Jang Hyojin is a bit disappointed, and he begins reviewing Lee Jongyung's personal file once again. He remarks on how special this man standing in front of him really is. When he awakened as a hunter, he killed dozens of goblins, along with the boss of the gate, a goblin chieftain, all by himself. After being rescued, he was rated as a C-rank. However, in just a mere 2 months, he quickly raised his power level and became an A-rank hunter who was capable of defeating the River Worm and clearing the Lin River Gate all on his own. This kind of growth is unbelievable and unheard of, piquing Jang Hyojin's interest into the anomaly known as Lee Jongyung. But despite this, he has one question. Why did Lee Jongyung kill Gunther? He states that Gunther was someone he was raising in order to use as a tool, and looks to be enraged at the fact that his hard work has been wasted. Hearing this, Lee Jongyung understands that Jang Hyojin must have seen everything that transpired through his crow. He claims that he merely killed a hunter who was hostile towards him, asking if this is a problem. But of course, it is. Lee Jongyung has destroyed one of the chess pieces Jang Hyojin was helping grow, and that too without his permission. But in Lee Jongyung's eyes, this is not a big loss. But wasn't he still just a pawn, he asks. With this, he too decides to cut to the chase and gets to the point, telling the president of the association that he would like to join Asgard. This surprises Jang Hyojin, and he comments on how interesting Lee Jongyung really is. However, he wonders if Lee Jongyung has proclaimed this knowing what Asgard truly is. As such, Lee Jongyung explains that Asgard is a party created by the first hunters with one single goal in mind: saving humanity. In addition, Jang Hyojin is Odin, the king of Asgard and the leader of the secret organization. Having explained himself, Lee Jongyung once again reiterated his request, telling Jang Hyojin that he would like to join Asgard. Persistent. This sparks Jang Hyojin's curiosity even more. According to the Demon King's autobiography, Odin, aka Jang Hyojin, did not have a good personality. His benevolent personality was all an act to hide his true colors, and in fact, he was pettier and crueler than anyone else. But even he has a weakness. Odin's curiosity and his desire for knowledge were like an endless abyss, unmatched in depth by anyone else's. He wouldn't even bat an eye while lying in bed with his enemies if it meant that his curiosity could be satisfied. That's kind of sus. All of a sudden, Jang Hyun begins laughing aloud. He asks how Lee Jong-young knows all of this, from the existence of Hyun and the fact that the river worm was controlled. How does this man know everything? Moreover, he even told his biggest opponent how he became stronger in such a short span of time by hunting monsters. Seeing him in such an excited state, Lee Jong-young thinks that his life-threatening gamble seems to have paid off. Just like his book stated, Jang Hyun is unable to reject Lee Jong-young's proposal due to his own curiosity. But that is not all. There is one thing that greatly increased Lee Jong-young's chances, that being the fact Jang Hyun's eye, the eye of truth, had no effect on Lee Jong-young. Because of this reason, Odin's interest increased several-fold, but on the other hand, the Sky of Apocalypse is not too happy about someone else messing with the mind of its player and issues a warning to the Explorer of Truth, Jang Hyun's sponsor. Nonetheless, all this is enough for Jang Hyun, who decides to let Lee Jong-young join Asgard. But he tells Lee Jong-young that joining this organization is not such a simple task. At first, there will be a few entrance tests given to him. Originally, this was something Gunther, after being crowned as a hero, was supposed to do, but Jang Hyun states that if Lee Jong-young is able to pass the test, he will accept him as an official member. But there is one condition. Lee Jong-young will have to have a mental restriction placed on his mind in order to ensure he cannot tell anyone else about their talk and keep the organization in the shadows. And without wasting a moment, the restriction is placed. And so, with the ordeal over with, Lee Jong-young leaves the office and gathers his thoughts at a local coffee shop. There, he reveals that the Sky of Apocalypse was able to not only stop the influence of Odin's eye, but was also able to stop the mental restriction that was placed on him. Thankfully, Odin didn't notice this. This situation makes Lee Jong-young question if his sponsor has the ability to negate any and all mental attacks. All of a sudden, as he is sitting there with his thoughts, he is visited by In-chong, and they both chat for a while. There, Lee Jong-young asks if the president asked her anything out of the ordinary, but she claims that he did not, only proclaiming that he felt sorry for the North Army Guild and how everything turned out. Yeah, of course he is. However, In-chang feels angry that she didn't have the guts to ask Jang Hyun why he did such a deplorable thing to her friends. Nevertheless, Lee Jong-young claims originally the president wanted to take care of In-chang as well, seeing as she is also aware of his true nature and character, but he left her alone for some reason, asking her why this could be so. To this, she replies that even she has no idea because someone as powerful as the president of the Hunter Association would have been able to pin a crime even on someone innocent like her. As a result, Lee Jong-young explains why. It's because In-chang doesn't have any value to him. Dead or alive, the president thinks In-chang is someone who poses no threat to him, and this is the only reason why she is alive right now. In addition, he claims that the North Army Guild was destroyed only to give the other guilds he is backing up a warning. This makes In-chang burst into tears, coming to understand that she is truly nothing. But that's why you should join hands with me, proclaims Lee Jong-young. He tells her that he is going to change the world, and for someone like her, who has hit rock bottom, joining up with him cannot hurt. Hearing this, In-chang begins to blush and ultimately chooses to join up with Lee Jong-young. And so, later that night, they meet up at the abandoned factory where they usually meet up, and In-chang asks what their plan is. As such, Lee Jong-young reveals that In-chang was sponsored inside the Lin River Gate, asking what she received because of this. Hence, In-chang pulls out an orb, claiming that she was awarded a dragon bloodstone from her sponsor, Prince Charming. Hearing this, Lee Jong-young is happy because things have turned out how he thought they would. The dragon bloodstone is a mineral so rare that only 3 have ever appeared in the Demon King's diary. What's more, it is a catalyst that allowed the immortal Siegfried to become complete. There, In-chang decides to give the dragon blood stone to Lee Jong-young, making him confused. He asks her if she knows the true worth of this rare stone, but she acts meekly, stating that by his reaction, it appears Lee Jong-young knows more than she does. Because of this, she keeps on insisting that he have it. And so, he happily takes possession of it, though it is still weird for him to get his hands on the item he was so desperate to have. He asks if she is sure she should give up a sponsor item so easily, as this could help her tremendously in the future, but In-chang claims that it is just a gift to the one who has believed in her and acknowledged her strength. Hearing this, Lee Jong-young decides to accept this generous gift. But to be honest, this isn't a smart move for In-chang. This whole ordeal makes Lee Jongyung a bit perplexed. Maybe Inchang isn't like he thought she would be, making him wonder if she is a sucker. A sucker on a whole different level. A bad move if you ask me, but she's cute, so I'll forgive it. Seeing this all, the Sky of Apocalypse smirks while looking at his sponsor. And so, with their meeting coming to an end, Lee Jongyung decides to go visit Park Jae-yun once again. There, after they exchange pleasantries, Jae-yun asks why Lee Jongyung has come here today. But first, Lee Jongyung takes a look at Jae-yun's items. Using his status bar, he scans and analyzes all the weapons put on display and is left in awe at their incredible strength and power. However, according to Jae-yun, these are all still incomplete products. Although the fire problem in his workshop previously has been improved a bit thanks to Lee Jongyung, it is still a big issue sourcing good quality materials, and it has become quite hectic. But this can't be helped, Lee Jongyung thinks. Although the blacksmith's skills play an important part, the materials also play an equally significant role. However, considering the time before the cataclysm, it is unlikely that there would be a sufficient amount of materials to satisfy a master blacksmith like Jae-yun. With this, Lee Jongyung then reveals the reason why he is here. He pulls out the dragon bloodstone Inchang gave him. As the stone sparkles, Jae-yun looks at it intently, but soon, after paying close attention, is left speechless. He slams his hand on the table and begins screaming out loud, asking Lee Jongyung what the hell this thing is. Park Jae-yun has never seen such a mineral before in his life, and this is enough to send him into a state of shock. But of course, Lee Jongyung reminds him that this is not a gift, but that is quite obvious. Only a world-class sucker would hand over such a valuable, mystical object as a gift, claims Jae-yun. However, Lee Jongyung can promise that there is at least one person who exists like this. I suppose a burn of this level is justified. Regardless, Lee Jongyung asks to borrow Jae-yun's hammer for a bit and begins walking towards the anvil. Before Jae-yun allows him, he somewhat anticipates what Lee Jongyung is trying to do. But Lee Jongyung remains as confident as ever. He puts the dragon bloodstone on the anvil and tells his ear to look closely. With this, he then lifts the hammer up in the air and, using his authority, puts even more force behind the strike. Seeing all this unfold, Jae-yun is unable to just keep watching. He begins cursing, telling Lee Jongyung to stop his foolish actions immediately. But Lee Jongyung doesn't listen. With full force, he strikes the bloodstone and breaks it into two pieces. This makes Jae-yun's soul leave his body, and he is left as a shell of the man he once was. Although his chiseled abs seem to be unaffected. Nonetheless, he is soon brought back to Earth when Lee Jongyung explains his actions. According to Lee Jongyung, this is exactly how one is supposed to use this stone. As per the Demon King's book, dragon blood stones regenerate when they consume a certain amount of blood. So in other words, it is possible to duplicate them. Now that's a life hack if I've ever seen one. Therefore, Lee Jongyung asks Jae-yun to put one half of the dragon bloodstone on his Muspel's spear, giving the blacksmith special instructions to not mess with or refine the stone in any way. As for the other half, he wants to put it on a great sword. He recalls how the great sword he chose is one that resembles the immortal Siegfried's magic sword, and Jae-yun is ready to begin working on it immediately. He even offers to do it for free, seeing as he will be able to handle such a rare mineral and also learn this amazing life hack. And so, later on at a gate somewhere, Inchang and Lee Jongyung are seen working together to hunt some monsters. Their newly upgraded weapons seem to be working perfectly. The stones implanted in the weapons absorb the orc's blood and begin regenerating. In addition, Inchang seems to be satisfied with her new weapon, remarking on how she has never used a great sword before, but it feels natural, as if she has been using it her entire life. But this much is expected from the future legendary blacksmith Jae-yun. Lee Jongyung asks about how much Inchang's stone has regenerated, learning that it has reached 2%. This makes Lee Jongyung speculate that the stronger the monster they hunt, the higher the regen rate will be. However, Inchang is still impressed at how there was this method of using the bloodstone. They can keep doubling the stone, making her comment on how giving the item to Lee Jongyung was the right choice to make after all. As they share this wholesome moment, they are quickly interrupted by the sound of footsteps belonging to a giant orc, the ogre warrior, aka the boss of this gate, the monster. Not wasting a single second, roars aloud and unleashes his strike. In the nick of time, Lee Jongyung is able to barely dodge the blow, but upon closer inspection, he finds that Inchang is not by his side. As a result, he calls out her name, and as the dust from the attack settles, he sees Inchang blocking the strike all on her own. Pretty badass. Not only that, she is even able to parry the block and sends the monster flying backward, leaving even the boss of the gate surprised at the strength this human possesses. But this is expected. The immortal Siegfried's great sword stopped countless attacks from a dragon. But the show doesn't stop there. Incheng continues to charge in and begins hacking away at her foe. Ultimately, she ends the fight with a vertical slash from above, splitting the ogre warrior into two. And so, with the raid coming to an end, they both leave the gate and rest outside. There, Li Zhongyang comments on how reassuring it is to have someone like Inchang on his side, making her blush profusely. But Li Zhongyang doesn't stop there. He states that it is almost time and that they have to, in just 2 days, go there. With the deadline so close, he wants to continue hunting non-stop for the rest of the 2 days and keep on improving their teamwork. That will be their best chance to survive, and Inchang agrees. Why is she so cute now all of a sudden? Inside his mind, Li Zhongyang is determined to face Odin's test. This brings us to the night before the fateful day. Li Zhongyang is seen resting in his room, pondering over his thoughts in anticipation of what tomorrow will hold for him. He thinks that he and Inchang have made all the possible preparations for tomorrow that they could in the little time they had. However, Incheng is still yet to attain her title, Siegfried. But maybe it's too ambitious and wishful of Li Zhongyang to think that she will acquire the alias she was originally supposed to get her hands on much later on. All of a sudden, his doorbell rings and he heads out to see who it is. And so, this results in him being seated in front of none other than Xianggu. There, Xianggu decides to cut to the chase and tells Li Zhongyang to not go tomorrow. If he does, it could result in him dying, and the stakes are much higher than from the Lin River Gate. Hearing Xianggu say this, Li Zhongyang realizes that he is telling him his true feelings, but Xianggu continues. He claims that he has thought long and hard about how Li Zhongyang knows about Asgard, the reason as to why he wants to join this organization, and his true goals. However, he has come to the realization that he does not care too much about this stuff. I trust you, announces Xianggu. But this makes Li Zhongyang confused. Just how can this man, who he came across by chance, trust him so much? But this is a question even Xianggu has no answer for. This is just what he feels, and he has decided to follow his gut feeling. But regardless, he once again reiterates his warning. Do not go tomorrow. He states that Odin is already interested in Li Zhongyang, and even without the test, he will be able to join Asgard sooner or later. He asks Li Zhongyang if he has an alias as of yet or not, stating that if he does not, he will not return back in one piece. But Li Zhongyang refuses to listen. He thanks Xianggu for his concern, but tells him that it is unnecessary. He proclaims, no matter what, I will make it back alive. I still have a lot to do. Confidence 100. And so, the fateful day has now arrived. Li Zhongyang and Inchang, dressed in a black suit, appear at what looks to be an airport. There, they are greeted by Kim, who guides them to the destination. Seeing Kim there, Li Zhongyang congratulates her on getting a promotion, but she claims that it is all because of Li Zhongyang. Since he is so successful, she is being rewarded as the one in charge of him. Not only that, as Li Zhongyang has been selected for an international expedition, she expresses her happiness about being in charge of a hunter representing their country. She bows in front of him, telling him that the gate is about to open, and prays that they both return safely before heading back. Seeing her act, even Inchang is impressed, and she remarks, what a cool guy. Huh, guy? Are the translators messing with us? My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. Nevertheless, both Li Zhongyang and Inchang reach the gate to London, where an association member tells them to enter. With this, they land directly in London, where they are greeted by the hosts of the event. What's more, it is revealed that Li Zhongyang knows English and can speak it quite fluently. Seeing this, Inchang remarks on how Li Zhongyang seems to be even more reliable now. However, the reason behind this is quite dark. In the future, if one is not able to speak English, they are not considered to even be human. Hence, he has to learn it. Anyways, the hosts take them to their rooms, telling them to rest up. In addition, they tell them about the party that is being hosted for the hunters who have gathered to help with the Gate expedition, recommending that the hunters firm Korea be sure to attend it. And hence, the same night, they decide to partake in the event. There, Inchang comments on how frustrating it is to not know English, curious as to what the others are saying about them in passing. But Li Zhongyang tells it to her straight. There are some who welcome them, but there are also those who have made racist remarks towards them. Suddenly, a giant walks into a human. With the frame and muscles of a silverback gorilla, this man's presence is enough to send the other attending into a state of fear and panic. Upon his arrival, this barbaric-looking man looks at the Korean hunter and asks, are these the two guys? He thinks that since Korea was mentioned, Chinmu would be the one to attend, but who on earth are these two brats standing in front of him? He immediately begins getting confrontational and insults both Inchang and Lee Jongyang, who are left speechless after looking at this man's frame. Having been put into this situation all of a sudden, even Lee Jongyang is taken aback. He explains that just like Asgard, there are several other secret organizations, all lying in the shadows all throughout the world. These organizations regularly battle each other over things like the rights to a particular gate. And one of these things was what resulted in the Battle of the Great Warriors. Although the organization was created to ensure humanity's safety, they have now been downgraded to only one-upping each other. Originally, in this round in the Battle of Heroes, Gunther was supposed to participate after getting the title of hero from the Lin River Gate. However, because of Lee Jongyang's interference, he was sent instead. However, according to Lee Jongyang, even Gunther is not on the level of this giant, making him wonder if this is the effect of his changing history. Back at the party, this giant gets enraged after seeing Lee Jongyang silently standing around, but he is ordered to stop his hostility by a well-dressed man who comes up from behind. This man extends his hand, claiming that it is an honor to meet the underdog. He apologizes for his partner's attitude and introduces himself as George, alias Odysseus. But hearing this, Lee Jongyang is left even more shocked. This guy is Odysseus, he questions. Was such a feared man that even in the autobiography, the Demon King was unsure that he would be able to face him. Nonetheless, he shakes George's hand. In addition, George also tells his comrade to apologize, which he does. He introduces himself as Demetrius, alias Hercules, which if you have been paying attention is the one who kills Odysseus in the future, and extends his hand forward with an ominous grin on his face. From his demeanor, it appears that he wants to crush Lee Jongyang's hand under the guise of shaking it. However, Inchang doesn't allow for this. She intervenes and grabs a hold of Hercules' hand, telling him to move his hand as Lee Jongyang will not be accepting an apology from him. Dimitri's interest is piqued upon seeing this. He never imagined there would be someone so ballsy to confront him directly, and this ensues a battle of strength between the two. As George oversees this ordeal unfolding, he is left stunned at the fact that Inchang is actually facing off against the strongest hunter. However, back on the field, Demetrius manages to shake Inchang away and sends her flying. As she regains her footing, she notices that her hand has been broken in the brief power struggle. On the other hand, Demetrius is delighted to know no end. He begins laughing out loud, stating that there seems to be someone else who is even more promising than the underdog. With this, he shows his desire to meet with the Korean hunters once again. George also apologizes for this incident and assures them that he will greet them another time. And so, the two then leave the party. Meanwhile, Lee Jongyang notices that Inchang is not doing well and asks if she is okay. But, of course, she isn't. She is seen to be drinking a potion in order to recover and asks if they really have to defeat someone like Demetrius. In response, with shadows engulfing his face, Lee Jongyang confirmed this was the case. But even in his mind, there is no possibility of them winning, through normal means that is. According to the book, Hercules was an invincible monster. However, despite this, he had a great weakness that prevented him from standing at the top of the world. With this, the days continue to pass by. Every day, a meeting is held in order for the members of the secret organizations to get acquainted with each other and get a sense of each other's strengths. But Lee Jongyang and Inchang did not participate in the parties. Instead, they opt to clear raids even when aboard. As a result, they meet up with a suited man who takes them to a gate. The man compliments the tenacity of the Korean hunters but expresses concern about how the hunters should preserve their stamina for their future battles. Regardless, the two decide to enter while the host waits for them outside. Consequently, not long after, they enter the over-tried gate. Once inside, Lee Jongyang makes it clear that they will keep on going like this until they achieve their goal, and Inchang willingly complies. With this, Lee Jongyang begins the planning. He tells her that they will continue on as they did in Korea with defense-oriented training. This is because, according to Lee Jongyang, he will not be able to withstand even a single blow from Hercules, even with his powerful skills and abilities, and that is why Inchang plays such a crucial role in this. As a result, Lee Jongyang heads deeper into the gate while telling Inchang to wait for him there. This leaves Inchang alone with her thoughts, where she expresses how restless she used to feel in the past due to guilt. However, now she is much more at ease and even her sponsor has started giving her satisfactory messages. Previously, it used to be messages like frowns or enrage, but that has now changed, and this is all thanks to none other than Lee Jongyang. Soon after, Lee Jongyang returns but is seen fleeing from the location immediately. The reason for this is revealed to be the dozens of ogres he has behind him, including the dungeon boss, the twin-headed ogre. Seeing all these monsters, Incheng freaks out, and the two hunters immediately book it out of the situation. But that is not what they are supposed to do. Li Jiangyang tells Incheng that she shouldn't try to dodge the monsters, despite them all being aggro with her. But Li Jiangyang puts his trust in her, telling her that she will definitely be able to withstand their blows. As a result, deciding to trust his word, Incheng makes up her resolve and does as she is ordered to. She makes a hasty turn and charges into the incoming horde of ogres. To aid her, Li Jiangyang calls out for his avatar Yun Mu and tells him to assist Incheng with potions if she looks to be in any sort of danger. And so, with the situation being dealt with, it is time for Li Jiangyang to search for the thing he originally came here for, to find the hidden piece that will allow him to defeat Hercules. Consequently, as the leader of the gang, Li Jiangyang is seen wreaking havoc and chaos among the other ogres using his authority. However, amidst the flames, he finally finds what he is looking for, the hidden piece that appears in B-rank ogre tribe gates. It is revealed that this hidden piece is a monstrous ogre that even hero-level hunters are afraid of facing. This monster has the ability to negate the rule over fire authority by merely walking it off. Talk about a cheat skill. Am I right? Although this monster is not capable of using magic, its fearsome personality and abilities have made people in the future call it the Red-Eyed Ogre Mage. On the other hand, back in Korea, Sidong-gu barges into the president's office and slams open the door. As soon as he arrives, he starts shouting at Jang Hyujin, asking what he's trying to do. Seeing his loud arrival, the president's assistant tries to calm Sidong-gu down, telling him that he cannot act in such a manner here. However, Jang Hyujin announces that it is fine. What's more, he excuses the assistant, telling him to wait outside so he and Sidong-gu can have a conversation in private. And so, once alone, the president then brings out his true nature. With anger painted on his face, he asks Sidong-gu what he thinks he is doing, but instead of replying, Sidong-gu responds with another question. Did you know all along? Of course, Jang Hyujin tries to play it off cool, stating that he has no idea what the guild master of the Lee Guild is saying. But this only results in Sidong-gu questioning what Jang Hyujin is thinking about. Consequently, seeing Sidong-gu act so persistently, the president takes a deep sigh and casts a barrier around them both. Here, we can have a proper conversation now, he proclaims. I guess it doesn't hurt to be too safe. In addition, he continues to claim that this place isn't the meeting room of Asgard and questions if Sidong-gu is not going to follow the rules. But his foe refuses to back down. Sidong-gu asks why Jang Hyujin is bringing up such secondary rules when their first great rule to help humanity strive has been ignored for so long, but his persistence seems to have backfired. His statement enrages Jang Hyujin, and he asks if Sidong-gu is trying to scold him, the leader of Asgard. However, this was not his intent. Sidong-gu tells him that he would have thought about scolding Jang Hyujin if he was the type to actually change his mind from a lecture, but to him, it seems like the president has zero intentions of hearing him out. His comments send Hyojin off the edge, and he stands up to start their brawl, filled with rage. Nonetheless, Sidong-gu is able to calm him down with just a single sentence. It's Hercules. Hearing him say this, Hyojin is left perplexed and asks what Sidong-gu means by this. As such, Sidong-gu explains that Hercules is participating in this round of the Battle of the Great Warriors. But to Hyojin, this is news he hasn't heard of before. As far as he knew, Asgard was promised victory in this battle of the great heroes, yet Hercules was participating. This makes him wonder if Olympus does not intend to keep their promise. Seeing his boss in such a confused state, Sidong-gu realizes that things are far worse than he imagined. He thought that Li Jiangyang was sent there knowing that Hercules was going to participate, but by the reaction he just saw, it looks like even Jang Hyujin wasn't aware of the situation up until now. Nevertheless, Sidong-gu decides to keep pressing. He questions if Jang Hyujin is going to let Li Jiangyang die just like this, asking if he isn't interested in him. In addition, in an attempt to save him, Sidong-gu volunteers to head there himself and deal with the ordeal. But there is no need to worry too much, at least as per Hyojin. Apparently, he has no intentions of letting Li Jiangyang die. Although this wasn't a part of his plan, Hyojin reveals that he has already put a mental restriction on Li Jiangyang, and if he gets into danger, the president will receive a signal immediately. Not only that, Jang Hyujin proclaims that Olympus has broken their agreement. This will be a great excuse. Yay! Time for war and bloodshed. Hearing this announcement, Sidong-gu is a bit taken aback. He thinks that maybe Hyojin already predicted this turn of events. Moreover, He claims that having that restriction put on him wasn't the smartest move for Li Zhongyang, but it appears to be a blessing in disguise. However, deep down, he feels like something is really off and is bound to go wrong. Well, he couldn't be more right. Unbeknownst to the great heroes Odin and Heimdall, the mental restriction placed on Li Zhongyang was already nullified by the Sky of Apocalypse. Back inside the gate, the red-eyed ogre mage is frantically scanning its surroundings in the midst of the flames. There, Li Zhongyang is seen taking cover behind some rocks, thinking that it was the right choice to bait his opponent using fire. Eventually, he finds a shiny red orb, which is revealed to be his true objective all this time. According to him, this stone is the reason why the ogre was able to become an ogre mage, stating that this object will be the most important piece for facing off against Hercules. Nonetheless, he is not granted a moment's rest. Out of nowhere, the ogre mage appears behind him, as the ogre looms over its prey with an angered expression. It was at this moment that Li Zhongyang knew he messed up. Fortunately, he is able to create some distance between himself and the ogre using a smokescreen. But not for long. The ogre mage soon catches up to the fleeing Li Zhongyang. This leaves him in a state of desperation, wondering if he will be able to defeat this monster on par with Hercules. All of a sudden, the monster leaps into the air and slams into the ground. This leaves Li Zhongyang with no other choice than to confront the beast head-on. He claims that he wanted to avoid a fight with this monster in preparation for fighting against Hercules, but it can't be helped now. And so, he braces himself for the approaching battle. As such, the ogre mage charges up and unleashes a strong punch towards his target, whereas Li Zhongyang equips his spear and rushes in as well. However, before they clash with each other, a message screen pops up informing Li Zhongyang that the gate has been raided. Lucky. With this, the ogre turns into a bluish ghost figure and disperses from his sight, leaving Li Zhongyang to think how close it is. He states that it would have been awful if he had become injured during this fight. If he received damage even potions could recover, he would have been left in a major pinch, but luckily, it looks like Inchang was able to bring down the boss just in time. Back in London, the parties still continue. There, Hercules and Odysseus are seen standing around. Hercules remarks on how the Korean hunters haven't shown up since the first day, making Odysseus comment that they must be out making their own preparations. But it looks like Hercules cannot wait any longer. He is itching to go and asks his comrade if he can at least visit a gate to let out some steam. But Odysseus refuses, stating that he doesn't want to endure another headache because of him. What's more, he reveals something crucial. As per him, Hercules has come here while defying Olympus' orders. However, Hercules announces that it wasn't his fault. He was ordered to purposefully lose a battle that he could win, claiming that as a fighter, he could not stand such an unfair act. Because of his actions, Theseus, the one who was supposed to accompany Odysseus originally, has been hospitalized and Odysseus has hidden him. All of it has been working for now. Since Hercules showed up on the first day, someone from Olympus should be on their way as well in order to punish Hercules for defying orders and Odysseus for helping him. But Hercules tells him that there is no need to worry as he will protect his friend no matter what or who comes. With this, he starts talking about Li Zhongyang and Inkang, stating that they look somewhat capable. But for a warrior like Hercules, there aren't many fighters that he acknowledges. For him to be looking forward to crossing swords with the underdog and his companion, Odysseus feels like something big is going to happen. The next day, at the hotel, Li Zhongyang and Inchang are seen sitting in their room. There, Inchang asks Li Zhongyang if he is going out to hunt again, asking if she should accompany him. But Li Zhongyang tells her not to, as she is not in her peak condition after yesterday's battle. Of course, Inchang blames him for this. Regardless, because of Li Zhongyang's antics, she was able to gain a special and valuable trait that enhanced her constitution growth and physical resistance. He jokes about whether they should go at it one more time. Ham. What? Hearing this, Inchang begins to fluster and tries to dig into the question, pretending to look busy. Her reaction only increased my suspicions. What happened last night? But Li Zhongyang claims that he was just joking. As such, he tells Inchang to rest for today and heads out alone. Inchang eventually complies but tells him to contact her if anything happens. Consequently, Li Zhongyang ventures into the city and reaches a place known as Alchemy Street. He seems to be looking for someone in particular here, but with no way of locating this person, he decides to just sense the place where he is getting the most magic power. This led him to a shop, the exact place he was looking for. And so, he heads inside only to be greeted by an orange-haired girl. Why does she look so familiar? Seeing her, Li Zhongyang begins to smile, thinking that he has come to the right spot. The shopkeeper tries to actively engage with her customers and asks what brought him here all the way from Korea. Maybe a special potion or a weapon of mass destruction? But to her surprise, Lee Jong-young asks if this girl is Park Yoo-jin. Hearing this random stranger utter her name, this girl is left shocked and instantly changes her tone. She asks who this guy is, stating that he cannot be good luck as she has just set up shop here. But Lee Jong-young just replies sarcastically. He reveals that this girl is the younger sister of Brock, also known as Park Jae-yun, the greatest blacksmith. Her skills rival that of Jae-yun, in addition to her being a great alchemist as well. In the future, she attained the title Hephaestus. Anyways, Lee Jong-young requested her to modify his weapon, and a week later, she completed the task. Lee Jong-young wanted to melt down the red stone he found at the Ogre Tribe gate and use it to coat Muspel's spear. However, after working on the spear and with the red ore, Yoo-jin's suspicions have only grown. She claims that she left Korea behind, along with her good-for-nothing brother, and came all the way to London in hopes of attaining such high-quality materials. But still, she has never seen materials such as the ones Lee Jong-young brought in. Even Olympus didn't have anything like this, leading her to wonder just who on earth this guy is and how he got his hands on such high-quality materials. Regardless, Lee Jong-young just tells her to come back to Korea. He tells her that if minerals are her goal, Korea will prove to be much more beneficial to her than England, as he is currently in Korea. However, this leaves her confused. Inside his mind, Lee Jong-young explains what he wants to accomplish from this. When these twins come together, they will be able to make me stronger, he thinks. But in reality, Yoo-jin doesn't seem so eager to believe this stranger's words. She asks if he is claiming to be able to obtain materials even Olympus can't, leading to her calling him arrogant. But this man's confident attitude is what piqued her curiosity. Eventually, the fateful day of the raid arrives. All hunters from all over the world prepare themselves as soon as the gate opens up. There, Incham asks if they will have to battle all the hunters here. But that is not the case. There are some who aren't interested in winning, and clearing the fate first is also a part of the winning conditions. This makes Inchang feel a bit relieved as she thinks this will result in minimum meaningless killings. But Lee Jong-young isn't too sure about that. Not everyone in the world is as kind and good-hearted as Inchang. All of a sudden, Hercules and Odysseus arrive at the location. Hercules' presence is enough to send everyone into a state of panic, and they all begin to stare at him. This enrages him, and he begins lashing out at the participants. However, Odysseus calms him down. In addition, he manages to divert Hercules' anger onto Lee Jong-young, who is staring at them as well. Seeing the look in his eyes, Hercules became excited about what the future had in store for them. He exchanges pleasantries with Lee Jong-young and ultimately, the hunter ventures inside the gate. But something seems a bit off. Before entering, Lee Jong-young tells Inchang to run away first when they step inside, and this order surprises her. Nevertheless, having issued his command, Lee Jong-young enters the Katahdin Mountain Gate, but as soon as they enter, they are met with a huge explosion. Inchang, although managing to avoid any direct damage, begins thinking about what is going on, but decides to obey the orders Lee Jong-young gave her. As such, he dashes away from the scene at full speed, but is forced to stop when she sees an injured hunter on the verge of death. Not being able to ignore this scene, she tries to aid this hunter by giving him a potion, but to no avail. The warrior has already taken his last breath and passes away in front of her eyes. But that's not all. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a fierce attack comes her way. Although she's able to parry the attack just in the nick of time, the blow leaves her hands trembling. And this powerful strike was from none other than Hercules, who was impressed at her strength. "I'm glad I decided to participate," he announces while facing Inchang with an ominous stance. And just like that, chaos ensues. As the battle begins, Inchang and Hercules begin attacking each other with all they have. Suddenly, Hercules unleashes a powerful punch, but Inchang manages to avoid it by the skin of her teeth. Nonetheless, when she turns back to see the aftermath of the attack, she finds that the landscape behind her has been completely destroyed. But Hercules doesn't stop there. Refusing to let up, he once again starts sending strikes while making snarky comments, but this time, Inchang blocks the attack using her great sword. This is the fruit of her labor. Even though her opponent's monstrous strength is making her bones ring, she is able to block the attack thanks to her rigorous training. With this, she then takes a stance in order to charge in. Thinking, now it's my turn. She prepares to dash in, but Hercules doesn't allow it. Seeing Inchang's display, he is amazed that someone as strong as her has yet to receive a title. Regardless, as poor him, she has earned the right to receive his attack, an attack which he only dishes out to worthy opponents. And so he powers up and unleashes his technique Savage Beast. But in a twist of events, out of nowhere, a fireball comes flying in and hits him during his prep time. Seeing this, Inchang is left shocked and turns back to see the one responsible for this, but she is happy to see that this fireball belongs to none other than Lee Jong-young, who soon comes running from behind and tells her that running away for now will be in their best interest. Consequently, they both ditch the battlefield immediately and flee elsewhere, while Hercules emerges from the fireball almost unscathed but disappointed. Later on, Lee Jong-young and Inchang are seen taking refuge somewhere. There, they discuss the events that transpired right after they entered. Inchang explains that there was an explosion as soon as they stepped in, and a lot of hunters were caught up in the explosion, resulting in them meeting their demise. This whole situation left Inchang perplexed, and she questions just what is going on. As such, Lee Jong-young then reveals what really happened. It was an ambush. But the culprit is not the one Inchang thinks he might be. It wasn't caused by Hercules, rather, it was caused by the hunters who tried to ambush Hercules when he stepped inside. Of course, they had no chance of beating the so-called strongest hunter, and Hercules began going on a rampage after being enraged. And Lee Jong-young had already predicted this, so he ordered Inchang to run. Nevertheless, because of the ordeal, it looks like a third of the hunters have already been killed. Hearing this, Inchang asks what their plan is going forward, expressing how she would never have been able to emerge from the attack Hercules was about to hit her with after taking it head-on. But Lee Jong-young claims for now, we will survive this A-rank gate. He then equips his weapons and looks back, finding a horde of Katahdin lions and A-rank monster standing behind them. Demetrius isn't our only enemy after all, he proclaims. Anyway, they deal with their pack. Once finished, Lee Jong-young sent out Yunmu to scout the surroundings, and he learned that no hunters are present there. Meanwhile, Inchang decides to bury the corpses of the monsters they just killed. Seeing this, Lee Jong-young thought about how odd of a person he really was. More like crazy. Am I right? And so, after completing her task, Inchang asks about their game plan. Like Lee Jong-young told her, there are two ways to win the battle. They can either clear the gate or focus on killing the other hunters. She questions what they will do, but even Lee Jong-young seems hesitant. The boss of this A-rank gate could be too much for them both to handle alone. However, wouldn't Hercules be an even stronger foe? But there is no need to worry. Our boy, the demon god, already has a plan in mind. They will take them both down. This announcement leaves Inchang speechless. But suddenly, Yunmu appears. He reveals that there are 3 hunters with skull tattoos in the area, and they are the ones who started this whole mess. As per Lee Jong-young, they were the ones who ambushed Hercules, and as such, he tells Inchang to prepare herself to face them. On the other hand, Odysseus and Hercules are seen somewhere. They have captured these 3 tattooed men while trying to follow Lee Jong-young's flame trail. Odysseus explains that they are from Borgen, an evil North African organization that routinely deals drugs, conducts child trafficking, and commits other heinous acts. In addition, they are the ones who started the ambush on Hercules. Hearing this, Hercules becomes enraged while the hunters wet themselves. They beg for mercy, claiming that they messed up, but Hercules says something peculiar. He states that he doesn't hate those guys who do anything to win. Rather, he likes them. However, even such people have to comply with the rules, and that's exactly what they have failed to do by planning the ambush. Hercules unleashes a punch, having no mercy for these scumbags, telling them all to make sure to follow the rules in your next life. As Hercules' sponsor approves his actions, Hercules stands there looking at the men he just helped vanish off of the face of the earth. Suddenly, George begins complaining about his partner's speech, stating that even Hercules is responsible for breaking the rule by disobeying Olympus and beating their teammate, Theseus, half to death, putting him in a hospital in a dire state. Nevertheless, Hercules dismisses this comment and begins talking about Lee Jong-young and how he is excited to beat the living daylights out of him. But all of a sudden, their chat is interrupted by a group of hunters. These men surround Hercules and George and start looking down on them with fierce looks in their eyes as if they are going to start their assault. Thinking that these men must be the comrades of the ones he just killed, he steps forth to confront them all as well. He lets out an intense aura in preparation, announcing that I really like this, before jumping in to start the chaos. And in the blink of an eye, the fight ends as abruptly as it began. All that's left is a mountain of tattered corpses, with missing limbs and body parts, which lay on the battlefield. Seeing this scene from hell, George remarks on how terrible of a hobby Hercules has, telling him to at least use a weapon if he goes berserk. However, Hercules refuses. According to him, you need to feel it with your hands to really enjoy the hunt, and a dweeb like George wouldn't get it. Arrogant much, it is explained that George isn't very fond of Demetrius solely because of the fact he is strong. Apparently, he isn't just a simple lunatic. Rather, he is a warrior with a thirst for battle and victory. In the heat of the moment, he transforms into a homicidal maniac who loses all his rationale. Regardless, Hercules hasn't had enough yet and wants to go meet up with Lee Jongyun now. And that is what George is worried about, the meeting between Demetrius and the underdog, Lee Jongyun. On the other hand, somewhere else, Lee Jongyun and In-chang close in on the boss area. There, they feel an intense magic power, and suddenly, Yunmu rushes to his master's side and informs Lee Jongyun that there are hunters in the vicinity. However, there is not a speck of bloodlust in the air, making him think that these hunters must not be enemies. As a result, they head over to talk with these hunters, who claim that they have been waiting for the Korean hunters for a long time. But of course, Lee Jongyun has no idea what these people are talking about. Confused, one of the warriors confirms that Lee Jongyun was sent here by Asgard, and he tells him that is right. With this, the hunters huddle together and talk with each other to come to a conclusion about this situation. Eventually, Enev, one of the hunters, steps forth. He introduces himself as a member of Nile, a global organization similar to Asgard and Olympus which operates in the shadows, and states that they were tasked with helping the underdog. But seeing as he doesn't know anything about the plan, he explains that the victor of this great war has already been decided beforehand to be Asgard. Although it seems like there has been a problem on Olympus' side and things have gotten a bit complicated with Hercules' arrival, the hunters of Nile are here to help ensure Lee Jongyun and In-chang's victory. Hearing all this, Lee Jongyun finally figured out the reason why Choi Yong-sung was able to win the Great War. As such, Enev announces that he and his team will help them defeat the boss, as only the two of them will not be enough to win. But Lee Jongyun has something else in mind. He proclaims, "I will take down Demetrius." His announcement leaves all the others perplexed, but to Lee Jongyun, if he only wins by taking down the boss, it would look like he is nothing but one of Odin's puppet. Seeing them all shocked, In-chang, who doesn't have a clue as to what is going on, asks Lee Jongyun to explain the situation to her, and he expresses how the plans to make Asgard win was already set in motion by the higher-ups, but his plan to defeat Hercules has left them speechless. But still, there is one thing worrying Lee Jongyun. He questions if even In-chang will oppose his decision, but, much to his surprise and delight, she shows her willingness to tag along with her partner, stating that she will follow Lee Jongyun's plan. Hearing this, Lee Jongyun begins to smile, and I am blushing after seeing In-chang's smile. However, disaster strikes at the last moment. One by one, the other hunters begin chickening out. Obviously, they do not want to directly face off against the supposed strongest hunter in the world, and they walk off, berating Lee Jongyun and his delusional ideas. Even the hunters of Nile back out, ultimately leaving the Korean hunters right back where they started, alone with just the two of them. Nevertheless, Lee Jongyun claims that this doesn't matter, and they both begin their journey to their first target, the Catalan Mountain Gate boss. Later on, Enev's teammate asks him about what he thinks will happen. Consequently, Enev states that although it will be tough, Lee Jongyun is unusually strong considering what he has experienced so far. If he is to consider the underdog's potential, it is like that Lee Jongyun is on par with the leaders of the underground organizations. Hearing this, Enev's partner is left taken aback, but he continues, claiming that the reason he and the other hunters have sat around is to judge him and his skills accurately with their own eyes. On the other hand, In-chang and Lee Jongyun have reached their destination and are finally faced with the boss, a Catalan. Almost immediately, the beast unleashes his powerful aura, which in turn slightly decreases the hunter's abilities. Regardless, Lee Jongyun is able to successfully resist the aura's pressure, and his stats return back to normal moments later. In addition, he also received another achievement. And so, at last, the assault begins. At high speeds, Lee Jongyun charges into their foe to attack, telling In-chang to take the right side while he does the opposite, reminding her to conserve her strength. Having heard her orders, In-chang complies and dashes in, while Yunmu covers their flanks. With this, all three of them get into position, ready to attack, and so In-chang is the first to unleash a blow. However, the fearsome Catalan is able to dodge the swing and in return, uses its paw to smack her to the side. That's kind of disrespectful. The show doesn't stop there. Lee Jongyun soon follows suit and uses his rule over fire authority to set the monster ablaze, but his tactic fails to do any damage. Once again, the boss emerges unharmed and tries striking back. However, Yunmu intervenes and helps Lee Jongyun get to a safe spot. With this, the hunter duo then regroups. Even from their brief interaction, both In-chang and Lee Jongyun seem to be panting heavily. There, Lee Jong-young reminds her to not push herself too hard, as their goal is to start the boss's second phase when Demetrius gets here. But when will that be? Meanwhile, Demetrius is seen causing mayhem somewhere else, as countless dead bodies lay shattered on the ground. Hercules is seen with his fists all bloody. It seems like in pursuit of Lee Jong-young. He was confronted by the hunter groups, which attacked him repeatedly. This whole cat and mouse routine is seriously pissing Demetrius off, but this isn't such a big deal, at least to George. Hercules will soon face the opponent he desires to fight so much, but Hercules doesn't have it. As his eyes glow with a blood-red color, he tells George to shut it, making his partner think that Demetrius must be getting lost in his bloodlust now. He explains that in exchange for such incredible raw power, Demetrius gets lost in his killing frenzy the more he kills. This makes him wonder if the underdog is already aware of this fact and hence left behind these hunters for him to fight and get more into a trance. But there is no way this is possible. This information is top secret and kept under very tight wraps, even within the Olympus organization. Even Odin is not aware of this fact. But George obviously doesn't know about our boy's book. As such, he closes in on Demetrius, and, in a calm and collected manner. Hearing his voice, the bloodlust in Hercules' eyes diminishes and he asks George what he wants. Seeing this, his partner confirms if Demetrius is sure he will be able to control his sanity in such circumstances, but in response, Demetrius tells him not to worry. He has significantly improved his control since the last incident and promises he won't get lost in his bloodlust anymore. All of a sudden, the aura sent out by the battle between the Korean hunters and the boss reaches them. Sensing this immense pressure, Hercules gets pumped up, asking if it's time for the main dish now. As George makes up his mind to believe in Hercules, one of the only few S-class hunters in the world, he replies that it is time for them to head over. Well, not like he had much of a choice. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, the boss's movements suddenly stop, ensuring that the Korean hunters have accomplished their mission by sending the boss into the second phase. However, that isn't the end. All of a sudden, while transforming and evolving into its second stage, the boss unleashes a strong demonic aura and begins to take on its final form. What's more, it also calls out for its minions, and in response, a horde of monster lions appear out of nowhere to back up their leader. All the while, the Nile hunters are watching from a safe distance, impressed at how only 2 people were able to force the Catalian into the next phase. But something is wrong. According to enro, when the gate boss's movements are stunned, that is when normally the hunters attack the beast as much as possible to do maximum damage. So why is it that the underdog has stopped now? Back to Lee Jong-young, who tells In-chang that they have become successful, and, in the nick of time, seeing as the protagonist is here. Suddenly, Hercules launches himself into the arena and George soon follows up. However, just as they show up, one of the minion lions tries to pounce on Hercules, try and get a sneak attack in. But for the strongest hunter, such a foe is nothing much. With a measly punch, he completely eradicates the monster and his body explodes into a million pieces and goes flying everywhere. Now that's got to hurt. With this, he then turns his attention to Lee Jong-young, but unbeknownst to him, his plan isn't to fight Hercules right now. Because of this reason, he flees the scene as soon as Demetrius shows up along with In-chang. This makes Hercules enraged and he furiously begins chasing after his prey, but alas, the Catalian won't allow for this. It begins chasing Hercules, a pretty ballsy move if you ask. But it looks like this is not the case. Both Hercules and the boss appear to be chasing after the Korean hunters only, making In-chang second guess Lee Jong-young's plan and its effectiveness. But he explains that this is happening because, up until now, they were the ones dealing damage to the monster, which is why it is solely focused on them instead of Demetrius. Sounds like the boss lion is actually a big chicken. Nevertheless, the beast is soon to get worn out because of the demonic energy it is constantly spewing out. All they have to do is stall for more time and ultimately, the beast will tire out and lose all its strength. But the issue at hand is how they are supposed to accomplish such a feat. Bewildered, In-chang questions Lee Jong-young, but he already has a plan up his sleeve. While continuing to run, he lures the boss and Hercules to a group of hunters, who are left shell-shocked at the sight of Lee Jong-young. Because of Lee Jong-young's antics, the boss launches itself into the army of hunters, and they begin getting involved and hurt as collateral damage. Seeing the boss become engulfed by its magical power and has lost its rational thinking, the hunters realize that they have been forced to defend themselves if they want a chance of making it out of this sudden attack alive. Even Hercules, who looks to have lost himself to his bloodlust, chimes into the bloodbath, laughing out loud like a crazy person. Regardless, Lee Jong-young's plan has ended up working out in the end. They have managed to escape the battlefield after starting the fight and have fled to a cliff to take shelter and stay hidden. But the question is for how long they can avoid the confrontation. And the answer is not for long. As a result, Lee Jong-young is forced to deploy his last-ditch effort. His AC is saved up just for this moment. He summons a glass vial and begins applying the potion inside it on his spear. Seeing this, In Chong asks what on earth he is doing, and Lee Jong-young explains that this is his secret weapon, which he plans on using against Hercules. It is revealed that the liquid inside this glass vial is actually the red magic crystal he had Park Yujin prepare beforehand. As he applies this potion to his weapon, Muspel's spear begins to glow brightly. Suddenly, a message pops up revealing that the weapon's stats have been temporarily increased. But that's not all. It also seems like the Dragon Blood Stone is covered by the red magic stone. At this moment in time, it is explained that even Lee Jong-young wasn't aware of the consequences that this act would bring forth, but regardless, his plan ends up working yet again. Good plot armor he has. As the Muspel's spear begins glowing ominously, even In Chong remarks at how it looks extremely dangerous. But this is the only shot they have at beating Hercules. Not wasting a single moment, Lee Jong-young begins aiming the spear at his target. Meanwhile, back in the midst of the bloody warfare, the Catalian and Hercules are going head-to-head. All of a sudden, the monster unleashes a strong blast, but Hercules isn't a mere pushover, and also deploys one of his strongest techniques, Roar of the Beast of Prey. However, his counter is so strong that it overpowers the Catalian's blast and even does damage to it. Seeing this, Lee Jong-young deduces that this is the best possible moment to let his spear fly, as Hercules is currently off guard. On the other hand, Hercules proudly boasts about the strength of his fists and techniques. However, as he continues to taunt the monster, he senses something come flying towards him. But even though he acknowledges the danger, he is too late to dodge it. The spear is coming at him at high speeds, rendering him useless in this situation, but George intervenes at the last possible second. Using his sword, he is able to parry the incoming spear and send it back. That is exactly why he told Hercules to start carrying a weapon, as it proves to be useful in a pinch. Not going to lie, seems like good advice to me. Regardless, George comments on how Lee Jong-young's spear looked different from usual. In addition, he thinks that the power behind the attack was so strong that it could even rival Hercules' roar of the beast of prey. But Hercules refuses to acknowledge this. In his mind, an attack of that caliber is not on par with his techniques, and in his eyes, Lee Jong-young's threat level has been decreased from a worthy target to that of an annoying insect, which is difficult to get one's hands on. As a result, he tells his partner to go and deal with the housefly, claiming that I'll hunt the real beast in the meantime. And so, he leaves his partner alone and goes to deal with the boss himself. On the other hand, as soon as he leaves, George begins to laugh. He turns around with a fierce look on his face and is surrounded by a powerful aura, proclaiming that he has been underestimated. And what he sees is In Chong standing before him, prepared to engage in combat with this fearsome hunter. Just like that, these two powerhouses begin clashing with each other. In Chong swings her sword, but George is able to dodge the blow. In response, he too unleashes a barrage of attacks, but his opponent is able to dodge or block all of them while creating distance at the same time. At the moment, In Chong then starts gathering ki in her sword to prepare for a full power attack. Sensing this, George thinks that she is still just an amateur and thinks this is his chance to end things quickly. It's over now, he announces, but that is not the case. Out of nowhere, Yunmu shows itself and sends a blast straight towards George. Not having expected a flying skull coming at him from nowhere, George is barely able to avoid a head-on collision with the blast, but this, in turn, leaves him open for In Chong's incoming attack. With this, she finally launches her strike. Nevertheless, after the dust storm dies down, George appears out of the smokescreen virtually unharmed, asking, did it run away? With a calm and collected mind, he wonders why the flying skull he saw aimed toward the ground instead of aiming for an opening and landing a decisive blow. Moreover, just what is this sticky and sweet-smelling substance it shot out? As he begins examining this thick, viscous fluid, he soon realizes what In Chong and Yunmu have done. They have sprayed George with monster pheromone, a potion used to attract mob monsters. In a matter of seconds, he is surrounded by the minion lions and they all charge at him. Even someone as experienced as the hunter called Odysseus did not see this coming. Who could have thought Yunmu would use a potion used for group mobbing in such a fashion? It got me, he proclaims. On the other hand, Lee Jong-young is in a pickle of his own. He is standing on the sidelines, witnessing the fearsome battle between Hercules and the Catalian. To him, it looks like Hercules is fighting this high-ranked boss all on his own and on equal footing. What's more, the beast is in its second stage, where it now possesses demonic energy and is at its peak strength levels. Is it even possible to face a monster in this state? He wonders, but obviously, it is as if he is seeing it with his own two eyes. He wonders just how strong Hercules' stats must be to accomplish such an insane feat, but suddenly, In-chang shows up behind him. Her return signifies that their plan is in motion and Odysseus has been securely tied down for the time being. In-chang confirms this, remarking on how Yunmu helped her a lot to do this. Regardless, Li Zhongyang reminds her that they have to finish things before Odysseus is able to return to the battlefield, as it would decrease their chances of victory, and she complies. Back to Hercules, who looks to be having the time of his life against this high-rank boss. As his bloodlust slowly consumes him, he gets more and more into the fight. However, all of a sudden, his eyes begin to change appearances mid-fight, and this is exactly what Li Zhongyang was waiting for. Getting his signal. He claims that even though it looks under control, he will surely crumble down his opponent's sanity and once and for all end Berserker Hercules. Consequently, he tells In-chang to go and confront the Catalian for now, as per their plan, while he heads over to face Demetrius by himself. According to him, there is no need for him to take Hercules down. Instead, he just needs to land one successful attack during that state. With this, he tells In-chang to get started. At the arena, Hercules sends the Catalian flying with a punch, asking it if this is all it's got. Despite this, he pursues the flying monster at high speed, but when he starts getting close, he sees a spark of flame. At this time, In-chang and Li Zhongyang head to complete the next step, but thanks to his quick thinking and high battle IQ, he is able to stop in the nick of time as a wall of flame is erected in his way. And out walks Li Zhongyang, the underdog, who asks Hercules, "Why don't you play with me too?" Hearing this, Hercules looks a bit bummed at first, stating that things are finally starting to get interesting with the Catalian, but nonetheless is more than eager and willing to play with the underdog in its place. With this, Hercules then begins powering up, and seeing this, Li Zhongyang becomes happy that his plan looks like it's working. As such, he starts embedding ki into his shield, but this is but a futile task. To Hercules, this is a useless tactic, and he claims that he will make Li Zhongyang realize what a rash decision he is about to make. And so, he once again powers up and prepares his technique. Meanwhile, Inev is still watching the battle on the edge of his seat. Seeing these events unfold from a safe distance, he too comments on how it is futile to try and stop Hercules' blow. Even though Li Zhongyang has infused a lot of mana into his shield, he is still nothing in comparison with Hercules' attack. Nevertheless, the strongest hunter soon launches himself towards his foe. In the blink of an eye, he closes the distance between himself and his opponent and punches the shield, and it shatters. However, much to his surprise, it looks like Li Zhongyang has vanished into thin air. Thinking he disappeared from sight, Hercules is left confused but senses something wrong. Because of this, he turns around to find Li Zhongyang up in the air. With his spear pointed towards Hercules, Li Zhongyang uses all of his might to stab Hercules in the shoulder and succeeds, but in return, Hercules is also able to deliver a blow, sending Li Zhongyang flying back. With this, Hercules then begins heading towards Li Zhongyang, finally having understood his tactic. But all this has done is make him more eager to fight. He tells Li Zhongyang to get up quickly and entertain me, and Li Zhongyang, who was able to block the blow but not all the damage, stumbles back on his feet. Despite this, his plan has already been set into motion. He asks Demetrius if he is okay, but his opponent thinks he is just being cocky and arrogant, trying to play mind tricks on him. To the great hunter Hercules, this wound is nothing but a scratch that will heal naturally in a bit, but that is not the truth. Suddenly, his body starts cramping up and a black, ominous liquid comes out from his wound. Hercules thinks that this might be poison, but no, this is not such an underhanded strategy. It is revealed that the potion Li Zhongyang applied to the spear was the red crystal that gave birth to an ogre mage. This crystal also has two names in the future, Liberation and Madness, aka the same thing Hercules is experiencing right now. As per Li Zhongyang, the red ore which gives an ordinary ogre to surpass the strength of a boss was a power humanity craved. Animals exposed to it would turn into monsters, and monsters would attain boss-level strength. Because of this, the red ore was dubbed Liberation. In addition to this, because of its potent abilities, scientists began experimenting and researching this special stone, and not long after, even hunters became test subjects for these researchers. But that is when the atrocities started. Even though the crystal is able to exponentially increase the hunter's potential and power, it also had a small side effect of making them go batshit insane. It caused the hunters to lose themselves to the madness within them which the red crystal brought out with it. Because of this, it was given another name, Madness, and soon enough, its use became forbidden due to its consequences. The sheer magic power released by Hercules after absorbing the concoction of the dragon blood stone and red crystal mixed together is enough to make even Li Zhongyang shaky, as he comments on how it feels like the entire Catalian mountain gate is shaking. Nevertheless, he hears a voice from behind him, asking what on earth the underdog has done. This voice belongs to none other than George, who has managed to overcome the horde of lion monsters. Despite being tattered and injured heavily, he walks in with aggression, condemning Li Zhongyang for doing such a deplorable thing. Regardless, Li Zhongyang warns him that if he comes over here, he will die, but George refuses to listen. With all his might, he jumps in to aid his friend, but of course, Li Zhongyang doesn't allow for this to happen. He intervenes at the last second, claiming that history will repeat itself if he doesn't stop George. Apparently, as per the Demon King's autobiography, this is exactly how Odysseus was killed in the future. Hercules had lost himself in bloodlust, and George, who tried to chime in and help him overcome his madness, was unable to stop his comrade and meet his demise by his hand. This ensues a series of clashes between the two hunters, and they collide with each other full force. Desperate to aid his partner, Odysseus tells Li Zhongyang to move. He claims that it hasn't been long since Hercules went into madness, and as such, he will be able to bring him back to his senses. But that is far from the truth. Li Zhongyang announced that even for Odysseus, this would not be possible, and he would not allow him to do so. As a result, Odysseus keeps up the pressure in an attempt to get past his opponent, but is unable to. However, all of a sudden, Li Zhongyang states that he has a plan. These words surprise Odysseus, who takes a step back and decides to listen to what Li Zhongyang has to say. Even though he doesn't trust Li Zhongyang, he is still very desperate to help bring back his friend and asks what this plan is. Therefore, Li Zhongyang tells him that he only needs 5 minutes. He claims that they will all hold back Demetrius for 5 minutes. But in Odysseus' mind, this feat is impossible and is utter nonsense. Does Li Zhongyang really think he can hold back an insane Demetrius? That too for a whole entire 5 minutes. But his chain of thought is disrupted when Demetrius comes flying in to attack. Seeing this, Li Zhongyang calls out for Inchon and gets out of Demetrius' way, and so does Odysseus. And in their place comes the Catalian. The boss engages with Demetrius, making Li Zhongyang delighted that Inchon is doing her part perfectly. He tells Odysseus that even the Catalian is on their side, and with its help, they will be able to hold out for a mere 5 minutes for sure. Although Odysseus is not 100% on board with the idea, in his eyes, there is no other choice left for him other than to follow Li Zhongyang's lead. Finally, with another powerful hunter on their side, Li Zhongyang gets pumped up. He explains that, as per the research in the future, the effects of the red crystal only last for about 5 minutes, and if they are to hold out until the time is up, Demetrius will return back to normal. This will bring the battle to an end and mark his victory in this battle. On the other hand, the rest of the hunters who are cleaning up after the Catalian's minions finally finish up the small fry when they are suddenly met with an overwhelming demonic energy. Distressed, they look around and find that it is not coming from the Catalian boss's second phase. Rather, it is coming from Hercules himself. This terrifies them, and they all begin shaking on the spot, back on the front line. Hercules begins attacking everything that moves without discrimination. That includes his partner George as well. However, this hunter is also not a pushover, and he refuses to go down without a fight. Using his skills, he is able to counter the incoming blow. However, in front of a powerhouse like Demetrius, even his attacks fail to stand up. Demetrius simply diminishes Odysseus' attacks with a single punch, but it seems like he has forgotten that Odysseus isn't alone. Out of nowhere, Inchon appears as well, and she too begins slashing away at the enemy, but alas, it fails to be of any use. Seeing this sight, the rest of the hunters cannot believe their eyes. Most of them decide that they would be better off retreating while they can in order to not get involved in such a monstrous fight, not wanting to end their life at this point in time in vain. At the cliff, even the Nile soldiers are left prepped for what they are witnessing. The female hunter asks Inev about their next move, but something else is occupying Inev's mind. To him, the power inside Hercules at the moment is similar to the red aura that their comrade Seth brought. Because of this, Inev tells his partner to get ready to fight, as they will also be jumping into the Mosh pit. Bad move if you ask me. Better to let them do it instead. And so, Li Zhongyang, Inchon, George, and the Catalian Mountain Gate boss all combine their strength in order to face and defeat their monstrous enemy. However, even with them all working together, Hercules still overpowers the lot all by himself. First up is the Catalian boss, who goes down without putting up much of a fight. Hercules simply punches him into oblivion until the fearsome lion boss looks akin to Yamcha in the Saiyan arc. He then turns his attention toward In-chan, who is also trying her best to slow down Hercules' movements, but her efforts prove to be futile. Instead, she is sent flying away by a swift kick, even though he was able to block the brunt of it using her great sword. Up next is none other than Odysseus. He jumps in from above and charges towards his comrade, telling him to get himself back together. But the crazed Demetrius refuses to listen to even a word, while Odysseus uses his sword to launch an attack. Hercules decides that the best course of action for him would not be to dodge or block the blow. Rather, he thinks that the most efficient way is to meet the sword head-on, only using his bare fists. And that is exactly what he does. Using his fists, he makes direct contact with the sword, but despite this, takes little to no damage. In its place, he is able to send an immense shockwave through the sword and into George's body, heavily damaging him. Even the sword is not able to make it out of the collision without harm. But Hercules is far from done and doesn't stop there. After sending George into the air, he continues to charge up and eventually lets out another one of his life-threatening techniques named Savage Beast's Roar. With this, he then launches himself towards his target at light speed and delivers a flaming punch. But, just in the nick of time, Lee Jong-young shows up to save George and swoops him out of the way. Even in such a state, George asks Lee Jong-young just how much longer they have to keep at it. How long is it till the 5 minutes are over? Hearing his words, Lee Jong-young began thinking to himself. The experiment in the future definitely showed that 5 minutes is the upper limit for an incomplete red core. So why isn't Hercules tiring out? Maybe because he is the strongest? Did you think about that? However, Hercules doesn't give him the time to find out. Not wasting a moment, he catches up to Lee Jong-young and prepares for another attack. However, out of nowhere, Hercules is blasted away by a gush of water. This attack belonged to none other than Iniv and the Nile Hunters, who claim they have arrived to back up Lee Jong-young, and the others by providing support from the back. This gives Lee Jong-young enough time to check up on his fallen comrade In-chan, who tries to keep up her tough demeanor but is obviously nearing her limit. Seeing her in such a state, Lee Jong-young realizes that she will not be able to keep up this antic for long, leading him to blame himself for being so weak. As these thoughts rush into his head, he claims he would emerge victorious if only he had a little bit more strength. And just like that, his prayers appear to be answered, but in the worst possible way. All of a sudden, a message pops up. The blood swallowed by the dragon's bloodstone has reversed its flow. Regeneration minus 0.3%. It looks like this is not a very good message. Almost immediately after receiving it, Lee Jong-young begins to vomit up blood. Seeing him choke, In-chan asks him if he is alright, but to no avail. Messages keep on popping up. The blood swallowed by the dragon's bloodstone has reversed its flow. This sends a surge of incredible power throughout Lee Jong-young's body. His eyes begin glowing a blood-red color, similar to the crazed Hercules, and he begins shrieking out loud in pain. The pressure from this surge in strength alone causes a huge shockwave, sensing which the Nile Hunter figures out that Lee Jong-young must have entered the same state Demetrius is in at the moment. Good guess, but doesn't stop there. The blood swallowed by the dragon's bloodstone has reversed its flow. Regeneration minus 2%. And with this, Lee Jong-young finally loses himself in the madness. From a wall of fire, Lee Jong-young walks out with a demonic, borderline traumatizing appearance and demeanor. In his mind, the thoughts of why Hercules is not back to normal continue to rush in. But can he even afford to think in this situation? He sees a furious Hercules charging at him. But this time, he sees something he couldn't before. He sees small spots all over his foe's body, understanding that this must be a mana stream. Thanks to this, he is able to get a grasp on this mana stream as well and tries using it for himself. Pouring the stream into feet, he is quickly able to launch himself towards his opponent and ready to attack. However, on his way, the Catalian recovers from the beating Hercules gave it and attempts to sneak up and eat Lee Jong-young. But alas, that is not going to happen. His powered Lee Jong-young is able to easily deal with a weakened boss and slices it into two without much of a problem. Because of this, he earns many titles, achievements, and even the boss loot drop, a pure water of the forest. Weren't the lions supposed to be fire types? Not only that, he levels up and his stats have increased slightly. But all is not what meets the eye. Despite the many benefits of the Dragon Bloodstone's effects, it looks like Lee Jong-young's sponsor's messages have been blocked by it. What's more, the demonic energy within Lee Jong-young has weakened his body significantly. His body is on the verge of breaking down and he has to expel the demonic energy inside him if he wants to live on. However, Lee Jong-young is not in the correct state of mind to make good decisions. He once again begins to scream out loud as flames begin to surround him. The enormous flames which erupted from Lee Jong-young then began to spread, as if to swallow the entirety of the Catalan Mountain Gate. On the other side of the gate, the hunters who are trying to exit are left stunned in their positions when the flames from Lee Jong-young's body reach them. One of the hunters exclaims that it feels like this flame is draining away the magical energy from his body. As he feels weaker and weaker by the moment, the hunters begin panicking, wondering just what the heck is going on inside this hellish gate. Back at the forefront, the crazed Hercules and insane Lee Jong-young are still going on. And for some reason, both of them are shirtless. Despite the current state of their bodies, they refuse to stop here and keep battling it out. All of a sudden, Lee Jong-young comes flying towards Hercules with full force, but his foe is not having it. He decides to stop the incoming blow with a counterattack, and this results in them both repeatedly clashing with each other. However, they both finally decide to end things once and for all. They stare down each other and simultaneously deliver their strongest attacks. The aftermath of their collision is a huge explosion, which destroys the entire area. As the dust cloud from the battle settles down, the silhouette of both men appears. But, unexpectedly, it looks like Lee Jong-young has stabbed his enemy and is on top at this moment. But he doesn't stop there. Lee Jong-young then uses his flames and propels off of Hercules' body, taking off his arm in the process. Seeing this, George begins losing his mind and screams aloud, trying to bring Hercules back to his senses and stop the warfare. But in the meantime, the strongest hunter doesn't even flinch as his arm becomes detached from his body. Instead, he simply regenerates his arm almost immediately. That looks creepy, not going to lie. Is he a lizard man? This leaves George perplexed as he explains Demetrius was able to do so by using up an insane amount of mana. But if Demetrius can do this much, then what is Lee Jong-young capable of? With this, he then turns to look at the underdog, finding out that he is healing all his injuries, which are more and much worse than Demetrius. This leaves the onlookers speechless. How is he able to accomplish such a feat? George wonders, but he ultimately comes to the realization that this must be because of the blue flames which have spread out throughout the gate. There can be no other explanation for this anomaly. But the show doesn't stop. Regardless of being on the verge of death, Hercules is still raring to go. He decides that he is probably healed up enough to send out another one of his techniques, that to one of his strongest ones. While Hercules prepares to send out the roar of the beast of prey. Even though his arm is not fully regenerated yet, George freaks out, thinking that's dangerous, whereas Lee Jong-young thinks it's best to intercept the blow. As such, he flings himself towards his opponent thanks to the mana stream skill. At last, Hercules launches his attack, however, just like George suspected. This results in his arm getting completely destroyed. On the other hand, Lee Jong-young is able to easily deflect the blast away with his spear. This leaves everyone watching completely silent. No way. The underdog won, they proclaim, just as Hercules falls flat to the ground on his knees. His body looks lifeless, but Lee Jong-young doesn't seem to care in the least. He's ready to go, and as such, comes closer to Hercules in preparation to decapitate his enemy. Of course, George wants to prevent such a thing from happening and rushes to stop this. But it's already too late. Lee Jong-young's will has already ceased to exist. Because of the effects of the Dragon Blood Stone and the Red Crystal, the only instincts Lee Jong-young has left are his instincts to survive and the desire to slaughter and kill. But fate has something else in mind. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, a blue lighting appears from the sky. Just as Lee Jong-young unleashes his ending strike, a humanoid figure appears in front of Hercules and shields him from the fatal blow using her barriers. What's more, this mysterious person then orders the crazed Lee Jong-young to kneel. And as soon as she utters these words, something happens to Lee Jong-young. His body begins moving on its own and he immediately kneels in front of this person, leaving himself completely open. I'm getting PTSD from the first video. Seeing this, In Chong and the Nile hunters are left paralyzed, whereas George steps forth and bows to her. "I honor your presence, Athena," he exclaims. But Athena seems to not be very happy about this whole ordeal. The whole situation is now a mess, as per her. Because of her subordinates, she is now indebted to Zeus. But before any of this, she asks who this man in front of her is. Of course, a hunter who was able to take down Hercules, the strongest hunter, has piqued her interest. As such, George begins to reply to her question and reveals that this man is the underdog. With this, Athena begins eyeing Lee Jong-young up and down. She starts thinking to herself if this man is the one who caused all the changes to this gate. The whole of Catalian Mountain was engulfed in the blue flames he produced, flames which took away magic energy from living beings. What's more, even her barriers were not enough to completely stop Li Zhongyang's attack. Up until now, Athena thought that Li Zhongyang was transferred to Asgard as a rookie freshman because of how lucky he was, but this ordeal has proved her to be incorrect. This rookie has managed to overpower Hercules, all on his own. This is dangerous. He has to be killed here, she thinks. And so, she summons her weapon and prepares to lodge it inside Li Zhongyang's body, leaving him, who is under the influence of her words, completely helpless in this situation. However, just in the nick of time, she hears a voice telling her to stop, which she does. And so, a man appears from behind her, out of nowhere, and confronts her. This man is none other than Xianggu, aka Heimdall. I knew that shiny, bald head looked familiar. Seeing him arrive, Athena questions just why on earth he is here, but Xianggu turns the question back onto her. Because of this, she thinks that Xianggu must have followed her lighting and arrived here after her, but on the other hand, Xianggu wastes no time and steps towards Li Zhongyang. He then stands in front of him, shielding him from any more attacks that might come his way. But this only makes Athena more enraged. She begins screaming and scolding Xianggu, telling him to step aside as Li Zhongyang must be killed right here, right now, or else he will end up becoming a problem for her in the future. But Xianggu thinks otherwise. He announces that if Athena wants to kill his friend, he will take her actions as a declaration of war between Olympus and Asgard. Hearing this, Athena is beyond furious. She begins staring daggers at him, asking if Li Zhongyang is really so important to Heimdall. She remarks on how she thought there was nothing important to him in the entire world. But Xianggu doesn't give her a reply. Suddenly, Enev comes up from behind and tries to get Athena's attention. He introduces himself as a member of the Egyptian organization Nile, but there is no need for it as Athena apparently knows him. As such, he feels thankful for being recognized by the great hunter Athena and requests that she protect the underdog on behalf of Nile and give up on killing him. He shows her the Osiris Eye, expressing that he is the representative of his organization at this point in time and pressures her into accepting his request. This leaves Athena choked, but she has no other choice other than to comply for now. And just like this, the ordeal comes to a conclusion, for now at least. Soon, the gate collapses and the hunters get out. However, while Li Zhongyang is still knocked out, he finally begins getting messages from his sponsor once again. A Sky of the Apocalypse supports him with magic energy resistance and purification. What's more, he gets the skill Mana Stream, without the help of a sponsorship, and in addition, he receives the unbelievable achievement, the one who exploits the way on his own. And so, a long time passes. In a giant manor somewhere, In Chong is seen sitting on a chair, depressed, but suddenly, she was surprised to see a small movement to her side. This movement is from Li Zhongyang opening his eyes after being out cold for numerous days. Seeing him finally wake up, In Chong bursts into tears while Li Zhongyang tries to talk to her. Learning that his voice is not working at the moment. Obviously, his entire body must be a mess right now, and so, In Chong goes out to bring someone here. As she leaves to get the doctor, Li Zhongyang notices a shield and two swords up above the door. As per him, this symbol belongs to the Round Table. He explains that not all strong hunters form powerful underground organizations. Instead, some banded together to create a guild with noble will and intentions that worked in secret, and the Round Table was one of them. However, he reveals that the Round Table ended up not doing anything to help. They hid in the shadows, seemingly only protecting themselves, and continued to work undercover even when England was on the brink of destruction. Although they possessed mighty strength and influence, they didn't put in any effort to change the state of things. Regardless, his first priority is to get his body in order. As he examines his condition, he soon comes to understand that he is really messed up. His entire body is creaking, his voice won't come out, and even his legs aren't moving right now. In addition to all this, even Yunmu is asleep at the time, but for now, there shouldn't be any issues that would need him anyway. Consequently, he then opens his status window, learning that he has crossed level 50. However, some of his abilities have gotten leveled down, though he figures this must be because of the red crystal's influence. Moreover, he has also received many skills that rival his unique skill and power. With this, Li Zhongyang thanked his sponsor, stating that he is continuing to seek its favor going forward. Later on, he meets with Xianggu, who asks about his body's condition. He explains that Li Zhongyang's encroachment of magic energy was proceeding. This is a very rare case, and as such, there is no treatment or solution for this. But seeing Li Zhongyang, there is not much cause for concern, he claims. Apparently, thanks to Lee Jongyung's sponsor and his new mana stream skill, he will be able to expel the demonic energy without any issue. Anyways, Seong-gu tells Lee Jongyung to commit to recovery, stating that he will conduct the questioning about the incident after Lee Jongyung has already recovered. And with this, he then leaves the room and heads into the Den of the Lions. He heads into a meeting room, where several high-ranking hunters are waiting for him, including Athena. There, Athena begins her statement by proclaiming that Lee Jongyung has shown power that is too dangerous and different from the norm and wants her organization to do a thorough investigation of his power. But Seong-gu refuses. He states that there is no reason for him to let the details of one of Asgard's members be ousted so easily, and rather, isn't it Olympus, the one who has to answer and clarify things? Asgard was promised victory in this round of the Great War, and because of this, they sent out hunters accordingly. But Olympus has broken their agreement. If Hercules was going to participate, Lee Jongyung wouldn't have been sent out in the first place. Moreover, in this situation, Asgard's member was only fulfilling his duty. As a result, he demands an explanation of Olympus' actions. But Athena doesn't back down as well. She states that Lee Jongyung already has menacing enough power. His blue flames surrounded the entire gate and even stole energy from living beings. This sort of power is unheard of, and hence, she requests Asgard hand over Lee Jongyung to them without resistance. Furthermore, she announces that in case this is not accepted, we, Olympus, are ready to wage war against Asgard. Hearing this, Seong-gu makes a blank expression in the face of this declaration of war, but it's not like Seong-gu came to the meeting not prepared. He tells everyone that Asgard is already aware of this fact. It already knows that the flames Lee Jongyung creates, which have the power to steal magical energy, are menacing and terrifying. Moreover, it is a skill that has never been seen before. But hasn't that always been the case? Aren't the existence of hunters in itself a dangerous presence? His words resonate with everyone present in the meeting. This gives him more confidence to push his point forward, and he continues, stating that all of us here are unknown beings that didn't exist until recently. In addition, the skills they possess are scary and dangerous to everyone else. Therefore, for this very reason, Olympus, who has mentioned war, has to take responsibility for their words since they have shown contempt towards other hunters. His argument sends Athena over the edge. Everything is because of you, she proclaims, condoning Seong-gu for his intervention in her actions. She claims that whenever she is confronted with the legend Heimdall, she gets annoyed and can't think straight. Hearing this, Seong-gu tries to make amends to the relationship between him and her, but much to Seong-gu's displeasure, Athena seems to be too pissed to hear him out, announcing that she hopes they never ever meet again after this incident. This makes Seong-gu sad, but marks the end of the ordeal. On the other hand, later that day back in his room, Lee Jongyung is seen using his mana stream skill to read the flow of mana and using it to his advantage. While meditating intently, he tries to mimic the mammoth flow he saw within Demetrius during their fight inside the Catalian Gate, thinking that he showed him a great example. He showed how one can amplify one's strength using magic energy available everywhere else in the body, and in a similar fashion, one can also allot the mana to defense if need be. And that is the essence of his new skill. But first, he needs to use this skill in order to recover from his severe injuries. Eventually, he manages to get the hang of it and his regeneration effect increases, and so Lee Jongyung continues doing this. Ultimately, all of a sudden, he vomits out a pool of blood, understanding that these must be the impurities that encroached on his body from the flow of the dragon blood stone. Thankfully, they were extracted easily, and all he has to do now is to heal the spots where these impurities were present using mana stream. But that proves to be a different case. As he tries to do this, he senses that something is present in his body which is blocking the flow of mana. Consequently, he tries to feel around and senses that a black marble in his neck is responsible for this, and so he quickly understands that his current method of approach will not work. As a result, he tries to redirect the amount of flow for now. The next day, at the manor's training ground, In-chang and George can be seen sparring with each other. George seems to be pushing In-chang back and tells her that she is slow. Hearing this, In-chang freaks out and decides to show her real potential. She unleashes a barrage of attacks and uses them as a distraction to swiftly close the distance between her opponent. After successfully doing so, she then swings her sword once again. But George manages to avoid the blow with ease. Rather, it looks like he isn't even taking her seriously as he keeps on giving her tips and pointers, telling her how to fight. He explains that fighting against humans and monsters are completely different things and she needs to understand this. But in catching calcium, she cannot understand his long lectures. I knew she was unintelligent, but I didn't realize it was this severe. Regardless, she keeps continuing like this. But so does George, who eventually finds an opening and almost captures In Chang, but stops mid-swing. Feeling the cold steel of her opponent's blade against her face, she instinctively takes a step back. With this, George asks if they should stop here for today, but In Chang doesn't reply. In her mind, she deems herself as useless. She was of no help at the Catalan Mountain Gate, and she reveals that her sponsor wasn't too happy with her either. She was not able to protect her comrade, resulting in the sponsor looking at her with pity. Even though she thinks Li Zhongyang started with her on equal footing, he has far surpassed her, whereas she has made no progress. He deems herself to be unfit to be his peer, blaming this as the reason why Li Zhongyang almost died in the recent battle. It's all because of my lacking skills, she thinks. Therefore, while George wipes off the sweat, In Chang sneaks up behind him and asks him to go one more round with her. Seeing the look on her face, George thinks it is the same look he had. The look of regret the one has after not being able to protect someone. He knows if this attitude keeps up, she is sure to get significantly stronger in the future and agrees to go at it once again. Meanwhile, In Chang resolves herself, proclaiming that I too will become stronger. After the training session ends, George gets dressed and visits Hercules at his bedside. There, he looks to be hooked up to a lot of IVs and medication. However, George begins talking. He states that although he sensed the possibility of her growth at the Catalan Gate, In Chang is no joke. She's a great person who becomes stronger each time their swords clash, just like how George was in the past. But that's not all. He states that even Dimitri's would like her growth a lot. In addition, he mentions that the underdog has also woken up and tells his friend to get up soon as well, commenting on how the image of Hercules lying on the bed doesn't suit him. But it doesn't look like that is going to happen. On the other hand, Xianggu, after wrapping up the meeting, goes over to visit Li Zhongyang, who seems to be doing way better in such a short span of time. He appears to be stretching out his body and asks Xianggu if he has come to see him for a particular reason. Seeing this, the bald guy is happy that his friend is already able to move around, remarking on how he's a bag full of surprises. There, Xianggu asks him what he knows about lightning, and Li Zhongyang tells him that it's Olympus's divine item as well as Zeus's authority. With this, Xianggu tells him that he is precisely right. Moreover, as per him, there aren't many other abilities in this world that are on par with Zeus's lightning. These special abilities are highly sought after and examined. As such, Li Zhongyang remarks on how Bifrost, the divine item Xianggu possesses, is the same as Zeus's lightning. However, hearing these words, Xianggu loses his mind. He is left bewildered and questions how Li Zhongyang knows about this. But before he can complete his question, Li Zhongyang interrupts him, telling him that he has something important he needs to talk about. Of course, Xianggu agrees, but this is not the right place for such a conversation. As a result, Xianggu tells Li Zhongyang to follow him and takes him somewhere special. Using a portal gate, they travel to a beautiful mansion. Even Li Zhongyang is left in awe after seeing it, and Xianggu reveals that it is the sphere of his influence, the Bifrost. The mood changes as soon as they arrive. There, Xianggu is still left perplexed after Li Zhongyang's last words and asks him, "Are you a prophet?" Or, he finally figures it out, and Li Zhongyang tells him it is something like that. He claims he has to tell Xianggu about a book he has read, a book about Heimdall and his friend, a book about the Demon King. Hearing this, a chill runs down Xianggu's spine. And with this, Li Zhongyang begins telling him all about his story and about how he was sent here in the past. But Xianggu is refusing to believe this. "Are you telling me to believe that I killed you?" he asks, but Li Zhongyang claims that this is not the case. In the future, it seems like Xianggu already knew these things would happen. All of a sudden, a message pops up informing Xianggu that it's not a lie. What's more, Li Zhongyang even knows that he and Athena dated for a bit in the past. Xianggu had suspected something was up with these two. As such, he has no other choice but to believe this ridiculous story Li Zhongyang is telling. However, there are still some issues. The book isn't complete, and what's mentioned is only the beginning. The rest of the future is what Li Zhongyang has figured out on his own. What he knows is only a small fraction of the entire truth, and there were many things about Xianggu that were lost as well. Once again, Xianggu gets a message from his sponsor, telling him it's not a lie. As such, now having heard him out, Xianggu asks what Li Zhongyang's objective is and learns that his friend wants to change the hellish future that he experienced, vowing that a lot of things will change from here on out. But this time, there is no message to reveal whether what Li Zhongyang says is the truth or not. It is revealed that Bifrost doesn't really differentiate between lies and truth. Rather, it only judges someone when it wants to bring harm to its hunter, aka Seonggu. And all this matters because, in reality, Lee Jong-yeon has still not told Seonggu everything. He has decided to keep some things hidden, remarking on how it is not his part to play to change the future. With this, the conversation comes to an end. Later that night, Enro from the Nile organization sneaks into the Round Table Council to check up on Lee Jong-yeon, being delighted to see that the news of him waking up was really true. There, Lee Jong-yeon asks why Enro is here, keeping in mind that this is a highly guarded place, and Enro begins by apologizing for his lack of courtesy. He claims that he has risked a lot to meet with the underdog and requests something of him. Hearing this, Lee Jong-yeon remembers that Enro was the one who appealed for his protection. But as far as he knows, there shouldn't be any overlaps in the mutual interest between him and Nile. Regardless, he decides to hear him out, and that is when Enro bows his head to Lee Jong-yeon, humbly asking him to please come to the Nile. This scene surprises Lee Jong-yeon, who wonders just why the leader of the Nile is kneeling while requesting something of him. In his mind, their meeting was purely coincidental, and this makes no sense. But just as he questions the reason, their secret talk is interrupted by a guard who has caught on to Enro's trail. Not wanting to get captured, Enro promptly books it out of there, blurting out that it is regarding the red ore. This leaves Lee Jong-yeon alone with his thoughts. There, he speculates that Enro wants to talk to him about the madness that the red crystal imparts in the user. He wonders if the crystal has already been discovered in Egypt, but to his knowledge, this was supposed to be not known by hunters as of yet. What's more, after thinking about it a bit, he also realizes that Nile hunters decided to chime in against Hercules when they saw him change. All of a sudden, In-chang comes barging into Lee Jong-yeon's room, asking if he is alright. She feared that the intruder was after his life, but Lee Jong-yeon tells her it was nothing to worry about, at least for now. This statement surprises In-chang, but Lee Jong-yeon just continues, stating that I have just climbed a cliff, but it feels like I'll be approaching an even bigger cliff. Eventually, the Round Table Conference ends. The result? Naturally, since Olympus was the one who broke their agreement, they were made to bear the responsibility for the event and for bringing up war between two underground factions. This was just a bad idea on Athena's part. Finally, the Korean hunters are allowed to go back home and they begin heading back. However, out of nowhere, someone calls out to Lee Jong-yeon. Hearing this voice, In-chang panics, noticing this voice belongs to none other than George. She summons her weapon and tells Lee Jong-yeon to step back, asking George what he wants from them. On the other hand, George is standing on the staircase, menacingly, while staring daggers at them both. His face displays a mix of emotions. As tensions continued to rise, In-chang's growing animosity became palpable. Lee Jong-yeon, sensing the escalating situation, urged her to calm down. He noted that despite George's somewhat hostile demeanor, it appeared that George wanted to engage in a conversation with him. Following Lee Jong-yeon's instructions, In-chang reluctantly decided to stand down for the time being. With a measured approach, Lee Jong-yeon approached George, who wore a discontented expression. George couldn't deny the reality before him. Lee Jong-yeon was now awake and mobile, while Demetrius lay unconscious, a clear indication of Lee Jong-yeon's victory. George acknowledged this outcome and expressed his gratitude to Lee Jong-yeon for the valuable lessons he had learned from their encounter. However, this moment of gratitude was laced with a veiled threat as George asserted, "I will not lose next time." In response, Lee Jong-yeon maintained his composure and responded with an air of confidence that some might call audacious. He told George that dwelling on the past wasn't his style. But instead of diffusing the tension, Lee Jong-yeon's words seemed to further irritate George, prompting him to hurl insults and derogatory terms at Lee Jong-yeon, labeling him as a prick. As George's words failed to penetrate Lee Jong-yeon's unwavering demeanor, he resolved to convey his intentions unequivocally. George urged Lee Jong-yeon to relay an important message to In-chang, emphasizing her untapped potential. In George's eyes, she had the capacity to become significantly stronger in the future. He also recognized her aspirations to establish a name for herself and gain recognition. George stressed the importance of not only fame and prestige, but also the necessity for high-ranking hunters to have a profound understanding of their sponsors. He advised her to carefully contemplate the identity of her sponsor, although it was evident that In-chang struggled to grasp the full scope of George's message. Even Lee Jong-yeon attempted to add a touch of humor, playfully suggesting that In-chang should become the prince on the white horse, a reference to her sponsor's name, implying a knight in shining armor. However, this suggestion clearly didn't sit well with her. As George eventually decided to take his leave, he turned his back on the Korean hunters. Yet, just as he began to walk away, Lee Jong-yeon called out to him, He boldly declared that Hercules would emerge even stronger than before and would inevitably rise again. His proclamation startled George, but Lee Jongyang continued, expressing his hope that, should their paths cross again, they would be fighting alongside each other rather than in opposition. With these words, the Korean hunters left, leaving George to contemplate the implications of their encounter. It was evident that George harbored a sense of frustration and uncertainty. Clenching his fist, he pondered the precarious situation Demetrius now faced, having been transported to Olympus due to the injuries sustained in his battle against Lee Jongyang. Demetrius lay in critical condition, undergoing intensive medical care, and the uncertain future weighed heavily on George's mind. The complex dynamics of the hunter world continued to evolve. Later that same day, Lee Jongyang was alone at the Round Table Manor, seemingly lost in thought as he repeatedly tossed rocks into a specific moat. He continued this ritual until, unexpectedly, a voice broke the silence. "How mischievous," it said. Startled, Lee Jongyang looked up to find the source of the voice, and to his amazement, a woman materialized right before his eyes, seemingly conjured from thin air. The woman, now in her human form, chided Lee Jongyang for the unconventional way he had sought her out, claiming that she didn't know who had instructed him to find her in this manner, but it was rather impolite. However, Lee Jongyang didn't appear too concerned. In fact, he seemed genuinely pleased to meet her and revealed her name to be Merlin. Merlin was surprised that Lee Jongyang knew about her and remarked that he didn't seem like an ordinary person. But Lee Jongyang didn't stop there. He went on to explain that Merlin was the true master behind the Round Table Council. Intrigued by how much he knew about her, Merlin inquired about his identity. Lee Jongyang confidently claimed that there was no way she didn't already know who he was. This response seemed to irk Merlin, and she demanded to know Lee Jongyang's intentions for provoking her, especially since he had defeated Hercules, the unrivaled underdog. She emphasized the arrogance of the hunter who had no equal. However, as the conversation continued, Merlin transformed once again, this time taking on the appearance of a young boy. This transformation caught Lee Jongyang by surprise, and he couldn't help but express his disappointment. Merlin, or rather, the young boy, stated that if Lee Jongyang was privy to so much information, he should also know that no one from the Round Table would have an easy time after getting on his nerves. The sudden shift in appearance left Lee Jongyang confused, but Lee Jongyang decided to respond with a twisted smile. His eyes began to glow red as he declared that he was someone who knew the whereabouts of Excalibur. Hearing this revelation, Merlin was taken aback, her curiosity piqued by the mention of such a legendary artifact. Later on, Lee Jongyang joined In Chang at the airport after concluding his conversation with Merlin. As they reunited, In Chang couldn't help but notice that something about Lee Jongyang seemed different. He appeared more stylish than usual, and it raised her suspicions. Her attention was drawn to a necklace he was wearing, and she couldn't ignore the feeling that something was amiss. Intrigued and somewhat concerned, In Chang couldn't resist probing further. She asked Lee Jongyang what he had been up to which he responded that he had to meet someone special. However, In Chang's instincts were on high alert. She got a hunch that there was more to the story, especially considering Lee Jongyang's unusual attire. She asked if he had just returned from meeting another woman. The mention of again hints that this has happened before. "What have you been up to, Lee Jongyang?" Caught off guard, Lee Jongyang hesitated in his response, and In Chang took his momentary silence as an admission of guilt. Her suspicions deepened, and she expressed her disappointment, believing that Lee Jongyang had been seeing other women during their time apart. This puts Lee Jongyang in an uncomfortable position, as he struggles to explain his recent meeting with Merlin, a woman he had encountered earlier. Just when the situation seemed dire for Lee Jongyang, they were saved by the unexpected arrival of Seong-gu. He inquired if everyone was prepared for their departure, unaware of the tension that had been brewing between Lee Jongyang and In Chang. Lee Jongyang seized the opportunity to change the subject, asking Seong-gu if he had wrapped up everything on his end. Seong-gu confirmed that he had, but he also couldn't help but notice Lee Jongyang's unusually cheerful demeanor. It was a marked contrast to his usual stoic disposition. With all three of them now present, they began heading toward their designated airplane, seemingly putting the disagreement behind them. However, as they began to walk toward their departure gate, the well-dressed stranger in his suit called out to them from behind. Lee Jongyang turned to face the man, and the stranger began speaking to him. He informed Lee Jongyang that he had been sent by Merlin and relayed a message. She would be waiting for him. Additionally, he reminded Lee Jongyang of a crucial detail. He must return with the promised price for the necklace he had received. And so, just as abruptly as the suited man appears, he leaves after delivering his message. After he leaves, Seonggu asks Lee Jongyang how he knows Merlin, and Lee Jongyang straight up tells him that we made a deal. He even puts emphasis on his newly acquired necklace, piquing Seonggu's curiosity even more. He asks if this necklace belongs to Merlin, and Lee Jongyang tells him yes, although he did almost die trying to get his hands on it. In a flashback, Merlin is seen telling Lee Jongyang to speak, while angrily rushing towards him to attack. Back in the present, Lee Jongyang claims that he absolutely needed to have this necklace, and hence, he pushed himself a bit. Hearing this, Seonggu just lets out a big sigh and puts a smile on his face, and finally, the Korean hunter boards their plane to return back to their country. What's more, it looks like they have the entire plane to themselves. I guess when you are an evil organization, you have money to burn. There, up in the air, In-chang is still a bit confused and asks Lee Jongyang about something she still isn't clear about. This is something regarding George. According to her, even though George's partner was beaten to a pulp and is still out cold, he helped her train and even gave her helpful advice. However, if their positions had been switched, she would hold nothing but extreme resentment towards George. Nonetheless, he still helped In-chang and interacted with Lee Jongyang in a not-too-hostile manner. His actions are still a mystery to her, but Lee Jongyang has an easy answer to all her questions. It must be intuition. He speculates that George already figured out that Lee Jongyang never meant to take Hercules out to begin with. As their conversion continues, soon, the plane begins to head toward the Korean airport and lands. With this, the hunters are welcomed by a barrage of cameras and reporters. They have all gathered to welcome the hunter who defeated the strongest hunter Hercules, Lee Jongyang, the underdog. As the crowd erupts into cheers for Lee Jongyang, the man in question is left a bit taken aback. There, Seonggu explains that the masses are already aware of the events, but only know that Hercules challenged Lee Jongyang to a duel and was overwhelmed. Moreover, he suggests Lee Jongyang shake hands with the crowd, but Lee Jongyang, who is still a bit shocked, asks why he was not told of this beforehand. But Seonggu simply replies that it was a surprise, questioning if gaining fame wasn't what Lee Jongyang wanted all this time. With this, Lee Jongyang then gives his friend a smile and begins working the crowd, waving at the cameras and whatnot. And the reporters gobble all of this up, intently capturing pictures of this new hero. Maybe BTS should give this guy an invite. Regardless, the news of Lee Jongyang's victory against the feared hunter Hercules begins spreading like wildfire. As the curtain rises on the Age of Heroes, the hunter drawing the most attention at the moment is the underdog. After their return, later at night, Lee Jongyang heads to the usual abandoned factory with In-chang, who asks what his next plan is. But there is so much on the list, Lee Jongyang has to get his weapons repaired. In addition, he still has to find a way to dislodge the black marble he felt blocking his mana flow. Furthermore, his avatar, Yeonmu, is still fast asleep, and to top it all off, he has to go conduct some business in the Nile as well. But most importantly, Lee Jongyang first has to move out of his stingy association lodging. Apparently, owning a house has always been high on his bucket list ever since he was a kid. This somewhat confuses In-chang, but she is completely on board with this decision. That's because she has something to say to Lee Jongyang as well. As he won't be needing her assistance for the time being, she announces that she will be acting on her own now. This surprises Lee Jongyang, but she continues, stating that although it was fun raiding with Lee Jongyang, after hearing what George had to say, there is something that she would like to do on her own. Big words for an airhead. Anyways, she leaves the factory and Lee Jongyang watches her walk out, glad that In-chang has finally come to a realization. He claims that In-chang will soon become much stronger. As he smiles from ear to ear, his happiness is soon brought to an end by a mere phone call. As he picks up, he learns it's from the association, and the president, Jang Hyojin, aka Odin, has called for Lee Jongyang. Moreover, an escort will pick him up tomorrow morning. With this, the phone call ends, and so does Lee Jongyang's smile. I was forgetting the most important thing. Odin, he proclaims. On the other hand, back at the Olympus headquarters, George is seen frantically running somewhere in a state of panic. However, when he arrives at his destination, he sees his friend, Hercules, has woken up and is completely fine. Yet, George is still fearful that Hercules might feel after getting defeated for the first time in his life, but he appears to be okay. What's more, George also notices that something has changed. In the past, Hercules always exposed his aggression as though he was anxious about something, but now he almost looks peaceful. Noticing this, he asks what happened, and Hercules tells him that Lee Jongyang never had any intentions of being their enemy from the start. Suddenly, George then sees Hercules' eyes change appearances, similar to when he was engulfed in his madness, and freaks out, but his partner tells him to calm down. stating that there is no need to worry. According to him, he now has complete control over his madness and proclaims that I can even just use its strength. It feels like he's given me a gift. A near-death experience is what he gave you. Stockholm Syndrome much. Hearing this, George remembers the last exchange he had with the underdog, where he was reassured that Hercules would wake up stronger than ever and begin to smile brightly. And so, with things being what they are, time passes by. Later on, at an ogre gate somewhere, In Chong is seen raiding a dungeon gate alone. Even though many ogre corpses lay on the ground, lifeless, she is still desperately fighting back against an opponent, though she is getting pushed back significantly. Nevertheless, refusing to roll over and die here, she once again recomposes herself and takes up her stance to attack. And that's where the enemy finally shows himself, an ogre mage. Weren't these supposed to be rare? There, she reveals that she has been at this gate alone for over 3 days, but this is the first time such a fearsome monster has shown itself here. She expresses how it feels like she's facing against Hercules while fighting with this ogre mage. Suddenly, her sponsor, the prince on the white horse, helps her by restoring a bit of her health, but even with all this help, she's just barely holding onto dear life. However, the pain she is feeling is exactly what her foe is going through as well. Even though she is exhausted, the ogre mage must be worn out as well, making this a crucial moment in their battle. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, the ogre unleashes a strong swing. Nonetheless, just in the nick of time, In Chong is able to dodge the blow and in response, counters by delivering a not too deep strike. But that's just the beginning. Using her momentum, she then positions herself up above, and while spouting some nonsense about saving the princess or whatever, strikes down on the ogre mage with all her might. This allows her to pierce her sword straight into the opponent's body, but the blow is not strong enough to pierce completely. Even though she fatally wounds the monster, it manages to counter-punch In Chong while collapsing to the ground, sending her flying and crashing away. This exchange leaves both In Chong and the ogre mage in a near-death position, both of them unable to even move and end things once and for all. They both lie on the ground, completely powerless and on death's door. At the moment, In Chong thinks of herself about how she has run out of potions, though they would not be of much help anyway since she can't even move a finger. Am I going to die like this? She wonders, but out of nowhere, a full-body Yun Mu appears in front of the dying In Chong and offers her a potion. Seeing Yun Mu there, In Chong is surprised but is lucky enough to survive. This marks the end of the battle with In Chong as the victor, seeing as she is the only one able to stand back up. With this, a barrage of messages begins popping up. In Chong's sponsor, delighted by the display his sponsor showed him, at last grants her the alias Siegfried. After a short nap, In Chong wakes up to find that even Li Zhongyang is here. She asks where they are, seemingly still confused by the whole situation. And Li Zhongyang tells her that they are still at the gate, quite obviously. There she expresses how her body feels much better, so much so that it feels a bit weird to her. What did you do, you sus guy? Regardless, Li Zhongyang, while returning Yun Mu to his bracelet, congratulates In Chong on attaining her alias, though she is still not aware that this has happened. On the other hand, she seems to be concerned that her sword is nowhere in sight. With this, Li Zhongyang claims that it did not feel right to steal In Chong's kill, revealing that he left the ogre mage alone and it is still alive. As such, she heads to retrieve her sword, thanking Li Zhongyang for allowing her to earn her alias. However, just as she pulls her sword out from the ogre mage, messages once again begin popping up. For some reason, the ogre prince Siegfried, aka In Chong, sponsors the ogre mage and the monster transforms into a small, mobile, and compact version of itself. While In Chong stands there, confused and speechless at what the heck is going on, Li Zhongyang explains that the ogre is transformed into her avatar, similar to Yun Mu. Once again, he congratulates In Chong for becoming a full-fledged hero, and her new avatar celebrates with a cheer. Hearing this, In Chong immediately starts thinking about how cute her new avatar is, right after it almost killed her ad. Suddenly, Li Zhongyang asks if she has decided on a name for the compact ogre, but, as you might expect, it's hard to come up with names in the heat of the moment. Nonetheless, it looks like the ogre has a name for himself. He blurts out Gongs, which literally translates to princess. Seeing this whole ordeal unfold, the prince on the white horse smiles in satisfaction, whereas the Sky of Apocalypse laughs at the strangeness of the whole situation. Anyway, Li Zhongyang is just over the moon to see his partner is finally able to win against an ogre mage in a head-on battle, all by herself. But finally, In Chong asks the most important question. How did Li Zhongyang even get here? To this, Li Zhongyang reveals that since it usually takes Inchang a day or two to clear a gate, he became worried when she didn't return after the third day. Hearing this, Inchang begins to blush, thinking about just how much Li Zhongyang really cares about her. However, Li Zhongyang has something important to tell her as well. But first, they have to take care of the gate boss, who comes up from behind them menacingly. Seeing as this gate was cleared solely by Inchang, he tells her to take care of the boss as well, and she complies. And so, she begins harnessing the heroic powers one gets after receiving their alias. She comments on how mana is overflowing within her body, and she starts preparing to strike down the boss, a twin-headed ogre. A fitting opponent to test my heroic power, she thinks with a slight grin on her face, ready for the brawl. And eventually, she dashes in to get the first strike. She jumps up high into the air and readies herself for a downward slash. However, before she can enact her plan, her new avatar Gooms decides that he wants a piece of the action. As a result, it goes headfirst into the twin-headed ogre and decapitates both of them with its bare hands. Talk about being overpowered. With this, the gate boss has been defeated, although a bit anticlimactically, and the gate has been cleared. Seeing the raw power Gooms possesses, Li Zhongyang blurts out that this princess doesn't need a prince, and Inchang just awkwardly laughs. Once again, the sponsors show their emotions, whereas Inchang is still taken aback by Goong's incredible strength. Nevertheless, he asks why Li Zhongyang was looking for her, and he reveals that he is heading to China and asks her to tag along with him. Hearing this, Inchang is visually troubled by the statement. It is revealed that after they both arrived back in Korea, Li Zhongyang was summoned by Odin, but there was not much cause for concern as he completed Odin's test without fail and it all went over well. Although Odin did try to pressure Li Zhongyang on why his mental restriction didn't activate, Li Zhongyang was able to somehow fool Odin thanks to the necklace he got from Merlin. And just like that, Li Zhongyang ended up officially joining Asgard, a shadow organization that was manipulating the world from behind the scenes. Our boy climbing the corporate ladder. But that's not all. In the meantime, Yanmu grew stronger, to the point that his entire body was completely restored. Even though Yanmu is still far from the Demon King's undead army, he can now create 7 more skeletons. In addition to all this, another skull appeared on the bracelet as well. What's more, Muspel's spear was remade and refined further by Park Jae-yoon. However, it now has the trait of the demonic spear, which enables the weapon to consume its user's life force. Now, having knocked a couple of things off of his list one by one, Li Zhongyang needs to head to China, the place considered to be the most dangerous region in the world. He explains that the Chinese were unable to stop all the gates that opened all of a sudden, and because of this, China has now become a kingdom of monsters. But regardless, that is the same place where a particular someone resides. Someone who can purify the black marble dislodged in Li Zhongyang's body and correct his mana flow. But there is one more reason why he wants to go there. It is also the center of the cataclysm that was soon approaching the world. This brings us to the northern front line of Korea, where an army of snow orcs is seen dashing towards a group of hunters. Even though the humans are exhausted after 3 hours of continuous battle, they raise their weapons to counter the approaching horde in order to try and live to see another day. However, unbeknownst to them, reinforcements have already arrived. Out of nowhere, a wall of flame erupts before the hunters, protecting the humans from the snow orcs, and at the same time, burning the monsters to ash. Seeing this wall of fire pop up, the hunters look around frantically to find the one responsible for this, ultimately learning that Li Zhongyang and Inchang are there to help out. What's more, they even have Sinong-gu with them, and together, all 3 of them slowly approach the hunters. There, the leader thanks Li Zhongyang for his help, but seems to be concerned about his plan to head into China. But Li Zhongyang tells them that he should be the one thanking them for fending off such an army of monsters on a daily basis in order to protect Korea. Regardless, he claims that this is something that he needs to do there, and as such, he needs to venture inside China. But the leader of the hunters is on board with the idea, still seemingly to be worried. Even though he knows Li Zhongyang has beaten Hercules, he announces that there's something like a barrier over China, and it is something humans can't get through. But of course, our future boy has already planned and prepared for that in advance, stating that he has already found the way to enter, the way being Seong-gu. That guy may be bald, but he sure is useful. And so, the trio makes their way over to the edge of the barrier, where Seong-gu finally realizes how Li Zhongyang was planning on traveling without the help of his Bifrost. Seeing the barrier, Inchang grows perplexed and asks what this thing is, leading to Li Zhongyang explaining that the entire country of China has been transformed into a gate. But all this does is confuse the airhead Inchang even more. and Li Zhongyang tells her that she will understand soon enough after seeing it with her own eyes. But first, Seong-gu heads closer to the barrier and tells the others to step back. He places his hand on the barrier, telling the two that you will not be able to help them both out this time if something goes horribly wrong. But to avoid this, he will come back here in a month's time. If his friends are unable to get out at that time, he will keep on coming back each month until they come back out, but Li Zhongyang tells him that there is no need to worry. If things go well inside, I should be able to make it out on my own, he proclaims, and Seong-gu hopes that this turns out to be the case. With this, he then begins to use his powers and opens up the barrier, revealing the gate portal inside it. And so, In-chang and Li Zhongyang step inside. On the other hand, Seong-gu sees Li Zhongyang's back as he heads inside, thinking that his friend really is working hard to save as many people as possible, just like he said. And that's why I'm going to try and lessen your burden as much as I can. As such thoughts rush into his head, Seong-gu begins making his way back. On the flip side, Li Zhongyang and In-chang have successfully made it into Gate China. However, the duo finds that it is even colder than they suspected. To Li Zhongyang, this means that things are progressing faster than in his original timeline, but his thoughts are interrupted by a commotion caused by some snow orcs. Hearing these monsters approach, In-chang wants to be the one to confront them, wanting to warm up in this cold weather anyway. With this, she begins slashing away at the foes, but it appears that they aren't here for a fight. Rather, as per Li Zhongyang, it looks like these monsters were being chased by something and were trying to escape. And this something is soon shown to be a horde of ice trolls, monsters that individually rival a B-rank hunter. Seeing them arrive, Li Zhongyang tells In-chang to stay careful and summons his weapon, preparing to fight these fearsome beasts. And just like that, the duo begins causing havoc in their enemy ranks and starts slashing away at the ice trolls. In a matter of seconds, they easily overpower them all without much issue. However, the ordeal has left In-chang a bit clueless. Now that's a surprise, isn't it? She claims that there are just way too many strong monsters in this place. In addition to this, they both can't control their mana as easily as they could anywhere else, and the monsters' actions and battle tactics resemble that of a human. Li Zhongyang realizes that she is correct in her assessment, and to him, this means that the gatification process is proceeding much faster than he anticipated. Nevertheless, his first plan of action is to relocate themselves, and so the hunters begin their travel in this barren wasteland. As the duo navigates through the area, In-chang soon gets overwhelmed by the cold and asks how much further they have to go. But Li Zhongyang replies that it will take about a month for them to reach their destination on foot. Hearing this, In-chang freaks out, flabbergasted at how much she will have to walk. But that is not the case. Li Zhongyang states that it will take about a month on foot, but they do not have such luxury. As such, he decides they should find something that they can ride, finally revealing that their first destination is Heaven Lake on Baekdu Mountain. With this, they continue their journey, defeating all the monsters that come their way. Eventually, they decide to set up camp and light up a small campfire. While In-chang and Gongs take some rest, warming themselves up by the heat of the fire, Li Zhongyang tells them that he is going out to scout their surroundings, and soon enough he returns back with a pair of monster-like elks, which he has somehow domesticated in this short span of time. Using these animals, the hunters are able to quickly traverse this barren land and manage to reach Baekdu Mountain without any problems. As they arrive at the base of the mountain, In-chang comments on how they are going up in altitude. But despite this, even though it should be getting colder, it looks like the surroundings are getting warmer. Moreover, on the way here, the hunters also didn't face any monsters, making her a bit skeptical. But there is no cause for concern. Li Zhongyang explains that the master of the mountain is protecting the mountain. But this leaves her even more confused. She asks if this master of the mountain is a person, but Li Zhongyang replies no. As a result, she thinks that it might be a monster or an animal, but Li Zhongyang expresses how he isn't sure what to call them. Nevertheless, they will soon encounter the master and his disciples and tell In-chang to leave the elks behind us from here. They will have to break through a barrier. Back under the bright blue sky of Korea, Odin is seen gazing at the city from on top of a tall building. There, he thinks to himself about his story. When the agents started to appear throughout the world, they brought chaos with them. In the difficult time, Odin awakened to a power stronger than anyone else. And that is when he decided to find Asgard and devote himself to humanity. However, after he started using his power to save humanity, he soon realized something. It is natural for those who can't use magic to fall behind in such a dog-eat-dog world. Because of this, his goals started to become twisted and warped. He thought that the hunters who managed to survive the calamity were the ones he really needed to protect. He then begins thinking about Li Zhongyang and how he went to China. According to him, China didn't quite meet his expectations. The weather changed drastically and the monsters became rampant everywhere. But even that was not enough to satisfy him. But Li Zhongyang is different. He is the man who defeated the strongest hero Hercules without even possessing the power of a hero. Odin thinks that Li Zhongyang might be able to find something that he missed. As these thoughts rush his head, he begins grinning with an evil smile on his face. This is quite interesting, he proclaims as he licks his lips. However, he immediately stops himself after noticing what he is doing. He states that he cannot devour Li Zhongyang so quickly, announcing that I need to slowly savor him. He's the best dish to satisfy my hunger. Back in the frozen wasteland known as China, the hunters ascend to the peak of Baekdu Mountain. Seeing that this place is completely different from the base, the sky is open, and the weather seems to be actually quite pleasant. As they look at the scenery, Inchang questions if they have arrived, and Li Zhongyang confirms that this place is the Heaven Lake. But their conversation is cut short when they are suddenly confronted by a group of humans. Seeing fellow mankind here, Inchang asks if Li Zhongyang knew that people still resided there, and he explains that he already knew. Furthermore, he reveals that these people are the survivors of the old North Korea. Hearing this, the other hunters are caught off guard, perplexed at how this man knows about them. As such, Li Zhongyang tells them his intention for coming here, to meet with the master of the mountain. But all this does is fire up the humans even more. They deem these two hunters as dangerous intruders, and everyone gets into a position to fight. Seeing this, Li Zhongyang announces that he wants to avoid fighting if possible, but in this situation, it doesn't look like he has a choice. And so, both parties prepare themselves for a bloody battle. But just before the show begins, a small girl appears out of nowhere. And of course, it had to be a loli. This child stops the men from fighting, announcing that the Mountain King has ordered her to bring the guests over. It is explained that North Korea disappeared a long time ago. After the country failed in its nuclear experiments, it became a wasteland even before the gates started appearing in the world. Because of this, many of the surviving North Korean citizens started to migrate towards China or South Korea. Damn, that escalated quickly. R.I.P. Kim Jong-un. Back on the battlefield, despite the orders from the Mountain King, the North Korean survivors are still skeptical. One of them tries questioning Li Zhongyang about how he knows about them and their leader, which is a very difficult question to answer. Nevertheless, the little girl chimes in once again. She scolds this troubled man, claiming that this is no way to treat the Mountain King, Sangun's guests. Of course, if someone knows about the Mountain King, he is bound to know of their presence as well. But the men are still not convinced. They fear that Li Zhongyang and Inchang might be companions of their enemies and seem to be worried about Sangun. With this, the men discuss amongst themselves what they should do now. Whereas the girl then faces Li Zhongyang, telling him not to take their hostility too personally. She reveals that a long time ago, some bad people came here and tried to kill Sangun. Although the survivors managed to beat them on their own, they all began getting wary of outsiders, and that is why they all fear the arrival of these outsiders right now. However, Li Zhongyang doesn't seem to be interested in the least and stares daggers at the poor child, making her a bit scared. Nevertheless, on the orders of Sangun, they are let into the city of survivors, which looks to resemble a small countryside town. As they roam around the streets, the other survivors watch them from a distance, commenting on how long it has been since visitors have come here. Moreover, from their clothes, the people figure out that these visitors must be from the outside world, left to question their knowledge about the outside world falling and collapsing. On the other hand, Inchang and Li Zhongyang seem to be on their toes. Inchang calculates that there are about 200 people present there, and most of them are hunters who have managed to survive these brutal and harsh conditions. However, as they close in on Sangun's location, someone intervenes and stops them in their path. This man steps in front of the Korean hunters, announcing that you cannot pass here. Looks like someone is a fan of Lord of the Rings. What's more, he even points his spear towards these intruders. Bad move if you ask me. But Li Zhongyang doesn't look amused in the least. He questions if this is how they welcome guests in this place, questioning if the Mountain King himself ordered his disciples to escort these visitors to him. But even so, the man refuses to let them through. With a grim expression on his face, he takes up a stance for a battle. But in the nick of time, the loli comes out and tries to talk with this man. But to no avail. He is still insistent that these visitors cannot meet Sangun, telling the girl that she already knows the current state he is in. Hearing this, Lee Jongyang finally understands that something has happened to Sangun and powers up. He prepares to brawl, stating that the opinion of the man standing in front of him doesn't matter in his eyes. And these are fighting words. Deciding not to take nonsense from this outsider, the man prepares to launch an attack, telling Lee Jongyang to come at him. However, just before the brawl starts, the girl screams aloud. She proclaims that the mayor of Cheonji-chan orders them to step aside. As a strong aura surrounds her, he orders to bring the disagreement to an end. And the man bows down to her, deciding to follow her orders at last. Should have done that since the beginning. With this, she then escorts Lee Jongyang and In-chang to Sangun, and they enter his secret cave system. There, Lee Jongyang asks In-chang if she is aware of the Dangan myth, but she obviously has no idea, being an airhead and all. As such, Lee Jongyang explains that it is a forgotten national myth that states that a deity named Hwanum came down and founded Korea, but this is all going over her head. In-chang asks why her partner is bringing all of this up now, and he replies that maybe the people here are familiar with the myth. At last, they finally reach the Mountain King's chambers and find a majestic white tiger lying there. As Lee Jongyang approaches the beast, he questions if the beast is Sangun. In response, the tiger speaks up, confirming his identity. It proclaims itself as Sangun, the guardian of Baekdu Mountain, and asks what brings these outsiders here. There, In-chang is taken aback by the intimidating aura this white tiger possesses, but Lee Jongyang is acting completely different. What a mess, he announces. He claims that Sangun's powers to guard Baekdu Mountain will disappear soon. In his mind, he reveals that the beast in front of him is currently dying because its source of magic power, aka Baekdu Mountain, is getting destroyed slowly. Hearing his announcement, Sangun questions just who on earth this man is, and Lee Jongyang replies that he is someone who can help. In addition, he claims that he hasn't come all the way here to meet with this white tiger. Rather, he wants to meet the real owner of this mountain. But these words offend and enrage Sangun, who roars as a retort. Despite this, Lee Jongyang continues. He claims that though Sangun managed to successfully confine the intruder, there is no way that a dying cat like Sangun would be the owner of this mountain. In addition, he tells Sangun to bring him to the intruder, and after that, he will save both Sangun and Cheonji-chan. Hearing this, Sangun begins staring daggers at Lee Jongyang. Regardless, they both are allowed to leave, despite Lee Jongyang's insolent words. Outside, In-chang is curious about the real identity of Sangun. As a result, her partner explains that it is not a monster and is much more similar to the elk they rode on the way here. In layman's terms, after absorbing magical power from the ground caused by the gates, the animal's personalities and form change. But even so, this shouldn't make it possible for an animal to speak human language and possess such a huge amount of magical power. But Lee Jongyang reveals that Sangun is much more than a normal animal. Even before absorbing mana from the ground, he was different. He was an alpha. Sangun watched too many Andrew Tate clips. He expresses that alphas have a bigger body and are stronger and smarter than other animals of the same species, but even that is not the extent of Sangun's uniqueness. Maybe he also has a Bugatti. In addition to everything mentioned above, Sangun is also a sponsored hunter, just like Lee Jongyang and In-chang, and is currently injured after fighting the intruder who invaded Baekdu Mountain. This leaves In-chang shell-shocked, but Lee Jongyang continues, stating that he isn't the one they must hunt. It's the intruder who wounded him. Anyway, after their conversation with Sangun, Lee Jongyang, and In-chang follow the lowly mayor to a secluded place up in the mountains, where she mysteriously opens a gate using her magical powers, as a beam of light appears and spreads across the sky. A gate pops up out of nowhere, and the Korean hunters leap into the gate, with Lee Jongyang falling like a diva. As soon as they enter, the chief closes the gate, and the mysterious beam of light disappears. With this, the lowly pray for their safe return. On the other hand, a message screen informs Lee Jongyang and In-chang that they have entered an instant gate named Sealed Grounds. Inside, In-chang questions what an instant gate is, and Lee Jongyang explains that it refers to a gate inside a gate. According to him, since North Korea and China have both become gatified, all the gates inside these countries are instant gates. Moreover, even though it was cold until earlier, it was too hot in the gate. As per In-chang, but Lee Jongyang tells her to think of it as temporary and a passive way for them to get stronger. All of a sudden, maybe because of all her nagging, In-chang's sponsor blesses her with heat tolerance, but it looks like she is still not satisfied, remarking that maybe her sponsor should have given her cold tolerance as well. Regardless, now that they have entered, they begin traversing this instant gate and begin plowing down enemies left, right, and center. All that is left is a bloody battlefield where the corpses of many monsters lay lifelessly. Suddenly, Lee Jongyang gets a message informing him that his control over fire has been increased, and he has leveled up. Just as I thought, he thinks. Apparently, an instant gate with strong flame is a great place for leveling up. However, there is still something bothering In Chang. She asks who that loli is, referring to the village mayor, and questions if she is the one who created this sealed ground. To this, Lee Jongyang responds that she is somewhat correct. Although she did not create this area, she trapped the invader who injured Sangun here. According to him, this place is the center of Baekdu Mountain, and is where all its power is concentrated. Furthermore, the source of Sangun's power also lies here, and the mayor Loli, whose name is Anmio, can use and manipulate the energy of this mountain. Thanks to her power, she's able to give Sangun its power. This explanation does nothing but confuse In-Chang even more. She wonders if Sangun isn't actually the strongest, but the chief Anmio is. However, before she can finish her thought process, Lee Jongyang interrupts and announces that the invader is in a deeper and stronger part of these sealed grounds, stating that their target is probably stronger than any boss monster they have faced up until now. But his efforts prove to be of no use. In-Chang is still stuck on her pointless questions, remarking on how Unmio is a really unique and weird name. But Lee Jongyang tells her that it is not her real name, but rather a pseudonym. He reveals that the lowly chief is a hero, making In-Chang a bit dubious at the fact that although it was so difficult to attain this title, they seem to be roaming around everywhere. Despite all their chattering, they eventually return back to clearing the gate. Lee Jongyang recalls how the book stated that Qianji-chan was the best place to grow, and that couldn't have been truer. It's hard to find hunting grounds like this, and he thinks that he has to grow his skills and abilities as much as possible in order to prepare for any sudden changes that occur in the future. As he thinks all this, he starts going on his usual rampage, slaying all the monsters in sight, one after the other. Thanks to this, his level increases yet again, in addition to his control over flames. Seeing him level up so much, In-Chang comments on how Lee Jongyang's sponsor is amazing because he allows him to get so strong so quickly. But Lee Jongyang replies that, in his opinion, In-Chang's sponsor is better, seeing as he is only increasing his level because of the player trait. But his statement seems to have annoyed the Sky of Apocalypse, who grants Lee Jongyang some status points in response to his comment. This leads to a small wholesome back and forth between the two sponsors. In the meantime, back at Sangun's cave, the lowly chief is with a majestic white tiger, seemingly trying to comfort him. She asks how he is doing recently, but Sangun exclaims that he is more or less the same. It is explained that the reason Sangun is dying is because he is using his power to protect Baekdu Mountain and Qianji-chan while simultaneously sealing off the invader. Because of this, his life force is now dwindling with each passing moment. Hearing this, the lowly chief remarks on how it is her responsibility to deal with the crisis facing Baekdu Mountain, but instead, it was Sangun who was injured. As such, she asks if she should take back the power, but Sangun tells her to not think of such things. He claims that even though the Korean hunters are strong, the invader is much stronger. But this leads to the lowly questioning if that is the case. Then why did Sangun send them to the sealed ground? Consequently, Sangun expresses that he did not sense Lee Jongyang's power. Rather, he sensed the force behind him. He explains that the force he saw behind Lee Jongyang resembles what he saw behind the invader as well. Back in the instant gate, the hunters reach their destination, and In-Chang is immediately shocked to see the invader to be a rather young and innocent-looking kid. She displays her concerns to Lee Jongyang, but he just tells her not to be mistaken. He proclaims, "That's no human. We shouldn't judge a book by its cover." All of a sudden, as Lee Jongyang's words linger in In-Chang's mind, the spirit of a wolf appears behind the child. This spirit has an immense aura, sending a chill down her spine as she wonders if they will be able to defeat it. However, the child seems raring to go, showing extreme hostility to the ones who have come into his territory. This looks like a toothpaste ad, not going to lie. Without a moment's delay, this demonic child pounces on Lee Jongyang and In-Chang, looking to get the first strike. However, before either of them can react, Gongs decides that he wants a piece of the action and dashes forward beforehand. Using his immense strength, Gongs manages to stop the incoming blow, but alas, even he is not enough to stop it fully. The pressure behind the attack is so fearsome that Gongs is forced to be pinned to the ground and is left helpless. Seeing her avatar getting bullied, In-Chang chimes in as well, although she powers up and begins gathering mana in her weapon before finally going in. Her attack is easily dodged and parried by this demonic child, who sends In Chang flying away with his incredible power. Even she is left to wonder just what kind of strength this is. But with a wasted second, Li Jianyang jumps in from a blind spot. Using his powerful weapon and authority, rule over fire, he delivers a vertical slash to his foe, who manages to evade the attack. Not only that, the child then decides to counter and begins preparing for a barrage of attacks. Seeing his opponent get serious, Li Jianyang also braces for impact and parries all the strikes. As the battle goes on, the Sky of Apocalypse begins watching his sponsored hunter with sunken eyes. Meanwhile, the fighters' clashes kick up huge explosions that rattle the entirety of Baekdu Mountain. So much so that the secret village experiences an earthquake. As a result, the lowly chief issues the order to evacuate all the children and the ones who are powerless to resist to a safe place. Heeding her orders, the soldiers head out to fulfill them. All of a sudden, Gao, the guy who tried to fight Li Jianyang before, shows up as well. He asks the town leader if everything will really be alright. To this, the chief tells his subordinate not to worry. Apparently, even if things go south and Li Jianyang ends up meeting his demise, she and Sanbun will go and take care of things once and for all. Consequently, she tells Gao to hurry up and help with the evacuation, and he too complies and scurries off. However, what the lowly said is far from the truth. She understands that if the Korean hunters lose, then she and Sangun will not be enough to stop the demon child on their own. Because of this very reason, the fate of their beloved Cheonji-chan village lies in the hands of a person they met hours ago. Seems like a good plan. Hence, she once again prays for the hunters' safe return. Not for their well-being, but rather for hers. On the other hand, back inside the instant gate, Gongs has been taken down. In Chang is visibly on her limit, and Li Jianyang is currently being choked alive. Seeing this dire situation, In Chang tries to bring attention to her by screaming and making a fuss, but it proves to be useless. The child is fully focused on killing Li Jianyang at the moment and is furiously trying to grab a good hold of his neck. In the meantime, Li Jianyang is desperately trying to keep himself alive. However, soon enough, he begins running out of steam, and the child's claws inch closer and closer. In these circumstances, Li Jianyang is left literally unable to do anything. But, all of a sudden, something begins replaying in Li Jianyang's mind. He recalls the time before the battle when he found out that his growth for magic power had already been blocked, even though it grew rapidly from the mana stream skill. The skill itself is still only at level 1, and it looks like his authority will not be growing anymore here as well. But there is still a solution to all this. Suddenly, back in the present, a message pops up stating that mana stream has leveled up. With this, Li Jianyang's eyes begin glowing red, and he begins to overpower the child's claws. Ultimately, he is able to free himself, surprising his opponent. That was close, he states. Apparently, whenever you are in a life-threatening combat situation, mana stream activates. But for someone of Li Jianyang's level, feeling any threat from the monsters he has faced recently has not been worthwhile. But despite this, he figured that it might be possible if he fought with this foe. Although a bit late, his body feels like mana has completely wrapped around it, making him significantly stronger. He remarks on how it feels like he's reborn, but it doesn't look like his enemy is too amused by this turn of events. The child takes up a rather savage-like stance, prepared to go in at a moment's notice. In response, the powered-up Li Jianyang picks up his weapon and aims it toward his target. Using his authority, he engulfs his weapon with flames and unleashes a special technique called Sunflare. As he does so, a barrage of messages begins popping up, revealing that Li Jianyang has obtained this skill without the help of his sponsor, and because of this, his stats increase even more. In Chang, who is watching all of this unfold, is left speechless at what she is witnessing. Li Jianyang has condensed the mana so much that the space around him has started to become distorted. At last, Li Jianyang is finally ready and throws his spear toward his foe, who is ready to take the attack head-on. With this, the strongest of techniques collide with each other, resulting in a huge explosion out of which the demon child emerges in tatters. This sends Li Jianyang's authority to level 10, and he obtains the achievement Fire Monarch. However, even before the aftermath of the clash dies down, an image of the child's wolf spirit appears in the sea of flames, as it menacingly looks down towards Li Jianyang. In Chang is left on the edge of her seat after seeing such a sight. Regardless, Li Jianyang simply walks closer to his injured foe, who begins growling at him. But there is nothing else it can do. As per the Demon King's book, Li Jianyang already knows that this beast will not be able to disobey him because of the beast's origins. As the wolf continues staring at Li Jianyang, its eyes which were filled with anger and pain, turn into eyes full of sadness. Eventually, with the two of them intensely staring at each other, the wolf at last shows obedience to Li Zhongyang. It gets closer to Li Zhongyang, allowing him to pet it. Suddenly, a message informs Li Zhongyang that the Sky of Apocalypse has sponsored a bond. There, Li Zhongyang reveals that even though this beast is currently docile, it was once a demon who put the entire world into a state of chaos along with the Demon King. The wolf was an ally of the strongest hunter, who treated this demon as if it were his child. In the future, this beast had many names, such as the Snowy King Monarch of the Beast God Jaws. And so Li Zhongyang decides to name his new pet Fenrir. With this, the bond is then transformed into submission, and the Sky of Apocalypse asks his sponsor Hunter if he wants to activate it. This marks the end of the ordeal. Back on the surface, the lowly chief notices that the vibrations have stopped, wondering if things have come to an end. As she thinks, she hears footsteps approaching her, finding that the Korean hunters have returned safely. However, upon further notice, she is left perplexed after seeing Li Zhongyang has brought the demon child in his arms up to the village. This leaves her in a state of panic, and she hastily calls for Sangun, who immediately shows up and backs her up. Consequently, the chief asks what the meaning of this is, but Li Zhongyang replies that he has kept his promise. But Sangun doesn't look convinced. He questions if this hunter is trying to deceive him, claiming that Li Zhongyang said he would kill the intruder. But that is far from the truth. Li Zhongyang never said he would kill the intruder. Rather, he said that he would save Sangun and Xianji-chan. He announces that this guy is no longer dangerous. All of a sudden, the child, who was sleeping up until now, opens its eyes and leaves his owner's arms. With this, he then begins menacingly staring at Sangun and the chief, harnessing his power as he does so. This scares both of the Qianji-chan leaders. However, after getting permission from his owner, the child unexpectedly bows to them as a sign of apology. This leaves the chief even more confused, but proves that the child's hostility has come to an end, along with the whole arc of madness. And so, after things settle down, Li Zhongyang teaches his new pet how to pronounce his name, but he keeps messing up, calling him Jugyo, which literally means kill. That isn't too far off, to be honest. But this confirms that the child in front of him is not even able to talk yet. Suddenly, In-chang comes up from behind them and calls out to her partner. However, it looks like Fenrir is not too happy about her interrupting his time with his owner. He begins showing aggression towards In-chang, who obviously doesn't want her avatar to meet an unfortunate demise. In Li Zhongyang's eyes, though, this is just kids being kids, although I don't think In-chang would agree. The sponsors watch these things happening and share a wholesome interaction with each other. Later on, Li Zhongyang calls out to the chief to the edge of the barrier. There, she asks why he called her out here. As such, Li Zhongyang reveals that he made a promise with Sangun. If he is able to take care of the intruder and help in his recovery, Sangun claims he could take the chief. This leaves her confused and looks toward Li Zhongyang for an explanation. However, he claims that this is not the correct time. He still has some business to conduct in China and states that he will be back to pick her up after he's done with it, telling her to be ready for when that time comes. Moreover, he summons a sword and throws it into the lake in front of him. As the weapon sinks to the bottom, he also tells the lowly chief to guard it until he returns. He tells her that it would be great if she could use her powers and perform a ritual on it, similar to how she trapped Fenrir. This confuses her even more, but Li Zhongyang explains that this weapon is something important and he has to gift it to someone later on. The following day, the Korean hunters get prepared to leave and continue their journey. As they leave, the people of Qianji-chan surround them, apologizing for their harsh treatment toward them. They chalk it up to the outsiders who came before them and try to plunder the village, and Li Zhongyang states that he can understand their skepticism. Suddenly, the lowly chief shows up, asking if Li Zhongyang is already leaving. To this, Li Zhongyang replies that yes, as he has no time to waste, but he promises to be back for her soon enough. However, the chief seems to have no idea as to what he is talking about. Hearing this, Li Zhongyang figures out that she no longer remembers their conversation yesterday, questioning, did her side effects worsen? Regardless, he tells her to ask Sangun about this. At last, the Korean hunters bid farewell to the people in Sangun and finally head out on their journey. On the other hand, deep in his cave, Sangun tells Li Zhongyang to hurry. And so the Korean hunters, now with their new companion, began their descent down from Baekdu Mountain. There, as they continued their descent, In-chang suddenly stopped walking. Noticing this, Li Zhongyang turned back to take a look at what happened. Seeing that In-chang was not feeling very happy, She announced that her footsteps were getting heavy after leaving the people of Qianji-chan like this. However, Li Jianyang revealed that he plans to come back to the village. As he thinks about how truly compassionate In-chang is, he claims that when they finish their business in China, they will visit Qianji-chan again. Hearing this, In-chang begins joking around, stating that since Li Jianyang will be taking care of this whole gate situation thing, they will be able to come back easily with a plane or a port or something. This statement leaves Li Jianyang a bit troubled, as he didn't really claim he would do so. But In-chang seems to be confident in her partner. According to her, Li Jianyang has already attained countless unbelievable achievements up until now. With a bright smile, she begins boasting of Li Jianyang's power. After all, he is the man who brought the fearsome Hercules to the ground and even tamed the demonic child Fenrir. For someone of his caliber, wouldn't he be able to bring down the whole gate situation in China as well? But Li Jianyang tells her, "I can't." His response leaves her a bit taken aback, and he explains that he cannot stop the gates on his own. Not only that, there is no one in the entire world who will be able to stop the gates in China. His revelation brings down the entire mood, and even In-chang gets a bit sad. Nevertheless, in an attempt to change the direction of the conversation, she asks Li Jianyang if they are just going to continue on foot, stating that she is getting fond of the warmth Baekdu Mountain gave her. But this is not the case. Li Jianyang claims that the very reason he went to Qianji-chan in the first place was to find something to make their journey easier. But In-chang comments on how the elk they rode on the way over here have already long since left and are nowhere to be seen. But who said anything about riding an elk? Li Jianyang simply commands his new pet Fenrir to give us a ride, and he complies. As such, he takes on his wolf form and both of the Korean hunters get on top of him. With this, Fenrir begins dashing at full speed. Thanks to this, they are able to cover quite some distance until they reach a small battlefield. There, the hunters notice that some snow orcs are currently fighting with ice trolls. Seeing this, Li Jianyang realizes why Fenrir decided to stop there. As a result, he orders Fenrir to eat them. And, not wasting a single moment, that is what he does. Fenrir jumps into the mosh pit and begins slaughtering and devouring the monsters. Seeing this, In-chang is left in awe, whereas Li Jianyang claims that Fenrir must have been hungry for quite some time. In the meantime, he has something he wants to teach In-chang. Hearing this, the anticipation inside In-chang grows. She wonders if she will finally learn the truth behind Li Jianyang's insane speed of growth and the unusual power he holds. She was curious about how it worked all this time but didn't ask because she thought Li Jianyang would tell her at the correct time. And much to her delight, the correct time has finally come. Li Jianyang announces that he will teach her about the mana stream, stating that with the help of this skill, she will be able to become a self-growing hunter. Hearing this, In-chang is left perplexed. A self-growing hunter who can grow without the help of their sponsor? Is that even possible? She wonders. But of course, it is. Not only is it possible, but it also happens to be the secret behind Li Jianyang's strength. Consequently, she gets pumped up, thinking that she too will become stronger as well. On the other hand, as these thoughts rush into her head, Li Jianyang reveals that she has already acquired a part of the mana stream skill. To prove this, he begins gathering some of his mana in his hand and asks In-chang if she can see what he is doing. After watching intently and putting her powers to use, In-chang is able to clearly make out the gathered mana in his partner's hand. Hearing her response, Li Jianyang is over the moon, proclaiming that he knew In-chang had a talent for such things. She states that she can see mana if she focuses, asking if this is also the reason Li Jianyang regularly meditates. But rather than replying, Li Jianyang corrects her. He claims that to be precise, they are looking and feeling the flow of mana, similar to how one senses mana in their body. But this is all too much for an airhead like In-chang to grasp so quickly. However, that is not the point. Li Jianyang states that she doesn't really have to understand it, as it is not something you learn with your mind. Rather, you can only get accustomed to it by practicing in real time. As a result, Li Jianyang wants to forcibly imprint the flow of mana on her, warning her in advance that it will hurt like hell. But In-chang is not a mere pushover. She readily accepts the offer, claiming, "That's all right. I want to become stronger." In her mind, she refuses to keep being a burden on Li Jianyang and wants to be able to keep up with her partner. With this, day turns into night. The hunters are seen taking a rest, and In-chang is seen out cold. There, in a flashback, Li Jianyang recalls how incredibly resilient In-chang really is to be able to endure the extremely painful process of imprinting mana without moaning out loud even once. But even for her, it is enough to exhaust her. All of a sudden, he notices Fenrir intently staring at something. Consequently, he goes over to his side. curious as to what he is looking at. Lo and behold, right behind the cliff they are on is a gigantic monster lizard called Drake, a high-level predator that appears as a boss of A-rank gates. Seeing this fearsome monster, Fenrir's mouth begins to water, and he begins licking his lips in anticipation of dinner. Seeing this, Lee Jongyang questions if his pets want to hunt the Drake, and Fenrir confirms this. As per the Demon King's autobiography, Fenrir's favorite meal is a Drake, and hence, he is watering at the mouth. But in reality, Lee Jongyang explains that Fenrir is not at his full power. Even on Baekdu Mountain, he was not at his peak. And now that he is in submission, Fenrir is even weaker as of now. This sends a wave of doubt in Lee Jongyang's mind as he wonders if his new pet will really be able to hunt such a fearsome foe. However, there is no other choice. Lee Jongyang has to find out the current power level of his pet in order to ensure things keep running smoothly in the future. As such, he makes up his mind and tells Fenrir, "Let's go Drake hunting." And just like that, the hunt begins. Fenrir jumps down from the cliff onto the unsuspecting Drake with all his might and at the last possible moment, transforms into his wolf form. However, it looks like Drake is not so unsuspecting. It manages to catch onto Fenrir's movements and is able to counterattack before his attacker gets too close. Nevertheless, it is all futile. Even though the Drake sends a powerful blast toward Fenrir, he is able to completely destroy him with a parry blast. What's more, his attack is significantly stronger than the attacks that clashed amongst themselves, but still, Fenrir's strike manages to end the Drake in a single shot. As a result, the hungry wolf then begins munching on the Drake's flesh, enjoying his meal. In the meantime, Lee Jongyang is left speechless at what he has just witnessed. He thought that the battle might be more equal and would take a while, but it seemed like his pet was way stronger than he imagined. He wonders if Fenrir really did get weaker, as defeating a Drake with such ease is not a common sight. Regardless, now that he has seen a glimpse of his new companion's power, he has completed all the preparation Lee Jongyang would need. The following day, the hunters continue on their journey and sometime later happen upon a rather disturbing sight. In this barren wasteland, they find a number of human corpses that have been frozen solid in an instant. Seeing such a horrendous sight, Inchon begins to shed tears at the pitiful humans and asks Lee Jongyang if the calamity he was talking about will result in the entire world ending up in such a way. And Lee Jongyang confirms this. Although he claims they should not be comparing the events, he claims that the calamity will be less miserable than this. What's more, with the help of their newfound strength and companions, they should be able to save many more people now. He announces there are more hunters and heroes outside, as well as organizations like Asgard. They will do their best to defend and survive the upcoming catastrophe, and Lee Jongyang claims that he too will do his best. As such, there is no need to worry too much. Hearing his announcement, Inchon begins to feel a bit better. She wipes off her tears, stating that she feels a little bit more comforted now. In addition, she too promises to do her best and help as many people as she possibly can. Anyway, seeing as they have reached a frozen river, Lee Jongyang suggests that they cross it as it is completely solid. According to him, they will arrive at their destination after they successfully cross this river. There, Inchon realizes that she doesn't even know what their destination is and asks about it, learning that they have to find a particular someone in the Guangdong province. However, Inchon still has some doubts. She wonders if there will really be any survivors in such a harsh climate, but Lee Jongyang tells her that he is confident there will be. Inside his mind, he could not be more desperate at this stage. Even though he has managed to press down on the black marble using his Mana Stream skill, he can feel the power of his foreign object inside his body getting stronger, leading him to question if he is already on his limit. Consequently, the hunter decides to cross the river as fast as they can, wanting to find this someone fast. And so, they quickly get over the lake thanks to Fenrir. However, soon after crossing the frozen river, they disembark from Fenrir. Lee Jongyang gathers the group and explains that moving forward, it's best to avoid riding Fenrir, as they need to maintain a low profile and avoid drawing unnecessary attention. The barren landscape around them seems to have thawed slightly, and Inchon notes how the temperature has risen. She also observes that there are no signs of monsters in the vicinity. Lee Jongyang smiles and replies, "That's a good sign, it means we are heading in the right direction." As they continue their journey, the conversation takes an abrupt turn when Fenrir starts pointing towards something ahead. Lee Jongyang follows Fenrir's gaze and spots a humanoid figure in the distance. Inchang's face lights up with hope at the sight of what seems to be a fellow human being, but Lee Jongyang's expression remains cautious. He swiftly instructs Inchang to ready her weapon, emphasizing that their naked eyes can't be trusted in these extraordinary circumstances. As they draw closer to the figure, it becomes evident that the supposed human is, in fact, a giant. The ensuing confrontation with the giant unfolds quickly, with In-Chang's combat skills proving effective against their towering adversary. However, the victory leaves In-Chang feeling conflicted. She can't help but remark on how the giant, despite its outward appearance, exhibited behavior reminiscent of a desperate and starving beast. In response, Li Zhongyang offers an insightful explanation, suggesting that the giant may have been cast out from its group due to illness or weakness. Such exiles are often left to fend for themselves, resulting in solitary giants displaying erratic behavior and aggression. Li Zhongyang adds that this particular giant was likely weaker than its counterparts. Despite their victory over the lone giant, there's little time for respite. Before they can catch their breath, more giants appear on the horizon, riding atop ice drakes. The sight of these colossal creatures and their intimidating riders leaves In-Chang paralyzed with fear, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of their presence. One of the giants, seemingly the leader of the group, demands to know who these humans are and why they are encroaching on their territory. However, upon closer scrutiny of the group, the giant leader appears taken aback by something. Meanwhile, Fenrir, the ever-hungry wolf, can't contain his excitement at the sight of the ice drakes. His mouth waters as he eyes the magnificent creatures, eager for a potential meal. But it becomes apparent that Fenrir's hopes for a feast may be dashed when, out of nowhere, a giant leader hurls a net in their direction. In-Chang instinctively prepares to counter the threat, but before she can act, Li Zhongyang intervenes. He explains that he senses no hostile or murderous intent from the giants and believes it might be wiser to allow themselves to be captured, at least for the time being. With this, the group of giants caged up the hunters and began heading back to their hideout. On the way, the giant who caught them asks if the humans are from this place, but Li Zhongyang tells him that they are from distant lands. Regardless, the giant tells them that they don't need to be too worried since they have been captured along with someone special. From their interactions so far, Li Zhongyang realizes that the giants are different from the stories he has heard about them. As per legends, they are described as monsters, but in reality, they are more akin to humans and possess intelligence. As such, Li Zhongyang asks the giant leader if they are headed towards Utgard. The giant replies to this, acknowledging that they are indeed built, but is surprised that an outsider knows about their cities. However, he also reassures the human that they, as of now, have no intention of harming them. With this, he introduces himself as Saki, a proud warrior of the great frost giant tribe. As a result, Li Zhongyang also introduces himself, and the group begins to move once again. On their way, they run into many other opponents from different tribes as well, but they prove to be no match against Saki, who easily confronts and kills all those who stand in his way. Despite his strength, Saki also appears to be a rather compassionate person. After the battle, he turns back to Li Zhongyang and wants to ask him some questions. He even claims that humans will be allowed to go if they want afterward. But all this seems to be too good to be true. Li Zhongyang speculates that the gangsters must be trying to hide something. According to him, there should be survivors within the City of Giants. Anyway, Saki promises that the humans will be able to safely make their decisions on his name and honor. But for Li Zhongyang, this is the best possible thing. This unexpected turn will allow them to reach their destination with ease. On top of everything, the man Li Zhongyang is looking for is also at that place. At last, they finally reach the city border. Seeing it in the distance, In-Chang becomes surprised, whereas Saki proudly shows off his city to the outsiders, welcoming them to Utgard. Soon after, they reach the gates and enter the city, where Saki is immediately recognized and welcomed back from his journey. There, the caged humans look around at the surroundings and exchange comments on how this place feels like they are back in medieval times. She jokingly asks if they are traveling through time and space or something, but her thought process is interrupted by the civilians against her, who have gathered around Saki and have noticed the humans in the cage. But even to them, this sight is rather unusual. They discuss amongst themselves why the humans are captured in the cage, wondering if they did something wrong. But the answer is soon given to them when Fenrir begins acting unruly. Seeing him, the gang announced that there was a special one among the humans, something they called a Banargand. Nonetheless, Saki announced that there was nothing wrong. He wished to go and pay the city chief a visit, telling the others to clear the way. On the other hand, inside the cage, we see Fenrir, who seems to acknowledge the giants as his enemies and wants to kill them for some reason. I guess Fenrir isn't fully domesticated yet. Better put him on a leash. Nevertheless, they reach the chief's manor and Saki is granted an audience with the leader. As soon as they enter, Fenrir starts getting antsy again, making Li Zhongyang speculate that this must be the enemy Fenrir was going on about earlier. He thinks that he must be the one Fenrir wounded before heading to Baekdu Mountain. There, Saki reveals that he has captured a Banargand, along with his comrades. However, it looks like the Banargan refuge is separated from them. Hearing this, the chief is left perplexed and, in an enraged state, tells Sachi to leave the intruder and return. But Saki tells his chief that he has promised these humans a safe passage out. In his name, he vowed that they would not be harmed and would be allowed to return back home. He asks the chief to honor his name as a warrior and then leaves quietly. After the whole audience, the hams are put into a rather fancy Loki prison. Why do the giants have a normal-sized cell? There, In-chong checks if they have been locked in, and it appears that this is the case. Even though she could cut open the iron bars with her sword if she wanted to, Lee Jong-yeon advises against it. No matter what you think, you are still in the middle of the giants' territory, resulting in them having to fight everyone if they want to escape. As a result, In-chong wonders if they are in trouble, remarking on how the chief doesn't look like he has good intentions for them, especially when the chief looked at Fenrir. He appeared troubled and pressured, prompting her to ask what they should do in such a situation. But Lee Jong-yeon tells her not to worry. As per him, they should think of this ordeal as a break, which they haven't had in a long time. He claimed that they could just leave at any point if they wanted to, but it would be best for them to take the time to relax, stating that it looks like we'll have to spend quite some time here. Inside the place, they are forced to call home for now. Lee Jong-yeon recalls how, in the Demon King's autobiography, the Giant War was said to be the worst war of all, but everything he has seen so far has proved otherwise. In his mind, things are not adding up. He claims that even though the Giant King has unfathomable strength, the other giant's offensive strength is lower than that of a human. And if this is the truth, how did they manage to drive mankind into a corner? As he ponders over the possibilities, there is a knock on their cell door, and in walks a little girl who has brought tea for the hunters. There, as the girl serves the tea, Lee Jong-yeon decides to use this time to investigate some things. He asks if everyone who is captured is treated like they are, but the girl reveals that this is not the case. However, when Lee Jong-yeon tries to push further, she looks a bit hesitant. Seeing this, Lee Jong-yeon announces that there is no need to worry as nobody is watching. This takes the girl by surprise and she turns back to take a look. In the corner of the cell, a magic tool is seen. As per Lee Jong-yeon, this is used to monitor this room, stating that if he didn't have Merlin's necklace, he would never have been able to discover it. And so, he gets closer to the little girl, who is now introduced as Sian, and tells her that she can speak here freely. Consequently, Sian then explains that she has been here for around a year, whereas most of the others have been here for a year and a half. From this, Lee Jong-yeon speculates that Utbird must have been founded at the same time the giants began capturing humans. Nevertheless, he then asks why his team is given special treatment. To this, Sian expresses that it is because they are strong and are with someone special. She goes on to narrate the story of when the giants were fighting off against Fenrir. At that moment, Fenrir transformed into his wolf form and killed many giants. As a result, the king, with the aid of many other warrior giants, confronted Fenrir, resulting in him running away. And that is why Fenrir was pushed back to Baekdu Mountain. After analyzing everything he has heard, Lee Jong-yeon has already come up with a plan. He asks Sian if she could do him a favor, trying to bribe her with candy and chocolate. However, Sian doesn't seem to be interested in that at all. Instead, she asks for iron. She claims that she needs to sell some iron, which will enable her to buy some medicine for her mother, and Lee Jong-yeon agrees. In exchange, he wants Sian to find someone named Manhwa. Hearing this, the little girl is surprised and chimes in even before Lee Jong-yeon can finish his sentence, wondering if he means Hwada, and Lee Jong-yeon agrees. With this, several days have passed since the hunters arrived at the castle. During this time, the hunters didn't do much. Meals arrived in a timely manner, and they were even allowed to walk around in the castle from time to time. But this has all left In-chong in an awful mood. She announces that if there's nothing for them to do, they should just be allowed to leave. Even in such a situation, Lee Jong-yeon finds some positives, stating that at least this has given them time to train. Regardless, In-chong is still bored out of her mind, but her partner has something up his sleeve. He wonders if they should conduct a demonstration of power inside the castle and begins summoning his weapon. Seeing and hearing this, In-chong also gets ready, asking if they are finally going to tear everything down. But her words leave Lee Jong-yeon perplexed. He wonders why In-chong, the epitome of justice, wants to bring this place to destruction. Learning that In-chong really dislikes this place. Good enough of a reason, I guess. Moreover, according to her, something about the king feels off to her. And so, to test her theory, Lee Jong-yeon decides they should fight it out and display their prowess, despite this concerning In-chong a little bit. Nonetheless, Lee Jong-yeon uses some playground insults to get her riled up, and to no surprise, it ends up working. The two powerhouses begin clashing with each other, where they both decide the loser will have to do the winner a favor. And just like that, their fearsome battle ensued and ultimately brought the downfall of the castle's garden. Later on, Sachi is informed about the situation, and he begins to laugh out loud after hearing about the whole situation. It is revealed that after consolidating with another tribe, the chief began changing. He started wanting to be referred to as king and began gathering iron and soldiers. However, no one knows the enemy their leader is planning to wage war against. For Sachi, an honorable and proud warrior, he found it difficult to understand his leader's will. Suddenly, Sachi is approached by a fellow giant who informs him that the Nars are attacking. Hearing this, the giants prepare to head out and confront the troublemakers. On the other hand, somewhere in the castle, In-chong meets with an administrative giant who proclaims how it is a great sin to damage the garden of the castle. However, it looks like she has somehow managed to convince the giants that they hold some responsibility for not learning more about them and their laws. There, In-chong apologizes for the destruction she and her partner have caused, but comments on how it is a tradition for them to go around running in forests, training. Yeah, like we all are ninjas or something. While the giant tries to empathize with her, In-chong continues, stating that despite everything, she feels regret for what she has done, and as such, wants to make up for it. Consequently, she asks about what the giant would want from her in compensation, and the giant, after some thought, wishes to know more about her people, as there are many things they do not know, and In-chong agrees to tell him. Back during the fight against Li Zhongyang, In-chong is seen getting pushed back. Despite her immense power, she cannot find any openings to attack and decides to turn things up a notch. Seeing this, Li Zhongyang also responds in kind. As things get heated, In-chong finally finds an opening, but alas, it is a lie. Li Zhongyang purposely showed her an opening and used it to sneak up behind her and ultimately win. And so, as the victor of the duel, Li Zhongyang orders In-chong to gather information while pretending to be cooperative with the giants. What's more, he has something else in mind as well. Regardless, sensing the commotion, the guard giants hurried to see what was going on and saw In-chong looming over a heavily injured Li Zhongyang. Therefore, the guards call for a medic, and Li Zhongyang is taken to get treated. There, Li Zhongyang is seen lying on a bed while a human doctor is looking over his injuries. However, the doctor immediately notices that Li Zhongyang isn't seriously injured at all. Although he is bleeding, things aren't serious. This surprises Li Zhongyang, who is taken aback that even though the giants fell for it, a trained professional will not buy his schemes. Anyway, he asks the doctor to heal him, and the doctor begins working his magic. As he waves his hands over Li Zhongyang's injuries, they instantly begin healing, and moments after, Li Zhongyang rises completely fine. As a result, he thanks the doctor for his aid and proceeds to state how it's an honor to meet with Hwada. Hearing this, the doctor is taken aback and, with a terrifying expression, questions if Li Zhongyang knows him. However, the hunter refuses. As such, the doctor wonders if maybe Seen told him about his identity, but once again, our hero refuses. But this time, Li Zhongyang questions if it wouldn't be nice to get acquainted with each other. Nevertheless, the doctor announces that he's a rather unusual man and leaves, telling Seen to come with him. But as he turns his back, Li Zhongyang begins to speak once again. He claims that the healing isn't done yet and asks if a doctor means to leave behind a patient who is still injured. But in the eyes of this renowned healer, Li Zhongyang seems to be perfectly fine. In response, Li Zhongyang claims that his injuries aren't external, asking how someone can just assume such a thing without even checking his vitals. With this, he extends his hand forward, and Hwada complies and begins checking his heartbeat. But even then, he finds that nothing is wrong and promptly leaves. Guess that was a bust. But this whole situation leaves Li Zhongyang perplexed. As per him, he definitely felt some magical power from Hwada, ensuring he is a hunter. But since he was unable to locate the black marble, he wonders if Hwada is yet to earn his ability. And so, he begins freaking out as he thinks that there's no way this is true. According to the Demon King's autobiography, Hwada is one of the few surviving Chinese hunters and the one who healed many heroes, including the Demon King. What's more, the Demon King learned the mana stream skill in the Giant's Land. During that time, the Demon King experienced an upcurrent of mana at the beginning of the mana stream, having similar effects as the Dragon's Bloodstone. Nevertheless, the only reason the Demon King was able to hold out through the experience was with the help of none other than Hwada, a man good enough to be regarded as a god in the future. Back in the present, Li Zhongyang questions whether he has arrived here too early, thinking has he not grown much because of the lack of time. Suddenly, These thoughts are interrupted by Inchang, who comes up behind him. Seeing her, he asks how things went. In his mind, he thought that Inchang was going to have a hard time because of the garden incident, but her quick return shows that nothing major happened. To his question, Inchang exclaims, "It went well. They want me to be a warrior." Inchang reveals that the frost giants called the Nars are building a city nearby and are constantly on the lookout for a chance to attack Utgard. Because of this, in order to protect their beloved city from being attacked by these Nars and other monsters, they need the help of Korean hunters, as they don't have enough warriors on hand to fend off the invaders. Hearing all of this, Lee Jong-young is a bit surprised. The number of the giants is far fewer than what he expected. This is apparently because of the Nars, but because of this, it should be difficult for them to harm humanity. Regardless, Inchang continues. She expresses that except for this, all the giants did was ask a lot about the outside world, the population, culture, characteristics, and even information about the armed forces as well. Hearing all of this, Lee Jong-young compliments his partner, telling her that she has done well. As such, Inchang then questions what Lee Jong-young found, and he tells her that he has found nothing and will have to look further into things. Moreover, he states that they were meant to return after finding the people they needed to find, but as Inchang has received an offer to become a warrior, he asks if there is a reason she decided to stay here for longer. To this, Inchang expresses that the giants are not confining the people here. However, if the humans decide to leave Utgard, they will, for sure, meet their end. Hence, they can't leave this place. Because of this reason, she wants to find a way to help them out. Hearing her reason, Lee Jong-young is shocked. He claims that all this plan entailed was to take a few of the useful ones after he has found Hwada and escape Utgard. However, Inchang has the betterment of the majority in mind. He tells Inchang that she is a better person than he is, announcing that "I almost did the thing I hate the most." And so, after signing a contract to act as a mercenary warrior, the Korean hunters were allowed to live in the region where the other humans live. As such, they both go over, but the others seem to be distant. They wonder why the owner of Fenrir is here, deeming him as a dangerous person. On the other hand, the hunters also notice how the residents seem to be rather closed off to outsiders and how they are not welcome in this place. Suddenly, Steen comes running to them with a huge smile on her face. She thanks Lee Jong-young for what he gave her as it helped heal her mother. What's more, Hwada himself also comes to greet them and asks how Lee Jong-young is doing. Seeing him there, Lee Jong-young proclaims that he is much better thanks to Hwada's efforts and extends his hand. In response, Hwada shakes his hand, telling him to come to him if he is feeling unwell. And so, Seen and Hwada leave after their short greeting, leaving Lee Jong-young in bigger pinch. He reveals that this time, he purposefully switched the current of his magic power, but still, Hwada didn't notice anything off. According to him, Hwada must have noticed something was wrong this time, leading him to question if he had misunderstood something about the old doctor. Seeing him in a depressed state, Inchang asks if he is alright but claims that he is not. Regardless, his partner tries to cheer him up and it works. Well, that was easy. As a result, Lee Jong-young decided to begin their information gathering. They go around the town, asking others about the number of giants here, but there is no consensus. What's more, he asks just what the Nars are, learning that there used to be at least 3 to 4 times more giants in the past. But then, there was infighting between the giants, and one of the chiefs gathered a group and left Utgard. This group is the true identity of the Nars. In addition, many died while fighting each other, and before that, there was a disease of some sort as well, which further decreased the population. But this is news Lee Jong-young didn't know before. He tries probing further, asking if there have been other foreigners who came here, and the residents tell him that there were. Hearing these words, Lee Jong-young wonders if they are talking about the Demon King. It was said that he ventured into China and came to the City of Giants, and since Lee Jong-young is now in the past, he might be able to find clues about his existence. Nevertheless, the outsiders that arrived before the Korean hunters have already long left. Even the residents haven't seen those people and only know of them because of what the giants have told them. With this, Lee Jong-young returns, thinking about how fruitful his investigation was. He's gotten information that there was someone who stopped the infectious disease in the giants, and the same man gets called to the castle often. The Hwada I'm looking for must be that person. He thinks while deciding to go and ask the giants for more information. Consequently, Lee Jong-young, along with Fenrir, heads to Sa-chi, who is delighted to see the human who set the castle's garden on fire. There, he thanks Lee Jong-young for helping his tribe in such a troublesome time, even though they are not the same species, adding that the dwarves and Banner, some of the other species that reside in this area, hate them. Moreover, he states that he has to go outside today as the frequency of the NAR's attacks has increased recently. As such, he asks Lee Jong-yeon to help him out, and the duo embark on their journey to fend off the attack. However, on their journey, they get involved in an unexpected situation. They are suddenly confronted by the NARs and their leader Shrim. There, as Sachi and Shrim face each other, Lee Jong-yeon thinks about how this situation could end badly, stating that he's strong, referring to Shrim. There, Lee Jong-yeon's attention is quickly brought to the fact that this Shrim is way stronger than Sachi, probably on par with the king of giants he met in the castle previously. However, Lee Jong-yeon has no idea what on earth they are talking about. Apparently, he cannot understand their language, but in a fortunate turn of events, his sponsor, a Sky of Apocalypse, sponsors his hunter with the language of the giants, Jotun. Thanks to this, he is finally able to understand what Sachi and Shrim are discussing. On the other hand, at the forefront of all the tension, Shrim is seen asking Sachi to rethink his decision. However, the giant warrior refuses. He announces that there is no reason for him to listen to a word of an apostate. Nevertheless, Shrim remains composed and calm, questioning if Sachi still intends to continue obeying his foolish king. How disappointing that your tribe has fallen so far, Shrim remarks. He claims that Sachi is shaming the names of warriors. Not only that, he proclaims himself as not an apostate. Rather, they are just not the owners of Utgard. But Sachi has already had enough. He screams aloud and begins to power up, preparing to rush in and begin wreaking havoc. In response, Shrim also gets serious. This is the way giants resolve things, using brute force. However, all of a sudden, Shrim notices the two unusual characters with Sachi. After paying close attention, he notices that one of these is a special one. Even more interestingly, the special one seems to be under the control of a human. Fenrir and Lee Jong-yeon quickly pique Shrim's interest and claim that he will see them next time. But Sachi is not having any of it. He questions Shrim, asking, "What are you talking about?" as he delivers a furious strike toward his foe. Nevertheless, Shrim simply dodges the blow with ease. What's more, using the delay in Sachi's attack, Shrim decides to go in as well and, using all his might, unleashes a powerful punch. Seeing this attack coming towards him, Sachi is left in a dangerous ordeal. However, just before the attack makes contact, Shrim stops himself from killing his former comrade and becoming this world's one-punch man. Despite this, the immense pressure behind his blow is scattered into the surroundings as a shockwave. With this, Shrim decides to head back with his group, telling Sachi, Fenrir, and Lee Jong-yeon that they will meet again soon. As the Nars turn back, the troops of Utgard ask Sachi why they are allowing their enemies to go freely. Like the dumbasses didn't see their leader get completely overpowered, but Sachi just tells them that Shrim is with them. If they engage in a battle right now, Utgard will surely lose some of their warriors, which they are already short on. In addition to this, the chief has ordered Sachi to avoid fighting Shrim. And so, the Utgard fighters return to their city with defeated expressions painting their faces. On the way, Lee Jong-yeon notices this but claims that Sachi is right. Even though the giants may be hostile and enjoyed battles, there was a clear power gap between the generals of the troops. It also seems like Sachi and Shrim had some kind of relationship, perhaps that of friends or family members. But suddenly, Lee Jong-yeon notices something. He sees a single man in the barren wasteland. He thinks about what this person is doing here, wondering why the giants have given off no reaction despite surely having seen him. As a result, he asks Sachi who this person is, and he reveals that this person is a mere mercenary soldier as well who is helping Utgard. With this, he comes closer to this man, finally revealing that this man is Hwada, the doctor Lee Jong-yeon was so diligently trying to find. At last, they all return to Utgard and Lee Jong-yeon heads to his lodging. There, In-chang looks happy, explaining that today a group of attacking Nars was fended off just because of her presence. In response, Lee Jong-yeon also tells her what happened to him and his group. But In-chang is full of surprises. He reveals that she was attacked by a Chinese man among the Nars who was able to block her blows. This man used a long, strange-looking spear. Regardless, Lee Jong-yeon also adds that he has found the man he was searching for. Now he wants to have a chat with him and leaves after entrusting Merlin's necklace to In-chang, along with a task. Later on, he heads to Hwada's clinic, where he is overwhelmed by the number of patients in this place. Seeing this, Lee Jong-yeon hands over a literal bucket of potions, telling the doctors to use them if they like. Thanks to this, the patients were dealt with quickly, and Lee Jong-yeon was able to talk with Hwada, aka Manhwa. And the first thing this Manhwa wants to do is check Lee Jong-yeon's pulse. He claims that he found something peculiar when they shook hands earlier and wants to confirm something, solidifying in Li Zhongyang's mind that he has found the guy he was looking for all this time. With this, Manhwa then takes hold of Li Zhongyang's hand and begins staring at it intently. The conclusion he comes to is that he must check a few things, though it may be a tad painful. But when was Li Zhongyang ever to shy away from a little pain? As such, he agrees, and Manhwa immediately begins pouring his mana inside Li Zhongyang's body to check his pulse and condition. According to Li Zhongyang, this is exactly why Inchang was in pain during the mana stream training session. Apparently, it is a huge burden to have another person's mana flow through you. But in this situation, he feels nothing. In fact, it feels like it's my own mana, he proclaims. Because of this, Li Zhongyang understands that the doctor is a user of the mana stream as well and gives a bit of resistance. Manhwa senses this immediately and lets go. Surprised, he questions if Li Zhongyang has also learned internal cultivation, also known as the Chinese version of mana stream. Consequently, the two sit down and have a conversation about their shared ability. There, Manhwa reveals that there are others who also know of this skill, though they are with the Nars. This makes Li Zhongyang think that it must be one of the people Inchang confronted in her battle. But for now, the black marble is the first priority. Therefore, he asks Manhwa about his condition. Although the doctor noticed something off, there was no cause for concern in his eyes. As a result, deciding to trust him, Li Zhongyang expresses how his mana was mixed with the demonic energy of monsters, and now there is a marble inside of him. Hearing this, Manhwa wants to examine Li Zhongyang once again, this time properly. Once again, Li Zhongyang agrees despite the danger, and they quickly get onto it. Soon after, the examination ends. Manhwa compliments Li Zhongyang's tenacity in enduring pain akin to that of having one's internal organs torn apart. But Li Zhongyang would rather listen to what the doctor found. And so, Manhwa expresses how the marbles inside Li Zhongyang are very unique. Usually, they eat away at a person's life force, causing them to die. But the black marbles are actually stimulating his flow. This confuses him. But Manhwa continues, claiming they aren't causing any internal damage, and the pain he feels is because of forced stimulation. Regardless, it is still dangerous. He announces that just as Li Zhongyang is getting stronger, so are the marbles. And if they become stronger than him, you may end up a psychopath, obsessed with carnage. Surprisingly, Li Zhongyang is able to suppress the urges thanks to his mental fortitude. However, Li Zhongyang still has questions. He asks if the psychopaths Manhwa mentioned are the abandoned Nars, and he confirms this. But at least for now, the black marble is relatively safe. As such, he begins getting dressed but still wants to talk with Manhwa, which they do. There, he asks why there are so many human patients, even though they don't fight, and Manhwa explains it is because of the amount of energy. Hunters might benefit thanks to their interaction with the energy, but normal people cannot handle it. That is also why when gates opened, it created lands people couldn't survive in any longer. What's more, Manhwa then asks what Li Zhongyang's intentions are for coming to such a place, asking if a rescue party is coming. But Li Zhongyang denies this. There was no record of a rescue party, and he claims there will be none in the future. Hearing this, Manhwa is visibly depressed, but Li Zhongyang elaborates that it's because the party is already here. However, Manhwa just thinks of it as a joke. With only 2 people, there is no way for them to escape with everyone. But there aren't just 2. With Fenrir and Yunmu, there are 4 of them. But still, that is not enough. As such, Li Zhongyang determines to know more about the people with the Nars, exclaiming that I need their help. But to Manhwa, this is a load of rubbish. Li Zhongyang knows nothing about the Nars. But Li Zhongyang isn't talking nonsense. He asks why most of the hunters have left Utgard in favor of the Nars, but Manhwa doesn't know. He was apparently gone or collecting, returning to find the hunters had left Utgard. There, Li Zhongyang notices how the look in Manhwa's eyes is similar to his past self. They want to help others but are unable to do anything. Nevertheless, they still need the help of the hunters if they want to make out alive with this many people. Consequently, he asks Manhwa a favor, stating that I want to learn internal cultivation. This persuades Manhwa, but he continues on, proclaiming that if I learn internal cultivation, I can take one step closer to the power of the Demon King. This brings us to the outskirts of Utgard, where Li Zhongyang, Fenrir, and Manhwa are seen diligently training on the ground. Manhwa is setting up a barrier around their location to avoid any energy escaping, ensuring no one will notice them if they train here. This confuses Li Zhongyang, who asks why he needs this to train, leading to Manhwa explaining that internal cultivation requires absorbing the energy around you. In this process, The change is great, and the giants might catch on. But Li Jianyang has always absorbed the energy in the air naturally. This shocks Manhwa, who is taken aback at how this man is able to gather energy without proper technique. To him, it looks like Li Jianyang has a great aptitude for internal cultivation, so much so that it has surpassed his expectations. All of this is a relief to him, who has finally figured out a way to solve their problems after listening to Li Jianyang. On the other hand, at the Nars hunter camp, 3 humans are seen discussing their recent clash. The leader learns that the hunter he fought earlier, Inchang, is really a skilled hunter. This makes them wonder if a rescue party is coming, but to the others, that doesn't seem to be the case. If it was, the Nars would have noticed them, leaving them entirely clueless. The leader claims that he was just being merciful at that time, but now, he has no clue how things are going to turn out. Regardless, the leader asks how their troops are faring, learning that they are quickly getting stronger and are also acquiring funds now. There, the leader proclaims that you need to get stronger for the cause. This riles up the other 2 hunters, and they scream alongside their leader, raising their words. Meanwhile, back at the barrier that Manhwa created, the duo is seen training. While Manhwa flows his mana into the shirtless Li Jianyang's body, the person in question is surprised at how the flow of another man's mana could feel this warm. That is so sus. Dude, get a room. But I guess you already have a barrier, so that works. Apparently, when creating the mana stream, Li Jianyang used to feel intense pain, like something was piercing him. Suddenly, Manhwa tells his patient to follow his pace since they are almost there, though it might be painful and not make any noise. Oh my god, how can they say such things with a straight face? At last, Manhwa is able to reach the marble and finally begins to extract it from Li Jianyang's body. However, things aren't as easy as they seem to be. The black marble is something unlike anything the doctor has experienced before. Ah, I didn't think it would be this great, he thinks. The demonic energy inside the marble is much stronger than he thought. Not only is it consuming Li Jianyang's mana, but is also eating his body from the inside out. Suddenly, the pain intensifies. Veins begin popping out from Li Jianyang and Manhwa's bodies. Nevertheless, it is already too late. I can't stop now. Manhwa proclaims. He was the one who started this whole ordeal, and as a result, he will have to take responsibility and finish it. However, despite their best efforts, the barrier is not able to hold in all the energy they elude. The energy begins to escape, shining like a beam of light. Even Fenrir, who casually feasts on ice drakes, is left perplexed by the incredible power. That's not all. The energy shockwave reaches Utgard as well, grabbing Sachi's attention, even though the energy he senses is something familiar to him. He concludes that even Manhwa and Li Jianyang aren't capable of generating this energy. As a result, this leaves only Shrim who could be the culprit. Remembering his humiliation in the last meeting, he grinds his teeth. Nonetheless, being the proud warrior he is, he gets back up on his feet and issues an order to all the warriors of Utgard to get ready for battle. Hearing this, the soldiers are a bit troubled, stating that their clan leader will not approve of this. But Sachi doesn't take no for an answer. He asks just how long they will continue to stay like this while worrying about the enemy attacking due to the orders of the chief. He invokes pride in the giants, announcing that he will take responsibility for everything. This finally makes the soldiers willing to fight, and the warriors quickly get prepared and leave towards the ice land from where the energy is coming from. On the other hand, even Shrim takes notice of the intense energy. He wonders who the one generating it might be, speculating that it can be no one other than the leader of Utgard. Even though he is supposed to be preoccupied with other things, why is the king out on the barren Iceland doing this stuff? This might be a trap, Shrim thinks. However, though that may be the case, this is also their best opportunity. Deciding to take the chance, he also orders all his troops to gather, announcing that today, they will take over Utgard. And so, not long after, both the Utgard and the Nars gather at the barrier, where Fenrir is seen guarding the area. There, both parties look to be prepared for combat, and Sachi steps forth. Seeing Shrim here has solidified in his mind that he is the one responsible for all this. However, the same thing happens with Shrim, who thinks Sachi is the one responsible. He asks, is the king inside? But before they can talk with each other, they sense an immense bloodlust. This is given off by none other than Fenrir, who begins growling at the 2 commanders. All the while, Inchang is also at the scene. She figures out that if Fenrir is defending the barrier, it must mean that Li Jianyang is inside. Nevertheless, Shrim begins to power up. He announces that he does not trust Sachi anymore. In addition, he has given up on reconciliation and wants to see things through to the end today. In his mind, this is a good opportunity, although the king isn't here at the moment. Of course, Sachi is not afraid and refuses to go down without a fight. With this, both commanders order their troops into action, and all hell breaks loose. The two armies go at each other with full force. Even Shrim and Sachi get involved and begin clashing with each other. On the other hand, inside the barrier, all the commotion forces Li Zhongyang to open his eyes while honoring his inner cultivation. As he does so, he looks around to find a dark, demonic energy floating around in the air. What's more, he finds Manhwa, who looks as though his life is being drained away from his body. He has grown visibly older and weaker, but despite being in such a state, he is still ready to continue with the procedure. He tells Li Zhongyang that this isn't over yet. He still needs to subdue this rage energy and technique in the air. But that cannot be. Before he can even finish his sentence, the old man Manhwa loses consciousness and collapses to the ground. Seeing this, Li Zhongyang frantically rushes to his side and checks his vitals, learning that he is still alive. There, he remembers the part in the Demon King's autobiography where it was mentioned that Manhwa sacrificed his youth to save the Demon King. At that time, the Demon King saved the doctor's life by using the elixir he had, but Li Zhongyang didn't have one. Regardless, he is not willing to let Manhwa die here like this. That is why he summons a golden apple from his inventory, explaining that this apple is called Asgard's elixir. He asked Odin for it, just in case, and it looks like it did end up becoming useful. With this, he then tells Manhwa to consume this elixir, whereas he promises to consume all the energy within the barrier using his technique. With this, he then begins using the mana stream, and slowly but surely, the energy in the air begins to move. Outside, the bloody battle is still ongoing. The giants engage in brutal fighting, and even Inchong is getting some of the action, but the giants are no match for her. However, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a spear comes flying at her. Even though the force behind the weapon is strong, she manages to block the strike and takes a step back, finding that the user of the weapon is none other than the hunter she met earlier. Realizing that this human is far stronger than the giants, she calls out for Gongs, ordering him to keep the other giant out as she wants to fight with this hunter. And Gongs gladly complies before rubbing off. This leaves the two hunters alone, where Inchong powers up, telling her, "Well then, let's fight." Seeing her brimming with power and confidence, the hunter begins laughing aloud, amused. In the meantime, both Shrim and Sachi seem to be going all out as well. They both attack each other in full force. There, Shrim remarks on how Sachi has gotten stronger, but his foe replies that Shrim is still the same. With this, the battle continues, and their fearsome blows kick up a huge dust cloud. Once it settles, Sachi appears from the smoke gravely injured. His shoulder has been sliced open, but despite this, he gets back on his feet. He realizes that even though he has gotten far stronger since they had their last fight, there still seems to be a huge difference in strength. The power gap between him and his foe is too large. As expected of the strongest warrior giant, he thinks. As all these thoughts rush into his head, Sachi questions Shrim about why such an honorable warrior like his opponent would betray his own kind. As rage overcomes him, he jumps in once again to attack, asking why Shrim abandoned Utgard. But Shrim just launches an attack and pushes him. He then responds that he could not bear any longer to watch the king play around as their leader. He announces that Sachi may not be aware of the facts, but the reality is that the king ruined everything. However, Sachi doesn't seem to be interested in the least. While Shrim is still speaking, he attacks him, but his strike does no damage whatsoever. But it does infuriate the Narslir, who lets go of his weapon and punches Sachi, sending Sachi flying backward. As such, Shrim then continues speaking, claiming that the one who killed my friend and your father, Olvaldi, was him. This announcement leaves Sachi confused and speechless, but Shrim doesn't stop there, stating that Loki, the one who calls himself the king, is in fact the one who murdered Olvaldi. Hearing this, Sachi's mind breaks down. All of a sudden, the barrier Manhwa cast breaks, unleashing a strong burst of magical energy that it withheld inside. The immense pressure of this energy causes everyone to momentarily stop and find out just what on earth is happening. As the energy dissipates into the air, Li Zhongyang emerges from within. There, he notices that Manhwa's condition has improved, but not as much as it should have. Despite Eden's apple being considered a treasure superior to an elixir, it seems like it has just barely kept the doctor from dying. Li Zhongyang remarks on how it doesn't look like the doctor's mana has increased, leading him to speculate that he might be the reason. He thinks that he might have consumed the apple's effects when consuming the energy inside the barrier. thinking this is the reason he feels a surge of mana flow. "I think that right now I can even beat Hercules," he proclaims. Suddenly, he then takes notice of his surroundings, learning that he is surrounded by thousands of attackers. Not knowing what is happening, he freaks out, but In-chan comes to his side, delighted that her partner is alright. However, it looks like the Sky of Apocalypse isn't too happy with its hunter. The sponsor shows its contempt, but the messages show a different side of the story. Apparently, thanks to Manhwa's efforts, he has managed to level up mana stream, harmony, purification, and demonic energy resistance. What's more, Yunmu has also powered up in addition to Fenrir's seal being unlocked by 1 level. On the other hand, the Nars, after finding out that there is only a mere human inside the barrier, get even more pumped up and think of this as their chance to crush their foes. As such, the battle continues on. There, Li Jianyang calls out for his avatar, Yunmu, who looks significantly stronger. He tells his master to leave everything to him, asking if he should dispose of the giants, but Li Jianyang has something else in mind for him, ordering Yunmu to take Manhwa to a safe place. Hearing this, Yunmu is visibly sad but complies with the instructions nonetheless. And so, now that the doctor's safety is ensured, Li Jianyang jumps into the middle of the battle. At high speeds, he closes in on the fight between Sachi and Shrim, punching the latter with all his might and sending him flying. Seeing this, Sachi is left perplexed, remarking on the fact that the man in front of him is incomparably stronger than the Li Jianyang he first met. As the bloody warfare continues to unfold, after finally being released from the barrier, Li Jianyang also orders Fenrir to go wild, which he immediately does by transforming into his wolf form and heading into the midst of the chaos. With this, Li Jianyang then turns his attention toward the men standing behind him, asking, "Shall we talk?" Behind him are the 3 hunters affiliated with the Nars. The leader steps forth and asks Li Jianyang who he is. Meanwhile, in his mind, Li Jianyang thinks that he should not take the opponents lightly. All 3 of them are hero class, and the 2 behind the leader are on par with In-chan. Consequently, he replies that he wants to ask his foes the same thing. As a result, the leader of these hunters introduces himself as Yubi. However, that name has never been mentioned before. Someone of such caliber should have been documented in the autobiography, but there is no record of it. Hence, Li Jianyang then questions why Yubi betrayed the humans, asking if it was because they weren't hunters. But this accusation enrages Yubi. He angrily proclaims that "I didn't betray them. That was a path meant for them. It was for a greater cause." Not wasting a single moment, he dashes to attack, but Li Jianyang is already prepared and parries the incoming blow. What's more, Li Jianyang sends him flying back, claiming that Yubi is spouting nonsense. He questions what this supposed great cause is that he was even willing to forsake his own species. To this, Yubi replies that Shrim has promised to rebuild China if Utgard is defeated. But such a response isn't enough to satisfy the Korean hunter. He states that such a deal could have been made with the king of Utgard as well and jumps into the attack. However, Yubi is able to dodge and calls out for his subordinate, the guy In-chan was fighting earlier, who comes to provide aid. His sudden interference renders Li Jianyang in a pinch, but nonetheless, is able to dodge a fatal blow and counterattacks equipment instead, sending him flailing away. As such, Yubi continues on. He claims that it is impossible to deal with the king of Utgard. He's killed countless people in secret just because of some infectious disease. Because of this, Yubi has decided that it is pointless to join hands with such a man. Hearing this, Li Jianyang is reminded of the conversation he had with the Utgard humans and connects the dots. Nevertheless, there is still a hole in Yubi's thinking. Even though he claims to want to rebuild China, here he has abandoned the people. However, just like before, this further enrages Yubi, who once again announces that "I didn't betray them." With this, Yubi's subordinates also recuperate and rise back up. At this moment, Li Jianyang is still lacking vital information. Because of this, he first has to beat the living daylights out of all his opponents in order to listen to their stories. Consequently, he tells them, "Come," as they all prepare to clash. Back to Sachi and Shrim, who are seen talking with each other. There, Shrim explains that Olvaldi, Sachi's father, noticed the king was planning something, wanting to make this land Jotunheim, the land of the giants. Loki, the king, wants to massacre all the species that are not giants, and Olvaldi died trying to stop his plan from coming to fruition. But all this is too much for Sachi to process at once. He questions why Shrim is only telling him all this right now and prepares to attack. In response, Shrim also braces himself, and the duo engage in a bare-knuckle fight. Sachi asks why Shrim hasn't said anything up until now, but Shrim states that he couldn't bear to lose Sachi as well. He is a loyal giant warrior who would not have been able to betray the king even if he knew his father was killed by the same man. Even after learning the truth now, betrayal is not inside Sachi's body. With this, Shrim then unleashes an enduring blow and makes direct contact with Sachi's abdomen, knocking him out once and for all, and telling him to sleep until everything is over. But suddenly, out of nowhere, he hears a voice telling him to wait. As such, he turns back to seek who it is, finding that the Nar hunters have already long been defeated. What's more, this voice belongs to none other than Li Zhongyang, who now faces the leader of the Nars. Seeing the human brimming with power and confidence, Shrim also gets excited, exclaiming, "How amusing." Before the fight begins, Shrim takes notice of his opponent. The human standing in front of him is a special one, someone who is currently as dangerous as Sachi, or rather, he is on par with the king of Utgard, Loki himself. And so, after assessing his opponent, Shrim then unleashes a special technique called Gorda. Apparently, he was trying to save this from going against the king, but at this moment, he has no other choice. However, instead of bracing himself, Li Zhongyang throws his hands into the air, proclaiming that "I forfeit." His sudden announcement of surrender leaves Shrim perplexed, as well as Inchong and all the other giants. What's more, he then gives everyone a healing potion and tells them to drink up. Seeing and hearing this, Yubi is confused and asks why he is doing this. As a result, Li Zhongyang explains that he doesn't have a reason to fight anymore. The Utgard commander has been knocked out, and he has also learned the reason why the hunters took the Nar's side. After learning this, he has lost his will to fight and claims that he will not take part in the battle. As such, Shrim dispels his technique and gladly accepts the forfeit. With this, the Nars begin to celebrate their victory in this battle, whereas the Utgard warriors are left depressed over their loss. However, Shrim then orders his men not to kill anyone else, stating that enough of the Frost Giant's blood has been spilled in this internal conflict. What's more, Li Zhongyang tells Yubi that he will watch over his cause, telling him to show him the results. There, the other two hunters also introduce themselves as Wanwu and Jambi. Regardless, Shrim announces that they will now be advancing to Utgard and killing the king. This riles the Nars up even more, and they begin marching for Utgard. In the meantime, messages reveal that the Sky of Apocalypse is looking at everyone uncomfortably and is scoffing. Seeing this, Li Zhongyang is left confused as to why his sponsor is uncomfortable. He speculates that it all started when he heard the king's name. Nevertheless, Shrim intervenes with his thoughts. He shows his curiosity as to why Li Zhongyang suddenly backed down and asks for the reason. But Li Zhongyang just responds that they are mercenaries, stating that if the Nars compensated them well, he would be inclined to help them out also. To this, Shrim gives a positive response and heads off to yet another battle. And so Li Zhongyang reunites with his group. There, Inchong asks if Li Zhongyang will be alright with his decision, but to him, there is no cause for concern. To him, they were neutral from the start, seeing as they have already achieved their goal of coming to China. He has opted for the best course of action. Yubi and the other hunters will assist the humans, helping them stay in Utgard without any issues. Hearing all this, Inchong also thinks this is the best outcome. And so the advance toward the Nars proceeds smoothly, as most of the people lost their will to fight after getting defeated. The warriors were able to quickly infiltrate. Soon after, Manhwa finally awakens from his slumber and is met with Li Zhongyang. However, as he looks around to find the city of Utgard in complete disarray and Nar warriors at every corner, he loses his patience and lashes out at Li Zhongyang, asking if he is a traitor from the beginning. But Li Zhongyang tells him that the rescue party has arrived, as he promised. Suddenly, Yubi and the other hunters arrive from behind him, and Li Zhongyang orders them to gather the people of Utgard, telling them to leave if they find an opening. Moreover, he tells Manhwa to look over the humans, stating that if he is there, they will be able to proceed without any trouble. Although confused as to what is going on, Manhwa agrees and Li Zhongyang excuses himself to deal with his mercenary duties. Before he goes, Manhwa asks Li Zhongyang about his condition, and Li Zhongyang reveals that he is doing better than ever. Thanks to the doctor, all of a sudden, a message appears out of nowhere, informing Li Zhongyang that a mission has just been created to dispose of the impersonator. Not only that, the time limit to complete this mission is a mere 15 minutes. Anyway, the hunters and Manhwa guide the normal civilian humans outside the burning city of Utgard. There, Manhwa shows his concern towards his new acquaintance, hoping he stays careful as the king is very strong. On the other hand, the king of giants, Loki, is confronted by Nar's troops inside the castle's throne room. Loki questions how a dirty apostate set foot within his castle. However, Shrym is unafraid, claiming that it is now Loki's turn to face the music. Hearing this, Loki stands up, announcing that he should have just killed Shrym when he had the chance. Meanwhile, In Chong and Lee Jong-young are watching the ordeal unfold. Lee Jong-young remarks on how the king is calm, despite being surrounded by hundreds of giants in front of him. He comments on how the foe is exuding an intense aura, leaving him to question if Loki has an ace up his sleeve. Nevertheless, Shrym's confidence is unwavering. In a mocking tone, he asks if the king regrets not killing him as he did with Olvaldi. Hearing this, Loki begins to smirk. He already knew that Olvaldi was the reason for Shrym's rebellion. Seeing the murderer of his friend chuckle at his heinous actions, Shrym is infuriated and begins to power up. Not only that, he unleashes a powerful technique, so strong that even Loki has no choice but to compliment his foe. But that's not all. In response, Loki gives a hand signal, and just like that, hundreds of mutated giants barrage into the throne room out of nowhere. These giants possess immense power and seem to be glowing red, similar to when Lee Jong-young and Hercules were consumed in their madness. As they come out, Loki once again begins to laugh out loud manically, whereas Shrym questions just what on earth Loki has done. Seeing this, Lee Jong-young is left perplexed. This is the first time he has ever seen a giant without conscience. He wonders if the information he got about many giants dying because of an infectious disease was, in fact, not true. Not only that, he notices that, unlike when he was in madness, the giants seem to not be going crazy and are still under the command of the king. Finally, the puzzle pieces are coming together. The king sacrifices people to make an army of his own, Lee Jong-young proclaims. Meanwhile, Loki is still manically laughing while explaining his reasons. He needed an army that only obeys him, and the giants have become that army. How honorable is that? He chuckles. But Shrym has had enough. Unable to withstand the defilement of his fallen comrades any longer, he pounces toward the king with full force, wanting to end things as quickly as possible to bring his fallen comrades to rest. But of course, things won't be so easy. The king gets out of his throne and powers up, counterattacking the incoming Shrym and sending him flying back. The strike is so powerful that it leaves a gaping hole in the castle's roof, seemingly pulverizing Shrym in one hit. But that's not all. With this, Loki orders his soldiers to rip that rebel's corpse apart, and the mutated giants go crazy. They bum-rush the Nar's warriors, who are left in a defeated state after witnessing their commander get overpowered in a single hit. As the rest of the Nars panic, Shrym, seemingly uninjured, emerges from the attack. Upon his return, he orders his troops to charge, telling them to get rid of the king as he has lost all his pride. Now with the commander on their side, the Nars get pumped up and charge in as well. As all hell breaks loose, In Chong is left confused by the situation, as she can't understand the giant's language. As such, Lee Jong-young explains to her that the king wanted an army of his own, and as a result, he sacrificed and renovated the giants to fulfill his cause. This leaves In Chong visibly shaken, leading her to proclaim Loki as an insane king who sees people as his tools. Nevertheless, the battle continues. Loki's army senselessly attacks the Nars. Even though they get injured, they show no pain and resume charging in, using their bare hands and mouths to literally rip apart their foes. Even Lee Jong-young notices them dashing in like insane berserkers, making him realize that the Nars, as of now, have no chance of winning. But there is one method. Back towards Loki, who is now once again mocking his enemies. He claims that he will get rid of all of them. However, Lee Jong-young has something else in mind. He fully charges up Muspel's spear with his mana and prepares to defeat the king himself. As such, he leaps onto the king from above, trying to deliver the ending strike, but Loki is no mere pushover. He notices the incoming Lee Jong-young and acknowledges his blow. Nevertheless, Lee Jong-young's attack fails to be useful. After noticing the blow, Loki sets up a barrier and protects himself from any damage. Rather, he manages to use his strength and sends Lee Jong-young flailing backward, announcing that "I have been watching you." In his eyes, Lee Jong-young, who has the strongest mana in the room, is the biggest threat, and as such, the best course of action for him would be to end things quickly. Consequently, Loki unleashes yet another powerful technique, sending a blast toward Lee Jong-young. The speed of the blast catches Lee Jong-young off guard, and he is left unable to dodge it. As he panics, thinking about what he can do in this situation, something grabs Lee Jong-young's attention. This something is another blast, which collides head-on with Loki's blow and offsets it. Seeing this, Loki is left perplexed, wondering just who on earth was able to accomplish such a thing. and lo and behold, it is none other than Sachi himself. Although visibly at his limit, he has managed to protect Lee Jongyang from certain doom, but it looks like this is all he is capable of. After protecting Lee Jongyang, Sachi leaves the giants in his care and collapses onto the ground. Seeing this, even Shrim is distressed, but the king looks extremely displeased. He calls Sachi a weakling for asking a human for a favor, deciding that after he has dealt with all the insects, he will turn Sachi into one of his soldiers first. But Lee Jongyang won't allow for that. In this desperate situation, he calls out for his ace, Fenrir, who arrives at his master's command, and after taking his wolf form, attacks Loki. However, it looks like Fenrir has gotten significantly weaker, and Loki easily overpowers him in a single hit. In addition to all this, the time limit for Lee Jongyang's mission is already down to 5 minutes, and the Sky of Apocalypse orders Lee Jongyang to get rid of the disgraceful individual. On the other hand, even In-chang is taken aback at just how much power the King of Giants possesses. She asks Lee Jongyang what their next plan of action is, leading him to tell her to hold Loki for 1 minute. Of course, In-chang knows how outrageous of a demand is to hold back someone who was able to so swiftly deal with Fenrir. Even though Shrim is boldly engaging with the king, he will not be enough. As such, Lee Jongyang tells In-chang, "I need you." Hearing this, In-chang begins to blush and promptly agrees. Now, that's manipulation 101. She immediately heads into battle while Lee Jongyang begins to pour mana into his weapon yet again. But soon enough, the spear reaches its maximum input limit. Despite this, Lee Jongyang is still not satisfied. He knows that this amount of mana will be insufficient to end things, and he needs more. Consequently, he continues his antics, eventually going over the limit. Meanwhile, Shrim and In-chang are boldly fighting with Loki, but even the two of them combined seem to be having a tough time. All of a sudden, a message pops up, telling Lee Jongyang that his spear has leveled up from the immense heat Lee Jongyang is pouring into it. But even so, this is not sufficient. A bit more. I need to end this in one hit, but his plan seems to have a major flaw. As Muspel's spear reaches the limit of flames it can contain, it starts to break in the middle of the confrontation. However, just in the nick of time, Lee Jongyang is able to get his spear fully charged up and launches it toward Loki with all his might. The shockwave of the attack shakes the entire city of Utgard. Suddenly, yet another message pops up. Mission accomplished. The Sky of Apocalypse is satisfied. And what is left on the battlefield is Loki's body with a huge gaping hole in it. All of a sudden, outside the castle, the humans see a sight they never thought they would see again. They see sunlight in China, a place that's fallen into the glacial period. What's more, Lee Jongyang acquires the achievement, the one who raises the sun, and his stats are greatly increased. This marks the end of this great war with Loki's demise. The king, along with the castle, was burned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. The mutated giants were killed by the Nara's warriors. And now, the 4 chiefs have gathered at the spot where the castle fell into ruin. However, the fight is not over yet. There, Shrim tells Yubi that he will keep his promise and tells Sachi to kill him. In his mind, whatever the reason might be, he still betrayed his kind, and he deserves his punishment. However, he asks his friend to spare the Nars that followed him. As such, Sachi agrees and summons his axe. Later on, Sachi and Lee Jongyang are seen on top of the ruined castle. There, Lee Jongyang asks Sachi if he despises him. However, Sachi claims there is no reason for him to do so. Because of Lee Jongyang, he was able to make the right decision, and because of this, he is rather thankful. Slowly but surely, the reconstruction of Utgard commences, and everything is proceeding smoothly. Yubi thanks Lee Jongyang for his efforts in achieving this. What's more, Yubi asks Lee Jongyang a favor. He claims that, although they might try, normal humans cannot survive in this place, and so, he plans on going over the wall, asking if Lee Jongyang could help them with this. As such, Lee Jongyang states that although he wouldn't mind, Yubi's decision is not a good one as many things are about to change. He explains that going over the wall could be a bad decision and suggests they all rather try settling down here because the whole world is about to become a gate. But even then, the Utgard humans will have to struggle with the cold and rations. Consequently, Lee Jongyang hands Yubi a monster called Piramora. Apparently, these monsters can be used as a food source, and although they don't taste great, can quickly grow in any environment. This will help them not starve. Moreover, Lee Jongyang also might have a way to deal with the cold as well. Hearing this, Yubi is extremely grateful, promising to repay Lee Jongyang the next time they meet. After this, Lee Jongyang then meets with Shrim, who is apparently alive. It is revealed that during that time, Sachi didn't kill Shrim. Rather, he asked him to become the new chieftain. But someone with the blood of the giants on his hands cannot become chief. Hence, Shrim refuses and decides to lead the Nars. In addition, Shrim explains that frost giants are aggressive and combative, only able to get stronger through battles with enemies. But to giants, monsters are just prey. And this makes the only possible enemy in the state the human species. Therefore, Shrim has decided to start his new clan as a consideration for the species who saved the giants from certain doom. For Shrim, it is a way of showing respect. But that's not all. Li Jianyang also wants to ask Shrim a favor, wanting to learn the technique level out the one Loki deployed. Hearing this, Shrim is perplexed. He agrees to teach it, although he is not sure it would be possible. Even though level out brings out dormant abilities within the user, it requires an absurd amount of mana. Without the giant's physique, one can't learn the technique. But this is no matter for a prodigy like Li Jianyang. He shows off his insane mana storage. The strong aura catches Shrim's attention, as well as Sachi's and Inchang's. With his ability on display, Li Jianyang claims that I am confident that I have more mana than you. As such, Shrim agrees to teach Li Jianyang. Later on, Li Jianyang is seen gazing at the city of Utgard from afar. There, he goes over the events of the ordeal. Loki, the foolish king who tried to use his people as experiments to make an army, who turned the giant warriors into senseless killing machines for his own gain. But the question is, how was he able to make it so the giants only listened to his orders and gained control over them? Even though Loki was a great warrior, he was not capable of such a thing, leading to Li Jianyang speculating that someone must have assisted him from the shadows. Hence, he recalls the conversation he had with the human residents of Utgard earlier, where he learned that some people came into the giant's fortress but left without doing anything. In Li Jianyang's mind, this someone must have been the Demon King, but if it isn't him, then could it have been the Black Hood? But that is where Li Jianyang runs out of information. Just who on earth is he? And what could he be scheming? All of a sudden, he hears a voice behind him, calling out his name. Upon turning back, he finds that Inchang has come looking for him. With a bright smile on her face, she tells Li Jianyang that a festival is being held and suggests that they both go as well. But before he can even answer, Inchang grabs his arm and dashes him to Utgard, telling him to hurry. Everyone is waiting. And so, they hastily make their way into the city, finding that it has been all decorated. The people are seen eating food and leisurely chatting around, happy that their conditions have improved. Although it is still quite hard, they are grateful to have survived up until now. Seeing all the laughter and joy in the air, both Inchang and Li Jianyang are delighted and hopeful for the future after seeing a festival in a place that has been gatified. As such, Li Jianyang suggests that they decorate the finale of the festival. With this, he takes the stage. As he climbs on top, the humans recognize this man as Loki, the one who killed Loki in the ancient giant language. Even though they don't know his real name, they get excited, thinking that Li Jianyang is going to show them something amazing. Consequently, the crowd erupts into cheers and begins to power up. He fortifies his mana stream and increases the level and amount of mana inside his body. At last, he unleashes level out, the same technique the King of Giants possessed. This surprises all those watching, Yubi's crew, Inchang, and even Shrim, who is far away somewhere but still senses the immense power. But the show doesn't stop there. Li Jianyang then begins to concentrate mana in an attempt to create a core. This core resembles the appearance of a sun, baffling the humans watching this unfold. Moreover, as per the messages, because of the Dragon Bloodstone's influence, a weak dragon heart begins to form due to this core. Soon after, the festival comes to an end. Later on, Li Jianyang meets with Yudi in private where he is asked if he plans on leaving now. And that is his plan. He reveals that he has injected heat into the metal structures using the technique he learned from Park Jae-yoon. Furthermore, using Merlin's necklace, he has cast a barrier that ensures the heat doesn't escape. There, Yubi asks if Li Jianyang is really leaving, claiming that he wants to repay the debt he has accrued. But Li Jianyang tells him, "We'll see each other again." With this, he regroups with his team as well as Manhwa, where Inchang makes a joke about Li Jianyang's new title. Anyway, she again asks the same thing Yubi asked, and Li Jianyang explains the situation to her. With this, he then orders Fenrir to transform and bids his farewell to Yubi. And just like that, the team quickly makes their return. At night, they rest for a while, and Inchang and Li Jianyang discuss their trip. There, Li Jianyang also inquires about Inchang's progress in the mana stream, learning that she is gradually improving. But that's not good enough. You need to hurry. There shouldn't be much time left, he proclaims in his mind. He reminds himself that the black marble inside him is charging even now, increasing mana and growth. But such is the case for everyone. Even monsters are getting significantly stronger, and the entire world's about to change. The China crisis is just the beginning of the end. All of a sudden, In Chang notices something and begins to panic. Visibly shaken, she points towards something, and Li Zhongyang turns back to take a look, finding that Baekdu Mountain is on fire. On the mountain, it appears Shirenji Chan is currently under attack by a horde of orcs. The orcs, after setting the city on fire, jump in to begin their rampage, whereas the powerless humans run frantically, trying to survive this ordeal. There, Gal, bet you remember this guy. He's a crucial part of this story, helps the civilians, and lures them to a safe place so that the hunters can begin their counterattack. As such, Gal, along with his fellow comrade, strikes down the incoming orcs, finally being successful in evacuating everyone. As a result, the other hunter remarks on how they can escape as well after descending the mountain. However, it looks like fate isn't on their side. Out of nowhere, a mutated giant arrives on the battlefield. Seeing this, the hunters are left perplexed but still have to defend themselves. Even though they have to risk their lives, it's necessary for their survival. But in a twist of events, out of nowhere, a blue light appears. The giant quickly turns back, only to witness Fenrir coming at him with full force. In a single strike, he chops off the giant's head. Witnessing these events unfold, Gal thinks if this wolf is who he thinks he is. Suddenly, Li Zhongyang, In Chang, and Manhwa also arrive at the site. Li Zhongyang asks if the hunters are alright, and they thank him for the help. Nevertheless, there is a more pressing matter. Li Zhongyang asks where San Gun and the lowly chief are, claiming that he cannot feel their presence. But, much to his horror, he learns that the chief has gone to Chimonji to seal San Gun. Hearing this, Li Zhongyang panics and orders In Chang to take charge of the situation here along with Manhwa and hurries away to find the chief. Somewhere else, San Gun and the chief seem to be involved in a fight. San Gun is acting extremely hostile, roaring loudly and expressing aggression. On the other hand, the chief looks to be rather empathetic. She also looks older. Just how long was Li Zhongyang in Utgard? Nonetheless, San Gun begins attacking. In response, the chief blocks his blows while telling him to stop. I can't keep doing this any longer. With tears in her eyes, the chief launches herself toward the fearsome tiger and delivers a sharp strike. However, at the last moment, she seems to be incapable of bringing harm to her city's protector. As a result, she gets hit with a counterattack and gets sent flying. Despite vomiting blood, she gets back up. He announces that to an orphan like her, San Gun was like a father, and how can she kill someone so important to her? But it appears San Gun isn't in the right state of mind. He doesn't listen to a single word of hers and simply closes the distance. And so, rather than keeping up this resistance, the chief gives up. She'd rather be killed instead of killing San Gun, willingly discarding her life. Even though she expresses her deep emotion, the crazed San Gun doesn't care one bit and just prepares to attack. But just before the hit connects, Li Zhongyang arrives out of nowhere and saves her from meeting her end. Seeing Li Zhongyang there, the chief is left speechless, but San Gun doesn't let up. He continues his attack, and Li Zhongyang takes the chief to a safe spot. There, he notices the chief's change of appearance and asks about what happened. Consequently, she reveals that a man in black clothes got into contact with San Gun and caused this catastrophe. Hearing these words, Li Zhongyang is left distressed. Frantically, Li Zhongyang asks what happened to that man. But the not-so-lowly chief explains that it has been a few days since he disappeared, remarking on how she is certain San Gun changed because of his actions. Nevertheless, they have to capture San Gun first. As a result, Li Zhongyang powers up and turns back to confront the white tiger. However, the chief stops him. She announces that they have tried everything, from sealing to permanently extracting his demonic energy, but they have all proved to be useless. San Gun's energy is just too strong, and he refuses to go down. Hearing this, Li Zhongyang understands that their last and final option is just to kill San Gun, and the chief agrees. With this, he then summons his weapon and pounces in to attack, telling Unmyo to rest. I might have a way. And so, the battle begins. Both San Gun and Li Zhongyang repeatedly attack each other, going all out with each blow. Their clash causes explosions and shockwaves to go off, destroying the surroundings. Meanwhile, Unmyo is left speechless after witnessing the fight. She wonders just how on earth Li Zhongyang can become that strong in such a short amount of time. In the span of just days, he has changed so significantly that it seems like a few years have passed. Back on the forefront, Lee Jongyun charges up his spear in authority, dashing in towards Son-gun to land a decisive blow. At last, he succeeds in stabbing the cat through the chest. Seeing this, the chief screams aloud. However, Lee Jongyun tells her not to worry as he claims that he will not kill Son-gun. It is explained that the dragon heart, born from the dragon bloodstone, is at its peak in Lee Jongyun. Because of this, he can feel Son-gun's and Baekdu Mountain's power through it. Not only that, from the power coming out of Son-gun, Lee Jongyun plans to absorb only the madness that's making Son-gun crazy. But of course, things don't always go as planned. Because of the spear's recently acquired demonic trait, it is changing into a demonic spear and is sucking Son-gun's life force, draining his strength. But problems of such level don't even faze the mighty underdog. He has plot armor. You know, the mightiest of weapons. He begins getting serious, stating, "I need to return his life force and energy." And so, having his skill purification get active, he decides to use this chance and end things, once and for all. As a result, the red, devilish glow in Son-gun's eyes gradually begins to disappear, and moments later, Son-gun comes back to his senses. Seeing this, Lee Jongyun is delighted that he managed to pull it off, but there is no time to show joy. As soon as Son-gun gets into his right state of mind, he collapses onto the ground. Witnessing this, the chief rushes to his side and immediately starts to treat him, telling Son-gun to hang in there. She begins healing him, but it doesn't seem to be working. Despite this, Neo refuses to give up and continues. With tears running down her face, she does all she can, but to no avail. Eventually, she gives up after all her efforts, slowly coming to terms with reality. However, in a miraculous twist of events, she turns back to see Fenrir, along with the miracle Dr. Manhwa present there. "I'm glad I'm not too late," Manhwa proclaims. With this arrival, the treatment begins promptly and Son-gun recovers soon. Upon opening his eyes, he is met with Lee Jongyun, who asks if the tiger has regained his senses. To this, Son-gun replies that he has. However, Lee Jongyun notices something is still wrong. Even though he did absorb the madness, it looks like Son-gun's condition hasn't really improved and is still inching closer to death. As a result, he asks who the man dressed in black is, the same man who made Son-gun like that. Moreover, why did Son-gun even meet him in the first place? Lee Jongyun just can't understand how a smart, mythical creature like the Son-gun agreed to meet with someone so suspicious. Consequently, Son-gun claims he will tell Lee Jongyun everything slowly. But first, he confirms if Neo is alright, and Lee Jongyun tells him that she is okay, though she was exhausted after worrying about Son-gun. In a flashback, Manhwa is seen telling the chief about Son-gun's condition. Although he has treated the external wounds, everything else is not very good. The internal injuries are very severe, so much so that performing further treatment will be necessary. This announcement sent Neo into a severe state of shock. Back in the present, Son-gun confirms if the promise they made regarding Neo being taken away from this place is still valid, and Lee Jongyun agrees yet again. At last, this leads to the White Tiger finally revealing what happened. As per him, the man in black, though very ominous, has a very familiar power. He claims that the man didn't come to him. Instead, Son-gun went to him, stating that he was at Qianji. When Son-gun went to him, he saw this man standing around, gazing at the city, and he slowly started to approach him. As the suspense builds up, Lee Jongyun grows more and more curious to know what happened next. But all his dreams and hopes are shattered when Son-gun claims he cannot remember more than this. That is literally the dumbest plotline I have read in a while. Hearing this, Lee Jongyun is taken aback, whereas Son-gun continues, stating that he cannot recall what happened after meeting with the black-dressed man. As a result of the dumb feline forgetting the most important thing, the real identity of the man remains still unknown. Regardless, this marks the end of this ordeal. Later on, back at the village, In-chong addresses the crowd and gives them two choices, stating that they can choose either. The residents of Cheonji-chan can either rebuild this place, and although it will be very hard, this way they will be able to keep their home. On the other hand, they can also choose to follow her and Lee Jongyun to Korea. She promises to provide shelter to all the residents after getting government permission, of course. What's more, she reveals that her team plans on leaving this place in 3 days, telling everyone to make their decision by then. In addition to this, Neo is seen approaching Lee Jongyun. There, she claims to be worried about Son-gun's condition and asks him to accompany her for a visit. Seeing the distress in her eyes, Lee Jongyun agrees and the two venture into Son-gun's cave. However, what they find is unbelievable. They see Son-gun in a near-death state. as his body lies lifeless on the ground. Mio goes closer to him. At first, she tries to use her healing powers, but upon seeing that it has no effect, she finally comes to terms with the fact that San Gun, a father figure to her, has finally passed away from this world. With this, she begins to cry tears of grief, announcing that you were an important family member to me. You were my friend and my father. As she says her goodbyes, all of a sudden, San Gun's body begins to glow brightly. He then turns into a bluish hue and disperses into the air. Outside the cave, the residents part ways with their savior, showing utmost respect by bowing down. And so, the 3 days go by in a flash. The residents ultimately decide to leave this place, although they still believe they will come back here one day and rebuild their hometown. There, In-chang is seen ready with a horde of monster elk, like the ones she and Lee Jongyang used earlier to make the journey quicker and easier. She calls out to everyone, warning them of the cold and telling them to dress accordingly. Suddenly, her attention is brought to Lee Jongyang, who jumps down from the sky with Mio in his arms. In addition to this, in Mio's arms, a small, rather cute, white tiger is seen. At first, In-chang questions what this thing is, and to this, the lowly chief happily shouts that it's San Gun. Consequently, Lee Jongyang confirms her claims, stating that it is a similar situation as with Gong's. Apparently, a sponsor by the name of Big Male. This could be a translation error, but it's a pretty good name. Put the deceased San Gun as an avatar for Mio. However, he was not revived completely. As he was reborn, he lost a significant amount of his memories and powers, once again shrouding the black-dressed man's real identity. Nevertheless, it is finally time for the Korean hunters to return back to the country. In-chang shows her deep excitement for their return, asking what her partner plans on doing after getting back. But there are too many things for him to do. Suddenly, he summons a sword from his inventory. Seeing the sword, In-chang is surprised. She comments on how high the mana inside this weapon is, making Lee Jongyang think that Mio did a good job. Finally, it's explained that this is the sword Lee Jongyang threw into the river when he was at Baekdu Mountain the last time. Lee Jongyang proclaims that it's a gift, but it appears to have struck a nerve with In-chang. With anger on her face, she announces that she has finally understood what Lee Jongyang wants to do after getting back. He wants to give secret presents to all the secret women he has. At first, this takes Lee Jongyang aback, but after thinking for a bit, Lee Jongyang thinks that this statement is not wrong, seeing as he has to give this sword to Merlin. However, In-chang doesn't like his response and storms off, pissed. Someone sounds jealous. Despite the minor hiccup, the group departs on their journey and eventually reaches the barrier. There, Lee Jongyang remembers how Seong-hu promised to open the barrier every month until Lee Jongyang returned, but it has been over a month now. Thinking that it would be pointless to wait for another month, he decides he wants to open it himself. He claims to have grown significantly stronger in the time he has been here and tells everyone to step back, attempting to open the barrier without anyone's aid. As a result, he begins powering up, even unleashing the giant's technique, level out. But even then, it's not enough. Lee Jongyang then decides to add a mana stream as well, but to no avail. This brings us to his last and final resort, using the dragon heart that absorbed San Gun's madness. On the other side of the barrier is the northern battlefront. There, at a watchtower, two soldiers are seen surveying the surrounding area. As they fulfill their duties, watching over any monster activity, they begin chatting with each other about how it's been infrequent lately. After Lee Jongyang went inside the gate, the monsters have been acting rather calmly, and the frequency of the attacks have died down a bit. However, the other soldier deems it to be a coincidence. Despite his comrade's disbelief, the soldier is still insistent that this could very well have happened, stating that maybe Lee Jongyang has wiped out all the monsters in the North Korean area. But he is told that this is impossible. Before the underdog, many other hunters and heroes alike have crossed the barrier in hopes of succeeding in this task, but none were ever able to do so. All of a sudden, they notice something wrong. The barrier begins to change color and glows a reddish hue. As the reddish glow continues to take over the barrier, the soldiers are left stunned at what they are witnessing. And so, this officially marks the return of the Korean hunters. Later on, Lee Jongyang and In-chang, along with the rest of the people, are taken in by the northern soldiers and are welcomed. Lee Jongyang, over a cup of coffee, explains that the people with him are North Korean citizens. What's more, they are all hunters on top of that. Meanwhile, at the auditorium where the North Koreans are stationed, Mio and Gal address the crowd. The chief tells everyone to remain patient, stating that things will start getting more comfortable now. There, Lee Jongyang is seen staring at Mio, delighted to see that her curse has been undone. At last, The curse which gave her power but forced her to remain in the form of a child has been broken. Consequently, after Mio is done with her speech, Lee Jong-young goes over to her and asks for a bit of her time. Hearing this, she begins to blush, whereas Lee Jong-young just drags her off somewhere while the crowd cheers those two on. On the flip side, this does concern Gal, who is left wondering why the residents are excited about their chief getting swooped away by someone. Seems like In-chang isn't the only jealous type around. Anyway, somewhere else, Lee Jong-young inquires about her curse, learning that it has been banished, but still not fully convinced. He wants to check her body using mana steam. Therefore, he forcibly grabs her hand and inserts his mana into her body. However, immediately, Mio distances herself from him, asking what he thinks he is doing. A normal response to someone suddenly grabbing your arm. To this, all Lee Jong-young replies is, "You became weaker." This statement leaves even Mio shocked, leading her to check this information for herself. And so she does, ultimately reaching the same conclusion Lee Jong-young did. Regardless, Lee Jong-young speculates that the chief is strongest near Baekdu Mountain because she controls its energy. Hence, she was a child there. But all this does is sadden Mio, leading to Lee Jong-young comforting her, telling her not to worry as he himself will help her become stronger. This makes Mio blush once again, but nonetheless, she asks if this was everything he wanted to talk about. But of course, it isn't. As a result, Lee Jong-young tells her that people from the government and association will come to find her soon and ask her a lot of questions about Cheonji-chan. He claims that the North Koreans have powers stronger than he anticipated. If all these hunters join the association, it will elevate the organization higher than it has ever been. But the question is if the organization is even trustworthy in the first place. In the first place, they all could be kicked out of Korea, or maybe they could be forced to sign an unfair contract. However, there's also one more outcome. The worst of the worst, Jang Hyojin, the hero known as Odin and the leader of Asgard and the president of the association, himself might come seeking out Mio, thirsty for the power people hold. To avoid a sticky situation like this, Lee Jong-young has decided to offer the Cheonji-chan residents a good offer, although it's up to them if they want to agree to it or not. Consequently, Mio's curiosity is piqued, and she asks what it is. Later on, Lee Jong-young meets up with Bae Sang-soo, the guy who was his instructor in the tutorial. They both exchange pleasantries, and Bae Sang-soo compliments his student who has just returned after completing a dangerous mission. What's more, he even brought back survivors, and all hunters to boot, but the question is if these fighters are trustworthy. And so, he claims that the president has presented an offer. The association is already aware that all the North Korean survivors are hunters, and hence, the president wants to sign a contract with all of them. Specifically, he wants to form a mana contract. It is explained that a mana contract is a contract that allows one to use people like slaves by enforcing penalties they make up in the contract. Obviously, this will leave the North Koreans in a vulnerable position. But nevertheless, Lee Jong-young has already thought of a plan. He reveals that it won't be possible as they have already made mana contracts with him. Seeing as he brought them on his own will, he didn't want any unwanted trouble and thus made mana contracts with all the North Koreans. What's more, he reminds Bae Sang-soo that only one contract can be made per person. This leaves Bae Sang-soo in thought, and he decides to discuss the matter with Jang Hyojin himself. As he pulls out his phone, Lee Jong-young is seen waiting in anticipation, thinking how Odin will react after hearing this news. Back at the auditorium, the survivors are given some clothes and beds. In addition, they are given delicious food. All of this leaves them delighted. They comment about how they could only eat potatoes in Cheonji-chan, but now they can eat such tasty food, leading them to wonder if this is heaven. Yud In-chang and Lee Jong-young are seen eating with them. There, over their meal, they both talk with each other a bit, and In-chang claims that even though it's nice to relax, her body is already itching to go. Hearing this, Lee Jong-young compliments her tenacity, claiming that they will soon return back to their dreadful training program, like the one they did to face Hercules. However, this leaves In-chang distressed, and she quickly eats her own words. As the saying goes, be careful what you wish for. Later on, Lee Jong-young heads out to think for a while. He knows that this world is soon going to turn into hell, and so, he should enjoy himself before things go south. However, unbeknownst to him, the lowly chief, who is no longer a lowly, appears behind him. Seeing her there, Lee Jong-young is left extremely shaken and taken aback. There, the chief finally reveals that her name is Choi Yeon-seo. However, Lee Jong-young could not be less interested. Instead, he asks how she was able to hide her presence, stating that despite his amazing skills, he could notice her. If she was an enemy, I could have died. As such, she proclaims that it's because of her skill. Nonetheless, she has more important issues at hand. She asks what Lee Jongyang's next plan is, as the others are anxious about what they will have to do after the mana contracts they made. But Lee Jongyang reassures her that he will not do anything drastic, and the hunters will only have to fulfill their duties. Moreover, as they have made a contract with Lee Jongyang, someone affiliated with Asgard, the security organization cannot do much to stop him. Satisfied, Yansu takes her leave when a message pops up informing Lee Jongyang that the weak dragon heart has been stabilized. With this, he begins to wonder how strong his newly acquired power really is. In his mind, he can defeat Hercules now, even in his berserker state, leading him to proclaim that I have definitely gotten stronger. All of a sudden, one of the northern battlefront soldiers comes to find him, revealing that someone from the organization is here to see him. As a result, Lee Jongyang follows the soldier, where he gets to be reunited with his bald friend, Seonggu. Damn, that thing is even shinier now. As the two exchange pleasantries, they soon get onto the topic at hand. Lee Jongyang asks what the association is saying about this situation, and Seonggu claims that it's a mess. Apparently, almost all members of Asgard came back to Korea. This is because of the appearance of special gates. They are typically a sign of violent upheaval, which produces monsters that are a lot stronger than usual and thus brings much dire consequences once opened. And such gates have been popping up all around the world. Because of this, many hunters return to their homelands. Even Odin called for the other members. What's more, Seonggu states that they all had a meeting a few days ago. There, they also discussed Lee Jongyang's actions, expecting him to come back sooner rather than later, but they didn't think he would come back with such a gold mine. In Lee Jongyang's mind, the North Korean hunters are worthy of being labeled as a gold mine. Just the number of hunters alone is very powerful. However, the problem at hand is that the owner of this gold mine is Lee Jongyang. According to Seonggu, mana contracts only have one purpose: to force loyalty and obedience. Since Lee Jongyang ventured into China, a place no one goes to, and brought back a lot of hunters who will now all be his subordinates, he's going to make a lot of enemies. He warns him, announcing that mana contracts and guilds are different things. But Lee Jongyang tells him that it's okay. Regardless of the situation, he is still a member of Asgard, and as such, no one will act recklessly around him. With this, the group's topic of conversation comes to an end, and Seonggu hugs his friend, congratulating him for coming back safely. Later on, along with Seonggu, he heads into the auditorium and tells everyone that they will be departing on their last trip. Although the North Koreans are happy that they have had time to rest, Lee Jongyang informs them that they will soon be getting busy. All of a sudden, Yansu catches Seonggu's eye. He asks who this girl is, jokingly asking if she was the reason why Lee Jongyang went to China in the first place. To this, Lee Jongyang claims that it would not be a wrong way of putting it, but all this does is bewilder Seonggu. Suddenly, Inchan also pops up behind them, refuting Lee Jongyang's claims. She states that this is not the case because Lee Jongyang already has a lot of women here anyway. However, hearing herself speak, Inchan is left in an even more depressed state, wondering about just how many rivals she has. Things just keep getting worse and worse for her. Poor Inchan. Regardless, the trip soon begins. Everyone boards their bus and eventually reaches the association headquarters in Seoul. There, the North Koreans are left speechless after seeing the dazzling city. The tall skyscrapers, the abundance of people, and all the latest tech have left them all flabbergasted. Seeing this, Lee Jongyang tells Yansu to watch over her people, but to no avail. Yansu is just as captivated by the sight as her people, if not more. Of course, this was always going to happen seeing as everyone was living on a mountain up until now, with this being the first time they have seen civilization. As such, he puts Inchang in charge of the Cheonji-chan people, telling her to follow the people from the association, and she agrees. What's more, he even tells Fenrir to follow Inchang. However, Fenrir is not too happy with this place. He begins staring at the sky and starts growling intensely. Seeing this, Lee Jongyang pats him on the head, revealing that Fenrir felt the incredible power coming from the president of the association, Jang Hyujin. This ensues a staring contest between Odin and Lee Jongyang, after which Lee Jongyang warns Fenrir to stop growling at others. In order to be able to use your teeth when necessary, you also need to know when to hide it, he proclaims, and his pet complies with his order. And so, once the North Koreans have been taken care of, Lee Jongyang and Seonggu head to Hyujin's office, where they are welcomed by the president. Odin is delighted that Lee Jongyang has brought back a lot of interesting things with him, including over 100 hunters, 2 hero rank hunters, and even 3 weird specimens. Of course, Yansu and Manhwa are the hero rank hunters, and Fenrir and Son Gun are the weird things. But what is the third? To this, Odin claims that the third thing is Lee Jongyang himself. Of course, the guy with the god complex calls people things. But before they can have a conversation about Lee Jongyang's trip to China, there is something that needs to be addressed beforehand. With this, Odin opens a golden gate and walks straight into it. There, Seong-gu explains that today is the day they will introduce Lee Jongyang to Asgard and host a conference for him. In addition to this, all the heroes of the organization are here, curious to learn more about the underdog. Inside the gate is a mansion of gold, inside which many hunters are seen chatting amongst each other. Apparently, not everyone is very happy about Lee Jongyang's entry into Asgard, and they all discuss him. Suddenly, one by one, they begin sensing the arrival of the newbie, along with Seong-gu and Heimdall. However, unlike how they were chatting before, as soon as they sense Lee Jongyang's power, they begin to get nervous. These so-called strongest hunters of Korea start trembling at the mere presence of Lee Jongyang. At last, the underdog makes his first appearance, announcing, "Nice to meet you all, I'm the underdog, Lee Jongyang." Now that's a badass introduction. After their arrival in Seoul, the North Koreans are immediately put to work. Under Kim's supervision, they are all ordered to clear a gate, and they venture inside without any hesitation. What's more, they also come back in a timely manner with no casualties. As the group exits the gate, it disappears, and Kim congratulates everyone in the White Tiger group on their return. There, Gal thanks Kim for waiting for them, and he is delighted that the citizens will now feel more at ease. Kim also notices how everyone from the White Tiger group is very well-mannered and has high-quality skills. Nevertheless, Yansu, raring to go, wants to head to the next gate right away. Although Kim is on board with that idea, he reveals that a small break can be taken, as there is no need to take care of everything today. However, Yansu claims that they are all fine, asking Kim to please guide them to the next gate. Taken aback by her feminine charm, Kim begins to blush and happily agrees. On the other hand, in a special gate, Inchang, Manhwa, and Lee Jongyang are seen leveling up as well. Even Gongs and Yeonmu are joining in on the battle, and with all their powers combined, even a special gate stands no chance. Nonetheless, despite leveling up, it looks like the Sky of Apocalypse is not too happy with his sponsor. Regardless, they easily clear the gate on their own and make their way outside. There, Inchang comments on how the sponsors are definitely taking more interest in them, maybe because they were fighting in a special gate with stronger monsters. But to Lee Jongyang, this is not all fun and games. To him, the stronger they get, the more special gates will appear, resulting in the world being filled with magic power. Soon, the cataclysm will begin, he proclaims. His announcement, coupled with the intense look on his face, sends a chill down Manhwa and Inchang's spine. As a result, Lee Jongyang compliments them on their efforts up until now, claiming they will have to work even harder going forward. With this, he turns back, but Inchang stops him, asking what he means by that to her. It sounded like Lee Jongyang is going somewhere, and he revealed that he plans on going on a short trip around the world. Hearing this, something feels a bit wrong to Inchang, but she ultimately decides that resting is important too and agrees with the trip. In Lee Jongyang's mind, however, this is all but a trick. If he were to reveal his plans in more detail, it would only worry Inchang more that he's going to meet with other women. But in this situation, he simply tells Manhwa and Inchang to join up with the White Tiger group, also deciding to leave behind Fenrir, although he has told everyone he is going on a trip. It is his responsibility as someone from the future. He knows what the future holds, and as such, this makes it his problem to change history. "I need to meet with Odin," he claims. A few days go by, and Lee Jongyang then borrows the right to use Bifrost from Seong-gu, although he happily hands it over to Lee Jongyang. Seong-gu is perplexed as Odin doesn't allow anyone this right. However, Lee Jongyang explains that Odin was forced into this because of the deal he made with him. Apparently, after returning from China, Lee Jongyang told Odin a piece of information that the others didn't, one that was separate from the survivors, information about the black-clothed man. A few days prior, Lee Jongyang met with Odin and told him about this black-clothed man who was making evil moves. He is the same man who turned China into a barren wasteland and even destroyed Baekdu Mountain. His information was enough to intrigue Odin, who willingly orders Lee Jongyang to figure out the identity of this man. claiming that Asgard will fully support him on this mission without any reservations. Manipulation 101. Because of this, all members of Asgard would cooperate with the underdog as much as possible. And so, using the Bifrost, Lee Jong-young makes his way to the Round Table Council's headquarters. Once there, he is greeted by a man in shining armor. Seeing him there, Lee Jong-young exclaims how he didn't expect to meet this man here. The one standing before him is Lancelot, one of the Knights of the Round Table. The Round Table Council is a hidden British organization that has a different point of view than the other world organizations. Unlike the others, which manipulate humanity under the guise to save them, the Round Table Council are complete bystanders, those who hold power yet stand quietly, acting neither in good nor evil. Even though the Round Table is a powerhouse because of their leader, Merlin, even without her, they would still be very powerful. And the reason for that is the Round Table's Order of Knights. Apparently, this order consists of hunters who are stronger than regular heroes, and they always play a major role in any crisis that take place in England. There, Lancelot claims that since Merlin is interested in Lee Jong-young, everyone else is curious about him as well, including Lancelot himself. However, Lee Jong-young notices how the man in front of him has a lot of animosity in his eyes. As per Lee Jong-young, this is because Lancelot was famously known for being in love with Merlin. Despite this, Merlin didn't reciprocate his feelings, and hence, the relationship between them was ruined. This wasn't because Lancelot was a traitor or anything. Rather, he was just too much. His obsession over her was just too much for her to handle. One might even say he exhibited yandere tendencies. What's more, the rumors are that most of the issues in the Round Table are because of Lancelot, making Lee Jong-young think he has stepped into something troublesome. Regardless, Lee Jong-young wants to get on with his business and wishes to meet with Merlin. However, he keeps getting interrupted by the knight. Eventually, Lee Jong-young has had enough and asks what he is doing. He simply wants to meet with Merlin for their official business, but Lancelot is acting rudely to him. Hearing this, Lancelot asks how he is acting rudely, but in response, Lee Jong-young claims that a knight who doesn't even realize his rudeness doesn't deserve to be called a knight. In reality, he is simply provoking Lancelot, knowing that Merlin is watching this unfold. But the proud hero is gravely insulted by this comment. Immediately, he stands up infuriated and tries picking a fight with the underdog. Nonetheless, before things get violent, at last, Merlin shows up. There, Yunshi scolds Lancelot for disrespecting her guest. As a result, overcome with emotions, the knight challenges Lee Jong-young to a duel. Of course, Merlin is against this idea, but Lee Jong-young willingly agrees, telling Lancelot, "Let's head to the tournament hall. Lancelot is going to get wrecked." The news of their duel spreads like wildfire, and all the knights come to watch the duel. What's more, even Gawain and Galahad, the leaders of the Order of Knights, come to witness the fight. There, it looks like the knights hold their leaders in high regard. Anyway, the duel soon begins. There, Gawain comments on how Lancelot and Lee Jong-young use the same weapon, a spear, remarking that it is going to be an interesting duel between the spears of the East and West. As the battle is about to begin, Lancelot works the crowd, resulting in Lee Jong-young mocking him even more. He calls his opponent an entertainer, deeming it unfit for him to be called a sir. What's more, Lee Jong-young confirms if you can even kill someone in the Round Table's duel, learning that this is the case. As a result, Lancelot claims that he was going to show mercy and not kill his opponent, but Lee Jong-young just mocks him further, proclaiming him as the fake knight Lancelot. Having been disrespected enough, Lancelot becomes enraged and moves in for the kill. Meanwhile, Lee Jong-young reminds himself about how Lancelot is known as the one-shot knight, capable of piercing through anything in a single strike. Regardless, unafraid, he too unleashes an attack and, using the tip of his spear, stops Lancelot's fearsome incoming blow. Seeing this, the other knights are left in shock, and even Lancelot is left in a pinch, unable to even move. On the other hand, Lee Jong-young is completely in control of the situation. Suddenly, Gawain intervenes in the duel, claiming that that's enough. I guess that this much humiliation is enough for one day. After hearing Gawain introduce himself, Lee Jong-young immediately recognizes him as the Green Knight. According to him, when he awakened as a hunter, he cleared gates like a berserker. His entire body was always covered with the blood of his fallen prey, earning him the nickname the Green Knight. Hearing him stop the duel, Lee Jong-young complies and ceases his pressure on Lancelot's spear, thinking, there shouldn't be any reason for me to fight against him. With this, Lancelot falls to the ground in defeat. As a result, Gawain tells his subordinate to learn to gauge the difference between this strength and his foes. What's more, he orders Galahad and Lancelot to clean up the duel ground, and they both agree. As these events unfold, Lee Jong-young understands that Gawain is someone who cannot be taken lightly and has been assessing his strength all this time. On the other hand, Gawain is also highly impressed with Lee Jong-young's skills, remarking that the rumors that Lee Jong-young defeated Hercules weren't a lie. Good thing it only cost you a commander-level knight's honor to find out. Later on, after the ordeal comes to a swift end, Lee Jong-young once again meets with Merlin. However, this is the only time. He claims that this time he agreed to fight because he wanted to, and there will not be a second time. According to him, Merlin completely controls the Round Table Council, including the heads of the Order of the Knights, forcing everyone to completely obey all her orders. Because of this, if she wished, she could have made it so that Lancelot and he never even fought in the first place. Nevertheless, Merlin did want those two to clash, and hence, Lee Jong-young agreed in order to pay off his debt to her. Hearing this, Merlin calls him blunt, asking, "Wasn't the reason you participated because you wanted to?" However, Lee Jong-young claims that he is just too prideful. In reality, he wanted to see just how much he had grown in China, and either way, he got what he wanted. In addition to this, even Merlin's goal has been accomplished. She knew that Lancelot was going to taste defeat but still willingly allowed the duel. As a result, Merlin explains that although Lancelot has incredible potential, he is too arrogant, and his obsession over Merlin is unhealthy. Because of this, he needs an opportunity to grow, an opportunity that would only come after tasting a horrendous loss. And since he has done this, she considered the debts to be paid off. However, there is still the debt from when you made a promise with me. With this, Merlin then changes form into the kid Arthur, who wants his beloved Excalibur at this very moment. As a result, Lee Jong-young summons the sword he had Yansu watch over in Baekdu Mountain and presents it to Arthur. But this simply enrages Arthur. Furious, he asks if the underdog is joking, but that doesn't seem to be the case. He tells Arthur to take the sword first before getting mad, but despite this, he is still pissed. This decorative sword that's full of magic power is supposed to be Excalibur, he questions. Dude found out it was fake in a millisecond, thinking Lee Jong-young has betrayed him. Arthur moves in to attack his foe. However, Merlin appears behind him, stopping him. Seeing Merlin, Arthur is left speechless, finally thinking that this sword really might be the Excalibur he was seeking. Both Arthur and Merlin seem to be happy that their curse has been lifted, and they are now in separate bodies. Unfortunately, Lee Jong-young reveals that this is but a fake to trick their sponsor, the Lady of the Lake. Hearing this, Merlin understands that Lee Jong-young knew what Excalibur was and therefore was able to create a fake. Apparently, the real Excalibur is in a lake full of magic power and has been left there for centuries. Because of this, the weapon has taken an immense magical power, and knowing this, Lee Jong-young was able to partially recreate such a weapon. However, as per her, when the sponsor realizes that this sword is fake, the curse will once again be set in place. Hearing this, Arthur grows infuriated once again, but Merlin calms him down. Even though it's a fake, it will last a while, he proclaims, and Lee Jong-young backs her words up. Lee Jong-young states that this will not happen unless Arthur and Merlin leave the Round Table estate. In action to this, he mentions that sponsors are very arrogant. They only find what they want to, and as such, even if their sponsor does find out this sword is a fake, it will not act for the time being. Plot armor back at it again. With this, Lee Jong-young's job is done, but to Arthur, this is not enough. He was the one suffering from the curse more than Merlin, being forced into the body of a child. As a result, to quench his anger, Lee Jong-young claims that I'll tell you one more thing, the location of the real Excalibur. On the other hand, somewhere else in a forest, explosions are wreaking havoc and destroying the pristine scenery. These explosions are revealed to be from Hercules' attacks, who is currently fighting against a white-haired guy. This guy is easily dodging all of Hercules' blows despite the fearsome hunter still being in his state of madness. Regardless, Hercules doesn't stop for a single moment and keeps up his barrage of attacks. Nevertheless, his attacks don't reach his foe, who calls Hercules slow and swings his sword toward him. Hercules dodges the strike. However, using the dust storm kicked up, the white-haired man sneaks up behind him and hits Hercules in the back. Even though the blow is not very powerful, it causes Hercules to shriek aloud in pain. What's more, the evil red color in his eye also disappears, bringing him back to his senses. With this, Hercules asks just what the hell is up with that sword, and his fool claims that he recently picked it up not too long ago. In Hercules' mind, the moment that sword touched him, he was unable to control his magic power and fell to the ground. Regardless, the guy is satisfied with Hercules' progress, so much so that he has forgiven him for breaking the pact and acting on his own. As a result, Hercules wonders if he will not have to face any disciplinary action, but that is not the case. Only this guy has forgiven Hercules, but the others still want to punish him. Someone like Athena, who has been watching over the fight all this time. Hearing this, Hercules turns around and sees her standing there, and freaks out at the fact he couldn't even sense her presence. There, Athena reveals that she has come here to report something about the underdog. Hearing news about Li Zhongyang even riles Hercules up, and she continues. According to her, after Li Zhongyang's return from China, he is now in the UK at the Round Table Council, though his intentions and reasons are still a mystery. Hearing this, the guy orders Athena to continue keeping an eye on him for the while and tells Hercules to not neglect his training. And so, both of them comply with this guy's orders, finally revealing this white-haired man to be none other than Zeus himself. Back at the Round Table, Li Zhongyang tells Merlin and Arthur that Zeus has possession of the real Excalibur. But Arthur still seems to be unconvinced that this is the truth. What's more, Arthur asks why Li Zhongyang is talking to him so casually, learning that the reason is because Arthur is doing the same. Anyways, Arthur then questions the next step of their plan. However, Li Zhongyang has none. In his eyes, he has done what he promised, found an Excalibur that can release the curse. What's more, he has even told them the location of the real sword, and so, it's you guys who have to pay me back, he claims. Of course, Arthur already knows that Zeus will not be willing to negotiate over the Excalibur, but Li Zhongyang states that Merlin will find a way, commenting on how smart she is. Of course, this is the one thing Arthur can agree on with Li Zhongyang, and hence, he asks what he wants in return. However, Li Zhongyang wants Merlin to return from her meeting first. Regarding the recovery of the sword first, eventually, she does. And at last, Li Zhongyang tells them both, "What I want is for you two to survive." His words take the Round Table leaders by surprise, but Li Zhongyang continues. He wants them two to also trust his words and follow what he says, claiming, and if they do so, he will be willing to settle their debt. Of course, being the child he is, Arthur still has problems with Li Zhongyang asking for two things in return to settle only one debt. However, if surviving is really too big of a hassle for the leaders of the Round Table Council, they can meet their end, though the underdog is rooting for their survival. Hearing this, Merlin accepts these terms but asks for a better explanation. As a result, Li Zhongyang claims that soon, something significant is going to take place. He claims that both Arthur and Merlin must have felt the strange mana and the appearance of the special gates, hence the reason they ordered the Order of the Knights to return. In response, Merlin states that she has noticed that the magic power density across the UK has risen at an alarming rate. Li Zhongyang blames the special gates for this, adding that more and more of these gates will appear in the future. As such, Merlin asks if this is the something major that will take place, but that is not the case. It's when all of those special gates disappear. We have to prepare for that time. His seriousness ensures the Round Table leaders that he is not joking around. Later that day, Li Zhongyang joins Arthur in his special training place he often trains at. Because many of the Round Table aren't aware of his existence, he has to stay hidden and ask Li Zhongyang to have a fight with him, commenting that the underdog has gotten stronger since the last time they met. Not one to shy away from a fight, Li Zhongyang agrees, remarking that he is different from before. But before the duel starts, he questions if Arthur has ever fought with Zeus. "Dude, I know you are the protagonist and all, but don't get too cocky." Hearing this, Arthur chuckles a bit, claiming Li Zhongyang will die if he keeps on asking such things, but confesses that he indeed has. This riles up Li Zhongyang even more, and at last, the battle is about to begin. Not wasting a single second, Arthur summons his weapon and jumps in to unleash a strike. But for someone like Arthur, this attack is too slow. He mocks his foe and deflects the attack, making the underdog take a few steps back. There, Li Zhongyang realizes that a duel against Arthur is not just a test of his fighting prowess. Rather, he will have to use everything he has got to have a chance of winning. As such, he begins using his authority, rule over fire, and combined with his Flame Monarch title, grows incredibly more powerful. Seeing this, even Arthur is impressed, and the two continue their barrage of attacks on each other. Arthur, at high speeds, clashes again and again with his opponent and is even able to land a ranged attack, sending Li Zhongyang flying into the air. With this, he then mocks the underdog once again, asking if, "Is that it?" Understanding that he is in a pinch, Li Zhongyang refuses to back down even in such a situation. He proclaims that, "I'm going to land at least one shot on that guy," and begins absorbing the magic power in the area using his dragon heart. Seeing this, Arthur is taken aback at this technique, and at last, Li Jianyang finally unleashes his ultimate attack. This causes a huge steam cloud to be kicked up, and from it, Arthur emerges with a small wound on his cheek. Having tasted this technique, he asks what this blow was, and Li Jianyang claims he calls this technique's Sun Flare. This leads to Arthur complimenting his opponent, but before long, the damage Arthur delivered during the attack takes control. Li Jianyang, who was standing completely fine until a moment ago, gets engulfed in a blue hue and begins vomiting blood before collapsing on the ground. To this, Arthur apologizes, stating that he couldn't control his strength properly as it has been a long time. In addition, he claims that although it is impossible for Li Jianyang to fight Zeus right now, he might be able to defeat him in the future. And so, this brings us to the lodging in the Round Table Manor, where Li Jianyang is already up and awake thanks to Merlin's abilities. Even though he lost, he is happy that he was able to land a blow on Arthur. Delighted at this feat, "I've really gotten stronger," he proclaims. All of a sudden, there is a knock on his door and Gawain walks inside. Once there, Gawain wants to have a chat with Li Jianyang, and so the two relocate to somewhere more private. There, Gawain claims that he has heard from Merlin that Li Jianyang has warned them about a major crisis that will take place in England. He apologizes to him for the rudeness his subordinate, Lancelot, showed him and thanks him for his righteous attitude he has shown. Hearing this, Li Jianyang tells him that it is all right, but asks for the real reason Gawain showed up. Therefore, Gawain finally lets out his real intentions. He announces that he is aware Arthur and Li Jianyang dueled with each other yesterday, stating that he too would like to face him one day. Despite his desire, he has yet to get a chance to do so and asks Li Jianyang if he would like to duel with him instead. With this, Gawain begins emitting a strong aura and summons his weapon. Of course, Li Jianyang has already predicted that this was the case and immediately agrees, claiming that "I was also curious about your skills." And so, the duel begins and ends, and we get to see absolutely none of it. In addition to this, while Li Jianyang remained at the Round Table Council, Gawain, Galahad, and even Lancelot fought him again. This ordeal leaves Li Jianyang exhausted. He came here just to deliver his fake Excalibur, but it has been duels, and at last, he is finally about to depart from the manor. As he heads back, Merlin gives him yet another necklace, claiming it will increase his stats, and Li Jianyang gratefully accepts it. However, Merlin also has another request. She asks Li Jianyang to go and visit the Nile if he has time, stating that Enev, the same guy who helped Li Jianyang survive from Athena's attack, begged Li Jianyang to do so. Hearing his name, Li Jianyang remembers Enev as the guy who saved him and even came to meet him in the dead of night. What's more, because of his intervention during the Great War, Enev was even punished, and his disciplinary actions have just been finished. Hearing all this, Li Jianyang knows that the Round Table will warn all other organizations of the Cataclysm as well. This marks the end of everything he wanted to do at the Round Table, but he still has something he needs to do in England. As such, he tells Merlin that he will think about it and leaves the manor. As he exits, even Arthur bids him farewell. This brings Li Jianyang to Park Yujin's shop. However, he is left puzzled when he learns she is not there. Instead of her, a blonde woman is manning the register, and he asks if Park Yujin isn't at the store. Nevertheless, the woman begins speculating on her own. In her eyes, it doesn't look like he's a loan shark, nor does he look like an unsatisfied customer, making her think he must be here to buy something. Is this chick a detective or something? But that is not the case. Li Jianyang simply wants to meet with Yujin and ask her whereabouts. However, the blonde claims Yujin is not here as she's been asked to take care of the store. As a result, Li Jianyang states that he is here because of Yujin's brother, Jae-yun, and asks when she will be back. Because of this, the blonde finally remembers Li Jianyang. Apparently, Yujin told her about him, and hence Yujin has left a message for him. She has joined Olympus. Hearing this, Li Jianyang is left paralyzed in fear. The past changed again, he claims. To his knowledge, this event was still somewhere away, leading him to question what happened to make her go there so quickly. Nevertheless, with this, Li Jianyang then makes his way to Egypt. Once there, he calls upon Inchang, who is enjoying her rest time at the beach. "Children, please close your eyes." Upon receiving the call, Inchang is told to get ready and come to Egypt along with everyone except the White Tiger group. Of course, Inchang complies, stating that she has been aching to do something for a while. Moreover, Li Jianyang also calls up Seonggu and informs him of his presence in Egypt. This confuses Seonggu, who thought Li Jianyang was going to come right back. According to him, Egypt is already in a troubled state, and his appearance will not cause more issues. As such, Xianggu tells him to stay quiet until he gets things settled on his end. But the underdog, like the trouble magnet he is already in some trouble. Back in Egypt, an unarmed Li Zhongyang is seen being confronted by a horde of Egyptian warriors. As things unfold, Li Zhongyang is now being held in a room. The Egyptian warriors chat amongst themselves, wondering why the underdog came here. But regardless, they first need an interpreter. All of a sudden, two men with strange marks on their eyes arrive at the place. They announce that they are going to take Li Zhongyang with them, whereas the warriors reveal these two men are from the executive branch, meaning the Nile is making a move. With this, the men confirm if Li Zhongyang is the underdog and then take him somewhere else. There, he meets with Young-tae, a member of the Egyptian branch of the Korean Association. Young-tae claims that he was contacted by the headquarters and was told others will be arriving here soon. Hearing this, Li Zhongyang thinks that it must be Inchang and the rest, remarking at how quick they are. As such, he asks about the situation in Egypt. Consequently, Young-tae explains that as of right now, Egypt is under the total control of the Nile. The Nile is largely divided into three branches: Memphis, which governs politics; Hermopolis, which controls the business district; and Heliopolis, which rules over the hunters and the association. Apparently, all three are in a constant state of power struggle and are always trying to take over each other's power. As a result, the situation is a mess. Previously, Heliopolis had the most power, but after the recent Horus incident, there was an issue within the branch. Hearing this, Li Zhongyang remembers that Iniv was from the Heliopolis branch as well and asks why the Horus incident was. However, even Young-tae is unsure of the details. It is something so secret that even his sources haven't been able to figure out. However, it is certain that the crisis started while attacking a gate. This makes Li Zhongyang remember Iniv telling him about the red ore, the same ore which turns a normal ogre into an ogre mage. Thus, Li Zhongyang wants to meet with Iniv, the hero hunter. Of course, Young-tae prepares for this. In the meantime, at the airport, Inchang, along with Fenrir, Gongs, and Manhwa, arrive. There, Li Zhongyang is seen waiting for them and welcomes them. However, it appears that an uninvited guest has also tagged along. This man is none other than Balder, one of Asgard's strongest heroes and also Odin's right-hand man. Here, unannounced, Li Zhongyang questions what he is doing here with a hostile expression on his face. In response, Balder also threatens Li Zhongyang, asking if you were showing your true colors from the start, you are going to make me upset. As he utters these fighting words, Fenrir, Inchang, and Manhwa ready themselves for an attack. Nonetheless, Balder then quickly gets back to normal, stating that Odin has sent him to help the underdog accomplish his expedition aboard. According to him, all of Korea's special gates have been taken care of quickly, and therefore, there is no need to worry. With this, he announces that I'm looking forward to working with you until you return to Korea, and then turns to Young-tae. Hearing this, Li Zhongyang realizes that this trip is going to be rather uncomfortable. You don't say. The next day, Young-tae informs Li Zhongyang that his request to meet with Iniv has been received. As per him, something is happening within the Nile. Similar to everyone else, the Egyptian organization is also calling back all their hunters from abroad, and Set, the second in command of Heliopolis, has returned. If Horus is unable to get back his status, which fell because of the recent incident, the position will be given to Set instead. To boot, Set is the strongest hunter in the Nile at the moment. Hearing all this, Li Zhongyang begins contemplating if he could beat Set. It took all he had to fight Arthur, and even then, he was only able to scratch him. Is Set just as strong, or is he even stronger than Arthur? With this question in mind, Li Zhongyang stands up and tells Young-tae to keep on requesting the meeting with Iniv. To this, Young-tae asks what Li Zhongyang is planning on doing, and he claims he will find a way on his own to meet with him. On the other hand, back in Korea, Odin is seen chatting with Xianggu on top of the association building. There, Odin claims that up until this point, he has not asked anything regarding the underdog to Xianggu. But now, I need to know. He claims that Li Zhongyang always stimulates his curiosity, but never seems to give him an answer. Odin just cannot understand Xianggu's excessive kindness towards him. As per him, Xianggu has never been one to easily believe in others. Hence, it is so strange to see him showing so much blind trust in the underdog, as if he has known him for a long time. Consequently, he asks just what the underdog's goal is, claiming that he has no idea what he really wants. In response, Xianggu reveals that Li Zhongyang's goals are something which coincide with Odin's. This reminds Jang Hyojin about the same thing Bae Sang-soo said. Lee Jong-young might help him achieve his goal once he grows. However, it seems like that is not really the case. Lee Jong-young really has a contingency plan for all situations. In Seong-gu's mind, he reveals that Lee Jong-young has already prepared him for this question if Odin ever asks. Because of this, he already has a perfect script in mind. Seong-gu announces that your goals and his are the same: killing the sponsors. Hearing this, Odin is taken by surprise, but Seong-gu continues on. He states that hunters that are sponsored by the one who rules the riverside have lost all their power. This is the first time something like this has happened. It only happened after Lee Jong-young killed Gunther. Hearing this, Odin begins to chuckle. This is great. He proclaims, back in Egypt, Lee Jong-young calls for Balder and asks him which hero in the Nile is affiliated with Asgard. Hearing this question, Balder tries to avoid answering, but Lee Jong-young questions to what extent Odin ordered him to help the underdog. Of course, Balder states that he needs to comply to the best of his abilities. And so, Lee Jong-young once again asks which hero in the Nile is affiliated with Asgard. As a result, Balder claims he will get back to him on that, stating that it is a secret. With this, Lee Jong-young agrees and takes his leave. There, Lee Jong-young then reminds himself of the conversation he had with Jung Tae, speculating that a hero-class hunter must be here, and that should be enough for him. Later on, he and his team pay a small visit to the city. There, In-chong comments on how hot it is here, but to Manhwa, this heat is way better than the icy cold of China. As they walk and chat, Manhwa also asks what Lee Jong-young's final goal is. Hearing this, In-chong also chimes in, stating that even she hasn't heard his final goal as well. To this, Manhwa adds that it always seems like he's working toward a goal, and even though his short-term goal is clear, his long-term plan is still a mystery. He jokingly asks if it's something like world domination. Consequently, Lee Jong-young suddenly stops and turns back, proclaiming that I think it is something like world domination. Of course, he's joking, but the way he said it, both Manhwa and In-chong are left speechless, wondering if this is really a joke or not. You never know, might not be. All of a sudden, Fenrir senses a powerful and ominous aura coming toward them. Upon closer inspection, it looks as if the Nile members have come to them. Lee Jong-young tells his teammates to stand back, and from the horde of warriors emerges Set, the soon-to-be leader of Heliopolis. Upon seeing him, Lee Jong-young remarks at how he is comparable to Arthur in strength. With this, both Set and Lee Jong-young exchange pleasantries, after which Set claims he needs to discuss something briefly with the underdog. As a result, both of them head to a secluded rooftop. There, Set tells Lee Jong-young about the history of Egypt and how it became independent from the kingdom. However, the truth is, Egypt is still under control by the Nile dynasty. Consequently, Lee Jong-young asks if Set is trying to succeed the Nile dynasty, and he confirms this, complimenting Lee Jong-young. As such, he then asks Lee Jong-young if he wants to try guessing why he wants to succeed Osiris as the head of the Nile. Moreover, he asks what he needs to do after becoming the ruler. Having been asked these questions, Lee Jong-young claims that he thought Set was the one who caused the Horus incident to take over the throne. However, if he didn't just do it for power, what else could be his motivation? As he thinks, he questions himself. Is he trying to become a king? Eventually, their conversation ends and Lee Jong-young makes his way back to his teammates. There, In-chong asks how his talk with Set went. In response, Lee Jong-young tells her that he asked him to guess his goal. However, Lee Jong-young wasn't even able to do so. He thought that Set was simply trying to become a king for power, but that is not the case. In reality, Set is a dangerous person. That being said, he is not evil as well. In the world of black and white, he is neither, he is gray. But of course, all this would go over In-chong's head, so Lee Jong-young tells her that he couldn't give him an answer. All of a sudden, they hear footsteps behind them. As such, they frantically turn back to look at who it is and find Balder standing there, asking where Lee Jong-young went. Obviously, In-chong is pissed that this guy is taking away her precious Lee Jong-young time and angrily asks if Balder doesn't have anything else to do. However, Balder has questions of his own. In his eyes, it's very strange. Lee Jong-young's team comprises of all hero-level hunters, but none of them have joined Asgard. Hunters that aren't a part of Asgard knowing secrets of the organization. Is there anything more dangerous? Hearing these words, In-chong becomes more and more pissed. Having been provoked, she powers up and prepares for battle, but Lee Jong-young chimes in, telling Balder to stop joking around. In addition, He asks for the answer to the question he asked previously, and Balder claims that he has been ordered to comply with the best of his abilities. As such, he finally begins to tell who the hunter in the Nile, affiliated with Asgard, is. However, their conversation is interrupted when both Lee Jong-young and Balder sense something dangerous. With no prior warning, a blue light appears in the middle of the city. This blue light is nothing less than a special gate, which was just opened, but in the very center of the city. What's more, as soon as the gate appears, its magical power begins to expand. Seeing this, Incheon becomes distressed, thinking that if this continues, lots of people will be in danger. Consequently, she tells Lee Jong-young that they have to stop it now or else it will collapse soon. But Lee Jong-young doesn't look too concerned. He tells Incheon to calm down. However, Incheon is not hearing a word. She asks how Lee Jong-young can ask her to remain calm when the lives of so many people are in danger. But Lee Jong-young claims, "It's okay. This isn't Korea." Despite this, Incheon doesn't care. Even if this isn't her country, she has an obligation to help the weak. As such, she summons her weapon and prepares to go in alone, if need be. Nonetheless, it looks like all her emotional outburst was unneeded. Up in the air, she sees the Nile hunters heading toward the gate at high speeds, including Set himself. With this, Lee Jong-young reminds Incheon that this isn't Korea and the Nile has their own way of doing things. At last, she finally listens, but Lee Jong-young remarks at how unexpected it is to see Set venture into the gate himself. Soon enough, the hunters clear the special gate. Of course, this much is expected when the second-in-command himself jumps into action. Even though the gate is special, it would cause no harm. With this, he turns back to Incheon, who asks him not to make fun of her, stating that she is already embarrassed as it is. But in Lee Jong-young's eyes, this is nothing to be embarrassed about. Incheon only acted in such a manner because she thought the lives of others were at stake. However, their conversation is interrupted yet again by a loud noise. Hearing this, Incheon heads in to investigate and finds a group of hunters assaulting a normal person. Seeing this, she grows enraged and questions what these men are doing. Of course, there's a language barrier, but thankfully, Lee Jong-young soon follows up. Thanks to Merlin's necklace, he's able to communicate in Arabic, and he asks why these hunters are harassing this man. He claims that he just cannot unsee someone getting attacked in such a manner and announces that the hunters need to tell him. He even threatens to call the association. But it really looks like this place isn't Korea. The hunter reveals that in Egypt, hunters can punish normal people whenever they want. Consequently, the hunters begin laughing out loud manically, but this doesn't last for long. In a split second, the arm of the group leader is chopped off and lands on the ground. As the hunter shrieks in pain, Set shows himself. He announces that though this is the case, Egypt also has its own laws. Hunters from the Nile have the right to punish other hunters. Now that's an oxymoron. In a matter of moments, Lee Jong-young and Incheon are left watching the aftermath of a horrendous fight. The corpses of the arrogant hunters lie lifelessly on the ground, while the earth is painted in their blood. Witnessing such a sight, Incheon questions Lee Jong-young if Set is a good person. Even though he did such an act to save the normal person, this was clearly too excessive. In Lee Jong-young's mind, he was going to save the man, disregarding the Nile's influence. Even though Set was aware of this, he still killed hunters he didn't need to. Once again, Incheon questions if Set really is a good person, but unable to answer, he replies that he is not sure. After this ordeal, the two return to their lodging, and the next day, Lee Jong-young is finally allowed to meet with Enev. Although the meeting was allowed, both of them are accompanied by other hunters. Enev is with Lamia, alias Bastet, and Lee Jong-young is with Balder. Of course, both the Nile and Asgard are keeping a close eye on them. There, as they exchange pleasantries, Enev asks what the reason for this meeting is. However, Lee Jong-young claims he just wants to chat, but in reality, this is far from the truth. Using magic, he sets up a link between him and Enev, and using it, they can communicate with each other in their minds. Using this mind link, Lee Jong-young tells Enev to give a positive answer to affirm something, and if he wants to do the opposite, give a negative reply. Hearing this voice in his mind, Enev is taken aback at how incredibly skilled Lee Jong-young really is and agrees. With this, they start a seemingly normal, friendly chat, but behind the scenes, Lee Jong-young asks him if the incident is related to the Red Core and Hercules' strength. He also asks if the Horus incident is related to the Red Ore as well. Enev confirms this, leading to Lee Jong-young asking if Horus was affected by the Red Ore, just like Hercules was. Once again, Enev confirms this. At last, Lee Jong-young finally asks if Set is the culprit. However, to this, Inev gives an uncertain answer. This makes Lee Jongyang think that even Inev is unaware of the true culprit, and they decide to meet with each other sometime else in private. Later on, after the meeting, Balder is pissed off. He scolds Lee Jongyang for wasting his time and effort, stating that if he continues to use Asgard like this, it will not look good for Odin either. But Lee Jongyang tells him not to worry, reassuring him that Odin will be pleased later on as well. To this, Balder threatening tells him to make sure to bring forward such results, but Lee Jongyang simply tells him to get ready as he is almost done with his business here. He wants to head back in 3 days, stating that he hasn't finished sightseeing yet. This pisses Balder off even more, but he is unable to retaliate. Furthermore, Lee Jongyang asks who the man who infiltrated Nile really is. However, wanting to keep his secret, Balder doesn't give a proper reply. He claims, "You have already met with them." This piques Lee Jongyang's curiosity, but he leaves it at that for the time being. Later that night, Lee Jongyang is seen gazing at the ocean from the seashore. There he is met by Inev, who apologizes for his tardiness. However, in his defense, there have been a lot of eyes on him, as well as on Lee Jongyang, suggesting that they relocate from this place. Nonetheless, Lee Jongyang has set up a barrier to ensure that no one will be able to watch them from outside. Seeing this, Inev is left even more impressed by Lee Jongyang's magical powers. However, in his eyes, even this will not be enough. "There is nowhere that the Osiris I can't see," he proclaims. Hearing this, even Lee Jongyang is left in a state of confusion, wondering if even Merlin's necklace is not able to defend off against the eye. As a result, he decides to get straight to the point and asks why Inev wanted Lee Jongyang to come to Nile. Consequently, since explanation that because of the red ore, Horus is currently unconscious. As per him, it all started when Set brought back the red ore. Hearing this, Lee Jongyang is left perplexed. Had they already found the red ore? As expected, the past has really changed, he thinks.